In a fog-shrouded harbor, a quiet boy named Jonah trades people's sorrows by capturing and softening their shadows. His gift brings relief, but also danger. Each mercy risks erasing what keeps them human. As a pale stranger arrives, seeking to turn grief itself into currency.
I suppose one could say I took the city apart and learned to put it back together by ear. We had, after the blast, a geography of absence, streets that felt like hollow shells, rooms with their faces blown out, curtains of stars where facades had been. The pianos were the hardest things to account for. They did not look like ruin at first glance. They looked like the timetables of private life, upholstered and lacquered, full of chairs that had been sat in, of knees that had tapped rhythm. When the bombing ended and the living began again in the interstices, I came to understand that the instruments would not simply be remembered by their owners. They would carry what had happened inside them. A broken action might contain the last phrase a mother sang to a child. A water-stained bass could whisper the damp breath of a corridor shared by lovers. I learned to read these things with my fingers. My work is scavenging and coaxing. I go where the city has been opened like a casket, beneath ceilings that have collapsed, and into basements that smell of dust and coal and the faint soreness of old flour. I have come to prefer the hour when the light is thin and the ruin looks less like a wound and more like a subject for careful surgery. I bring a satchel of tools, not because I expect to do everything, but because I like to keep the instruments of repair close to my body. The satchel is a kind of prayer: chisels, small planes, a jeweler's saw, lining glue in a chip jar, a selection of reclaimed ivory shims, a spool of brass wire for pins, sandpaper the color of old bread. There is a small, secret compartment in my bench where I keep fragments I am not ready to catalog: a ribbon, a ticket stub, a scrap of a program. These are the things I do not show anyone. The first time I saw a piano after the siege, it was not even in a living room. It lay half in the street, its lid open as if gasping. A piece of plaster had scored its side like a fingernail. In the absence of a conservatory, anyone who had the energy and the courage to move such an object learned some new vocabulary. We learned how to lift an instrument so it did not pull apart at the ribs. We learned how to thread a strap under a harp without cracking its soundboard further. We learned how to read the shop marks stamped into brass pins like a hidden litany. I learned, too, how to listen. You can hear a piano before you touch it. There is a particular silence inside a collapsed instrument. A scent and a stillness like the pause that follows a sentence that has been interrupted. That day we hauled an upright from a collapsed salon. It had belonged, a neighbor said, to a woman whose windows looked over a small garden now full of weeds and shards. We packed it on our shoulders like a coffin. The lacquer had blistered where the heat had licked it. The legs were splintered. I remember the way light fell on the puddles in the salon's floor, and how the gilt mirror over the mantel had become a bruise of black glass. We carried the instrument past a line of houses that had lost their front walls, where staircases were freestanding and families had built small tented rooms in the shadows. Someone, old man Petrov, I think, hummed as we passed, a fragment of a conductor's memory that steadied me. He did not ask what I would do with it. It is my habit to clean slowly. There is a kind of prayer in removing the dust from keys, in finding the grit between the ivory and the wood, in replacing a broken pad with patience rather than force. The method looks like the practice of any careful hand, nothing brusque, nothing rushed. I oil pins in small, circular motions. I glue fractures with linen resin that sets like skin. My fingers have learned the shapes of tiny compromises. To restore a key is to respect the history of an object, and to acknowledge the compromises the object will endure. One does not pretend to recover what was lost. One acknowledges that the instrument will bear its scars and one's own. The upright from the salon took me a week. I had to rebuild its action almost entirely. Someone, in a hurry, had jammed a splintered leg back on with a nail. Someone else had used the bench as a table and carved initials into the apron. The inner frame smelled faintly of perfume. There was a small paper wad in the soundboard cavity I did not expect, a folded ticket, paper browned by heat and time, and a slip of ribbon blue, with one edge frayed. I do not know why I keep telling this as if I could withhold the things that make a memory particular. Perhaps because the smallness of the objects is what keeps them alive. Great gestures die, scraps persist. I always test a repaired key in the afternoon, when the light has a certain flatness and the room is quiet. You need a quiet room to hear the ghosts that linger in wood. I set the key, press, and I listen. The first few times it is like waking a sleeping child. The sound can be brittle or apologetic, or at times it will be an unremarkable note that might have resided there for a lifetime. The sound I found in that upright was none of those things. When I pressed the key after seating the fractured wood and letting the adhesive close like a seam, the note that emerged was not a tone I could have anticipated. It arrived as hesitation, as a stutter shaped like a pulse. It had no sustain, only a short, almost breath-like attack and a tiny residual shadow that faded like the trace of a palm on glass. My first reflex was to check the preparation. Had I overclamped? Had a spring been misaligned? But the mechanism was sound. The note sat there, plain as a finger bone, and in that place between the attack and the decay I recognized a pattern I had thought belonged only to some part of my private life. Elise's heartbeat is not, strictly speaking, unique. Many heartbeats share cadences, quick beginnings, slow endings. But memory is more than an anatomical record. Memory is a theft and a charity. I remember the night the sirens came like a clarinet slide. The way she reached across a table and found my hand. How the apartment smelled of boiled cabbage and soap. I remember her laughter in a doorway, the precise tilt of her head when she corrected the rhythm of a song we had both half remembered from conservatory classes. Her heartbeat, in my recollection, had a small, hesitant first beat, then a broad, confident second, then a trailing, shy third, as if the heart itself were humoring conversation. When that repaired key gave me a beat that matched, I felt a vertigo that had nothing to do with my technical work. I do not mean to imply some supernatural continuity. The work of repair and the work of memory are entangled, yes, but I do not subscribe to superstition as others do. I cannot claim the piano chose to remember Elise. I can say only that the note opened a seam in me and the instrument, and through it memory found a way to be heard. For a long time that sufficed. The logic was small and personal. There was a private ecstasy in the idea that I could, with glue and splints, coax back a voice that mattered to me. It felt like not only penance but possibility. I had believed, after the siege, that sound could be a remedy. It was simpler, in the first days, to feel the work as a redemptive loop. I restored instruments so they could make music. The music then retrieved what had been muffled in me. There are tricks to hearing things you want to hear. You can prime your own memory until it corrals any neutral sound into the shape of expectation. I am aware of this. My ears have been worked like a violin. Still, the recognition that day was not a trick. It came with a physical rush. The hairs on my forearm lifted. I tasted metal and dust. I felt an odd flutter behind the breastbone. The note asked a question, why there and not elsewhere, on a restored key in another piano. I could not answer. Perhaps wood remembers the rhythm of a hand that weighed on it for years. Perhaps the person who owned the salon had sat at that precise key while Elise sang one afternoon, and the impression had been transferred like an old scar. The correct answer, if there is one, is small and technical and also not the point. The point was that I could no longer keep my work within the walls of neat technique. The work had become testimony. I told myself I would not tell anyone. That is a ridiculous sentence to write, and yet it is true. The thing that makes grief durable is not speech but custodianship, keeping an object's meaning narrow enough so it does not evaporate under scrutiny. So I kept the ribbon, folded and pressed between a scrap of linen, and I put it in the hidden drawer of my bench. I methodically continued the work. I rebacked the pin block, replaced a dozen felts with new ones scraped to the precise density I wanted, tuned the strings until the instrument held its breath properly. Each action was a discipline, an attempt to translate reverie into craft. I do my work like a surgeon stitches skin, small, steady motions that presume a body will be living when the thread is done. At dusk I walked back through streets that still smelled of smoke. The city in the evening has the look of a string instrument played upside down, facades like soundboards, windows like F-holes, alleys that guide the echo. Many houses have become silent. Sometimes a child will come out of a doorway and clap their hands at a passing cart. Sometimes a woman will set a basin on the stoop and scrub at clothes until the water looks like turning light. Old man Petrov was there on the corner, humming as he had been when we carried the piano. He nodded to me, an almost imperceptible confirmation that the city had found one more salvageable voice. I felt less like an artifact rescuer and more like a thief with a conscience. There are other kinds of salvage. The city has plenty of people who would rather build a story than attend to the actual materials. They will arrive with lists and forms and bureaucratic hands that know how to convert ruin into narrative. I had run up against such men in the weeks after, officials who wanted catalogues of resilience to show foreign delegations. Men who could see a bent leg as an opportunity for a photograph. For now the upright sat in my workshop like something I owed a prayer to. I did not know then that the sound I had resurrected would make custody more complicated. I only knew the small, private law I had set for myself: repair these things, listen as if they might speak, and keep safe what they hand back to you. At night I could still hear the thin echo of that first heartbeat note. It hung in my head like a motif. I pressed my palm to the wood of my bench and felt the echo of the day's work. Somewhere in the house a neighbor was playing deliberately, or out of habit, and a phrase drifted up the stairwell, the sort of commonplace melody that settles easily into memory. I thought of Elise's mouth finding a wrong note and correcting it gently. I thought of the way she favored a small, private repertoire, songs half remembered, airs taken from the radio, her own humming like a thread behind everything. I am not a man of grand enunciations. I will not claim, in this first recounting, that the world shifted in some miraculous way the day the key stuttered. What shifted was smaller, subtler, the boundary between the object and myself thinned. I had found a new measure by which to judge my days. Where before I had kept the memory populous and raw, now I began to arrange my life around the practice of repair, as if mending could act as a compass. The ribbon in my drawer seemed to confirm what my ears had told me. I slept badly that night, which is another kind of proof. I woke thinking of the ways one sound can make a life available again, but also threaten to enclose it. The following morning I sat at my bench and considered what to do with the upright. There are pianos one returns to families. There are pianos one places in halls, so that children may learn and an institution may boast recovery. There are also pianos one keeps because they have become, in some private fashion, shrines. I had not yet decided which this instrument would be. A man who repairs things for a living must also repair his moral compass from time to time. The city had many claimants. It had also, in the way cities do, an appetite for tidy stories. I set my tools out like a surgeon setting a tray: the little bellows, the glue, the ivory shims sorted by age, the felt pads. The satchel was at my side, the hidden drawer closed. Outside, a child laughed. Inside, the upright waited, black and patient. I pressed the repaired key again and listened. The note arrived, the same hesitant pulse of the day before. I understood, with a clarity that made me start as if burned, that to hear it was to be asked to choose, to remain the sole custodian of a memory that felt, at least to me, sacramental, or to do something else with it, something that might make it communal and thus, in its way, less exacting and, perhaps, less true. I did not know then which path I would take. I only knew that I would keep working. Repair, I have come to believe, is not merely a technical vocation. It is an ethics of attention. To mend is to decide what to keep and what to allow space for. As I closed the heavy workshop door and carried the upright a few yards to where the sun would warm it in the morning, I felt the city press its questions against my back. The first key had spoken. That was the only fact I could trust. What it meant for the living was a question I would learn to answer in the days to come. I held the ribbon in my palm once more, folded the blue into a small square, and tucked it into the hidden drawer. The city had hollow keys and hidden songs, and I had, by a practice of small, patient violence, managed to hear one more life in the instruments that remained. The work was only beginning. Outside, Old Man Petrov's hum threaded through the alleys like a leftover bar from a long-ago rehearsal, and I felt, for the first time in a long while, the particular ache of being both mender and mourner. I would spend the rest of that week with the upright's action between my hands, and I would press that key again and again. Each time the same small pulse would return, patient and unashamed. Each time I would place my ear above the soundboard and try to find in the grain of wood a reason for such fidelity. I learned nothing conclusive. I learned only to attend. It seemed, in that first chapter of work, the only honest thing to do. When night fell and the city folded into itself, I lay awake thinking of the sound, its cadence in my memory, and the small, private shame in wanting nothing more than to keep it to myself. The bench at which I had been working has a small knuckle of wood worn down by years of hands. I rubbed it with my thumb and listened to the thin difference between the instrument's voice and the way I had been taught to hear. Whatever else would come from that repaired key, the interest of officials, the curiosity of neighbors, the unwanted attentions of those who turn grief into spectacle, I had, for the moment, a litany I could live by: glue, patience, and a vow to preserve without turning absence into museum. The city had hollow keys. I had found one that remembered rain. I did not yet know that the remembering would become contagious. I keep my glues in small glass jars, each with a hand-lettered scrap of paper tied around its neck. The scraps look like confessions: rabbit skin, hide fish bladder, a modern synthetic that arrived in a wooden crate once the borders opened. I have learned the names as one learns the names of people one has harmed, and hopes to make amends to each syllable a small prayer for adhesion. When morning finds me at the bench, the jars catch light like a row of old teeth, and the air smells first of coffee and then, once I heat the kettle for the rabbit skin, of the animal warmth that is somehow honest. The workshop becomes, for a few hours, a room in which the world is explained by fixings. A clamp speaks of pressure, a splint of support. A neat dot of hide glue a promise that two broken things can be made to belong again. There is a liturgy to what I do. I lay out my tools in the same order, always a rag, because my hands will smear varnish in their sleep. A tuning hammer with a handle worn smooth in the center where my palm forgets itself and begins to remember Elise. Several sizes of brad awl and an assortment of pins. Strips of seasoned wood for splints. A tray of reclaimed ivory keys, some browned by use, others nicked by desperation. I always move slowly at first, as if to convince the instrument that I intend no harm. The first thing I do is lean close and listen. Listening more than glue has become my method. People who have not lost, or who have lost but never learned the grammar of return, imagine that I repair to restore sound alone. They think of the upright and the proper thing, a polished case, a tuned action, a public performance where applause puts a whole city right. But that is not what draws me to the dust-choked cellars, and to the courtyard where a half-sunken grand rests like a whale. I go because ruined wood holds memory the way a body holds a scar. Not all of it is visible, and much of it requires intimate attention. It is the listening that matters, the way I apply a sliver of glue to a fractured key and then wait for something to answer me. I will not pretend I am scientific about it. There is reason in how I do what I do, a long apprenticeship in how hide glue swells and shrinks with humidity, how too much animal glue leaves a key sluggish, how reclaimed ivory, when sanded just so, keeps its tooth under the fingertip, but there is also a superstition I have not yet named. When I mend a key and then seat the hammer back on its pin, I hold my breath. The first strike is always a gamble. Sometimes I will hear only a clipped, mundane Tchaikovsky passage, or the sound of a wet street outside my window. Sometimes, in whatever key I have coaxed back to life, there will be something else, a cadence that has the exact rhythm of Elise's pulse. You must understand that I do not mean metaphor. I mean a stuttering rhythm, slightly irregular, like the heart skipping a beat at an unexpected laugh. Or a soft exhale held on the downbeat of a bar. The first time it happened, the note felt like a small animal waking beneath my fingers. I remember the day clearly, rain on the roof of the salon where we had dragged a broken upright from beneath a collapsed cornice. A ribbon of plaster hanging like a forgotten frame. I had pressed splints to the underside of a cracked key and held it together with the smallest clamp that survived the war. When I struck it, the sound rose thinly and then steadied. It was the exact tempo of Elise tapping her foot when she disliked a phrase, rushed, then controlled. I sat back and cried, not because the note was beautiful, but because it answered me. For a long time I managed that first answer as if it were a private mercy, a proof that the world could be coaxed to recall what I had lost. The secret was small and tidy. I would repair and the instrument would return a fragment of her sigh at the end of a rehearsal. The quick laugh in a high register when she was pleased. The way she sometimes hummed the second bar of a Neapolitan song while sewing a button back into a coat. I lined these things up in my head as if making a catalog. High keys gave a laugh. Low keys a breath. In the workshop I began to hum my way through a chronology of pitches the way a grieving man reads a ledger. Then Luca arrived. He found me by the sound of a tuning hammer at dusk, when my light bent and the street outside smelled of coal and the last of the bread. He was more practical than reverent, a machinist's eye on his face, quick to measure and quicker to take apart what he admired. He asked if he could stay. Perhaps he thought he could learn to be useful. Perhaps he hoped to be given work and a roof. He had lost his siblings in an explosion, and the city had less need for idealism than for hands that could make things hold together. I let him because it seemed, in the first months, a small kindness, and because to have another pair of hands under the lid of a grand would make some repairs quicker. Teaching Luca altered my solitude into a performance. I told him names at first, the names of adhesives and why rabbit skin glue, cooked slowly and cooled in a bath, offered a temper that modern resins could not. I showed him how to seat a pin so the hammer did not catch, and how to pair a key bushing until it sang in the correct alignment. He wanted to photograph everything. He kept asking for diagrams. He was impatient with my listening, and I with his appetite for the visible and for acknowledgement. "Why do you warm the glue in your palm?" he asked once, watching my hands with a machinist's curiosity. "Because heat makes it humble," I said. "Because it will take the shape you give it only if you teach it gently." He laughed at that and then watched me work, unashamed of being watched. There were evenings when I would demonstrate a repair and then, by accident or design, the key would answer in a way that made my fingers go cold. I remember one such night Luca had been sanding a strip of ivory while I glued the fractured cap of an old key, and I struck the repaired key to test it. The sound came out thin at first and then rounded, like a hand slipping into mine. For me it had the cadence of Elise saying, in the half-dark after a performance, "You always forget to eat properly." For Luca it was a note, and then he asked if it was the piano's fault or mine that I had cried. This is the burden of work with an apprentice. The manner in which one learns turns truth into a set of techniques. Luca wanted certainty charts, photographs, names he could file away. I wanted reticence, the small shrines of private mending that keep memory from turning to spectacle. I found my patience shortening and my sentences becoming taut, like strings I feared might snap. Neighbors passed what they could not throw away. Enya brought in shredded scores wrapped in brown paper. The pages had been chewed by damp and by mice, but in stitches she had begun to bind them into a curtain, a thing both modest and audacious. "Music becomes shelter," she said, and in her hands the torn signatures felt less like evidence of loss than tools for survival. She pressed a scrap into my palm, a single page, with a line of Elise's neat hand at the top. The notation was a flourish, something she had marked for a student, legato in the second phrase. I kept the scrap hidden between the boards of my bench the way a small child keeps a secret candy. Isaac came next, bringing with him a jar of a varnish he had saved in wartime, wrapped in oilcloth. He had a manner of speaking that suggested he suspected too, and he did not ask for many things. His repartee was an exchange of craft and loss. He had, once, made a cello that someone paid him with a loaf of bread and a night of shelter. Now he stood in my doorway and watched me lift a key to the light. "You listen differently than I expected," he said. "Most men patch and move on." "I have to," I told him. "There is a point at which repair is not about function. It becomes a way to speak to what is gone." He listened to me strike a single repaired note, and then folded his hands as if to mute a sneeze. "It is dangerous," he said. "To make a private grief into a reproducible effect, danger. The city had taught us all to be precise about danger." I knew he was right. Each time I coaxed the particular timbre, I wanted those small, irregular beats that for me mapped a face and a name. I risked making others into voyeurs. Marta Geller, who would come later with a notebook and a persistence that felt clinical, would call it a broadcast. But even before words found shape, there was an ethical arithmetic in what I did. If a sound can be summoned by skill alone, then anyone with the right recipe could replay Elise until she became a commodity. If that happened, I would have preserved not the woman I loved, but an echo polished for display. So I kept lists. I used pencil, not ink, because pencil could be erased, and because the act of erasure felt like a mercy. I catalogued what a given glue did to a given key, the angles, the humidity, the kind of ivory I used. I noted which keys, when repaired, returned a laugh, which returned a reproving murmur. I drew small score-like diagrams, notations in the margin that linked pitch to memory. Luca, for all his impatience, helped here. He liked patterns and could transcribe my shaky notation into cleaner lines. When he did so, however, his hands trembled with the excitement of discovery, and he began to talk of articles and of patronage in the capital. "You will publish this as a study," he said one night, his breath a little too loud in the workshop. "You think they will pay you for it? Or Greta will want the conservatory to reconstruct the whole thing?" Greta's name was currency. The director of the conservatory had already repaired what she could with municipal funds, and had turned a blind eye to certain improvised restorations when they served a return to order. "Maybe," I said, "but I do not want Elise to become a footnote in a speech." Luca looked at me then as if he could see which part of my sorrow was legitimate and which part was vanity. "Then don't publish it," he said. "Keep it private." The irony is that the very act of keeping a thing private has the force of ownership. I had, in my solitude, converted mourning into possession. I would not have admitted it then. I still do not like to say it aloud. I was not merely preserving. I was curating a particular version of her. There were moments I made choices not because a piece needed functional repair, but because a particular angle of splint would make a note more faithful to the way she had paused before a phrase. I am ashamed to write it, and yet truth is not a neat instrument. Sometimes it is a clumsy, guilty thing. One afternoon Enya laid a scrap on my bench and told me a story. She had been mending a coat for an old woman, when suddenly the woman stopped and hummed. "Do you know that song?" Enya asked. She said it sounded like the theater orchestra, the one that used to rehearse on Thursday afternoons. The old woman had not named the orchestra or the city, but names are convertible. Anya had seen Elise there, she said, with a scarf at her throat, teaching a child a lullaby. The seam of Enya's hand brushed mine, and in that small contact I felt both the temptation to show and the compulsion to hide. I slid the scrap into my pocket. That evening I sat at the bench and worked on a key that had been split into two like a dried bone. The rabbit skin glue warmed in my cup, and I applied a thin fillet with a knife, the way one might lay a bandage. I used a splint of pure wood, shaved to fit the curvature beneath the cap, and clamped it with a piece of leather until the glue set. Luca hummed as he sanded. His tune was modern and graceless. When I replaced the key top, I felt the familiar trembling of a man who knows he is about to be forgiven. The note came back with a softness I could place in an instant, Elise's small correction when a student held tempo too rigidly. It was not a melody. It was an index, a motion of the mouth. I closed my eyes and let it wash over me, and in the sound was a sudden sense of something. I had not admitted how much of love is habit. She had corrected tempo in the same exact manner for years, an economy of movement that meant more than grand obituaries. To hear it again felt like being told I had to return a book I had read and loved and then misfiled on purpose. Outside the workshop, some children were playing in the rain, and their laughter came through the sash like a counterpoint. In that mingling of sound I felt the tenuousness of what I guarded. A public might hear the laugh and think it romantic. A bureaucrat might hear the same laugh and write an invoice. The work I did at my bench was, in that way, heretical. It insisted that not all salvage needs to be converted into a narrative of recovery. Some pieces of the past belong to individuals, to the private grammar of a life shared between two people. And yet to keep them private is also a form of appropriation. When dusk drew its blue over the workshop and Luca had left to fetch a ration of tea, I strung the repaired keys together and played through a short sequence. It was not performance so much as ritual. Each repaired note came like a small answer to a question I had not yet learned to ask. In those moments, alone with the timbre and the faint taste of glue and coffee, the work felt less like craft and more like prayer. A way of arranging the dead into a choir that would not demand the theater's bright lights. At the end of the chapter of my day I wrote nothing. I only added another scrap to the jars, labeled in my own cramped script, and pushed them to the back shelf where dust would settle over them and time would do its quiet work. Outside someone hammered a shutter back into place, and a cart creaked along the cobbles. The city kept moving as it always had, making new ruins and new repairs indistinguishable to the untrained eye. I went to bed with the taste of varnish at the back of my throat, and the memory of that small correction in my ear. Before I slept I pressed my hand to the bench odd, perhaps, to speak of reliquaries when all I had was an old piece of furniture and a single moth-eaten cushion. But objects keep company when people cannot, and the bench had become a patient friend. I felt, in the way you feel the damp in your bones before a storm, that the work would only grow more complicated, not by the craft but by the grammar of my own desire. If glue can teach a key to speak, what then do I owe to the voice it gives me? If a note can be coaxed to recall Elise's breath, do I keep it like a candle in a window, or do I open the shutter and let others see its flame? The question stayed with me like a small ache. I had not yet learned how to ask it aloud. I was at the bench when Luca found me. It is the way of certain afternoons in this part of the city. Light that has been sifted through clouds and smoke, coming at the world as if through the ribs of a grand piano, soft and interrupted. I was half bent over an upright, whose veneer had been stripped to a sad shell. The keyboard looked like a row of teeth turned to chalk. My hands knew the measure of its sickness before my eyes did. I had a strip of reclaimed ivory across my palm and a syringe of glue waiting like a small, honest instrument. The tuning hammer lay to one side, its head worn to a comfortable flattening from constant use. I tapped a pin, listened, made a notation in a small notebook I kept for that purpose, and the sound of the hammer called him, if he had not been called by anything else. He arrived with the shyness of someone who has learned to make himself small in a world of sudden demands. He had a machinist's walk, steady, practical, the shoulders of a man who had learned to carry things that are heavy and to stand between them and the damage of careless hands. He stopped at the doorway and watched with the same quiet hunger with which one watches a baker at his work. There was a smear of oil on his forearm and a thin mole near his lip that made his face, to me, seem undecided between boy and man. He cleared his throat as one does to remind a room he exists. "You Anton Valak?" he asked, as if the question would confirm a rumor. I nodded. My name in this part of town was sometimes an answer to need. "You found me by the bench," I said, because it was a kind of instruction, and because I did not know what else to offer to a person who had stepped into the private theater of my work. "They said there is a man who fixes pianos," he said. "I followed the sound of your hammer. There is an intimacy in the arrival of someone who has come because of sound. When I first started, during the siege and in the months of hunger and improvisation that followed, it was sound that kept people alive. The accordion that two men seemed to coax from nothing, a lullaby hummed by someone with no child left to sing to. Now the sound that called him was not music in the full sense, but the small percussive punctuation of work, a pin set, a screw turned, the click of a clamp. He had come to the place where the private and the public meet. The workshop is a borderland. At its heart are the instruments that were once domestic gods, now reduced to objects in need of particular kindness. He stayed standing for a long minute and looked through me more than at me, as if I were part of the bench's scenery. There was a directness to him that I found both bracing and, in the way of many bracing things, delicate. "May I watch?" he asked. It was a small request. I do not like to be watched when I stitch. There is a sanctity to the concentration, the way a mind uncouples from its ordinary social husbandry and folds into the work. When I glue, the apartment where Elise used to teach recurs in the gestures of my hands. Precision becomes a way of remembering. I nearly said no. Then, because the day had been warm and because I had the vanity of believing I could do the work of repair without greater witnesses, I said yes. He came forward with a gait that is the opposite of theatrical, almost apologetic in its earnestness, and took a chair a respectful distance away. He put his hands together and brought them up to his face, as if to keep them from trembling. He watched in silence while I fitted the strip of reclaimed ivory along a cracked key, clamping it gently. There is a particular mating of fracture to new material. It must not look repaired at first glance, but must bear the integrity of surface and line on which hands later rest. The glue I prefer is a syrupy thing that smells faintly of turpentine and elderflower. I keep it in a dark glass syringe that I have labeled with the names of past projects, a superstition I do not confess. I drew the needle, deposited a line the width of a hair, and the ivory took to the old wood like a seam taking to skin. "What is that one called?" he asked, and I realized he had not been to a conservatory, but to a workshop of practical education, where the names of tools are taught as the grammar of survival. "Animal glue, warmed and titrated," I said, because language, in these brief pedagogies, becomes a kind of offering. It is patient, it holds when other things fail. There is no hurry with it. He repeated the word after me, as if learning a litany. He asked a few practical questions and then more, about the way I listened, about the small notations I made in the margins of the bench's ledger, about the meaning of a repaired key when it produced a sound that seemed not merely functional but folded with memory. I answered where I could. With the parts I would not answer, I changed the subject to method. There is a subtle diplomacy in craft. If you cannot trust a man's sense of memory, you can teach him the discipline of patience. Therefore I began with the tools. I showed him the syringes, the rounded chisel whose edge had been filed to a particular obtuse angle to better undercut a glued tongue, the brass pin setter that is for small, stubborn pins which refuse to lay flat. He learned quickly how to cradle a key without bending the sacrosanct motion of its felt. He watched how I used a razor blade to pare a splinter thin enough to sit like a marriage vow, how I rotated a ferrule by the thumb and then the index finger until the pressure felt right. His hands wanted to imitate. I do not exaggerate when I say that hands can learn with a hunger that the mind lacks. Muscle memory grafts itself onto grief more readily than principles do. We worked all afternoon. The city outside seemed itself to a low rumble, a cart with a squeaky axle, someone arguing in the courtyard in a voice that was a rasp of old habit, a child's laughter that landed like an interrupted clause. Inside the workshop there were closer sounds, the small dry rasp of sandpaper, the sigh of clamps settling, the whisper of a cloth over the keys. My instruction was practical, sometimes blunt. Not like that, I told him at one point, when he tried to lever a peg too quickly. Hands are not hammers. He smiled, embarrassed. I felt a small underground satisfaction. It is rare to see a novice humbled into patience without stupid humiliation attached. When evening fell, the light in the room narrowed and the shadows of our hands lengthened across the bench. He surprised me by bringing out a small piece of bread wrapped in a paper that had once been printed with a music program. He broke the bread in half and offered it to me without ceremony. We ate, and the talk, which had largely been around technique, slid to other things with the ease of a tuning peg finding its place. "Where are you from?" I asked, at a moment when he seemed to be listening to the very timbre of my silence. "Here and not here," he said. "Or, if you prefer an answer, from a place that no longer has a name to itself." He laughed, a small sound, and then told me a little, an orphaned childhood, practice as a machinist because machines make sense. How hands were things that could earn a ration or buy a knob of sugar if they were useful enough. There was no melodrama. The way he recited his loss was practical, like a man listing the weights he had to carry each day. At one point he held up his wrist. There was a faint pale line crossing it, as if a glass had nicked him long ago. "A broken window and a shelter," he said. "I suppose everyone has a scar they can tell you about if you show them a glue jar." He smiled at his own explanation, and I recognized in that smile the same look I had given to myself the first months after Elise disappeared. A small, private humor that stops the entire enterprise of memory from becoming a public tragedy. I thought then of how I had been careful with my grief, how I had made it into an occupation. Repair is a way of making grief useful. It gives a shape, a task, a sequence of operations that exclude the chaotic violence of mourning. When an apprentice arrives, however, the practice of grief as occupation is immediately contested. A second pair of hands can be a salvation and an exposure. We did not speak of Elise by name. The old decencies of respect for the dead and the privacy of memory were implicit in the workshop. Mention of her would have been a rupture. Instead, I taught him the names of the glues and the virtues of waiting. I taught him how to listen before and after the repair. A repaired key does not simply return to its old voice, I told him. It carries the evidence of the fracture. Sometimes the note is smaller afterward, or there is a stutter, or the sound takes on a color as if dust were added to it. Listen when you loosen a string. Listen to the silence that follows. The silence is where you find what the instrument remembers. He listened as if the words were a tool he could carry home. He had a practical curiosity about the metaphysics of memory, as if he believed that by learning to listen he might learn to keep something of his own past from being reduced to rumor. He practiced with a small upright that had come from a convent. Its pedals had been jammed by a piece of shrapnel. I had coaxed them back to life the day before. He sat and hit a chord experimentally, then frowned and tried again. His fingers were not yet fluent in the economy of tenderness that the instrument demands. He struck the first of the notes I had repaired, and a sound came that made me look up. It was not a full heartbeat note. That cadence had the specific rhythm of a life I had known, but it had a remnant of cadence that placed my attention like a needle to a record. For a few seconds we both listened in silence. The sound was small and humble and asked for nothing. It had the same hesitant punctuation Elise used when she corrected a phrase in a song, small pauses, slender inclinations, a breath at the edges. There was, in the shared stillness that followed, an unspoken reckoning. An apprentice hears with ears that are not yet armored by the ossifying habits of professional secrecy. He picks up the small things and repeats them aloud in a way that makes them available for all. When the chord died, he looked at me with something like apologetic triumph. "Did you hear that?" he asked, as if he had stumbled on a private joke. "I heard it," I said. "And you must understand that not everything a repaired instrument does is for the ears of others." He withdrew, chastened and curious at once. There is a quality to youthful eagerness that is not yet cynical enough to think about reputation, profit, or paper. It is raw and often risks harm precisely because it is earnest. I am older in a manner that the war carved into our faces. My ways are full of precautions. I have a ledger of the instruments I will not surrender to exhibition, a small registry of objects that are between me and some private landscape. I had prepared that list in the long hours when repair becomes a confession. To teach someone else the craft is to risk that list being read aloud. He stayed nonetheless. The next morning he returned with a small toolbox salvaged from a demolished workshop, a file with a brittle wooden handle, a can of oil whose label had been peeled away, and a rag that smelled faintly of smoke. He had been to the market, he told me, and traded a favor for the rag. He was practical about the cost of things in a way that made me uneasy. He measured the world in barters. I measured the world in intervals and small bodies of sound. We established a pattern that was as much about the way he arrived as about the work we did. I taught him how to seat a pin. There is an art to it that looks brutal, but is the opposite. The pin must be coaxed, not hammered. It must yield to the patience of a hand that intends to keep the instrument's dignity. He learned to feel the given of wood, to judge the angle of insertion by the short feedback of a fingertip. He learned also the vocabulary of glues and their temperaments: crystalline, forgiving, brittle, slow. The vocational lexicon is itself a protective liturgy. In naming what you do, you make a covenant with the object beyond sentiment. At night, after the day's work, we sat on the stoop outside the workshop and listened to the city exhale. He told me a story about a neighbor who had once taught him to file metal at an acute angle so that it sang rather than rasped. I told him about the small superstitions that had crept into my practice, that when an instrument was coaxed back to life, one should not play the piece it was associated with immediately, that one should let its first sound be unclaimed. He nodded at each superstition as if deciding whether it might be useful later in his own private economy of practices. He surprised me, finally, with a question that unsettled me more than any clumsy touch. "Why do you keep so much of your work to yourself?" he asked. "Is it because of what you want to remember, or because you are afraid of what others will do with that memory?" It was, he did not know, the exact question that sits in the small dark between hands and heart. I hesitated. To answer would be to open a private ledger and show the stains. To refuse would be to bar a door that had already been forced a little by his arrival. "Both," I said at last, "and perhaps because I am still learning the difference." He did not press. He only watched me for a long time, his face a map of possibilities. Then he said, without any of the theatricality of those who wish to make themselves mighty by pronouncing vows, "Teach me to listen." There are moments in the practice of craft that sound like a confession, and this was one. He had not asked me to teach him to play, nor to fix for fame. He had asked faculty of the ear, the simplest and the most difficult of all lessons. I thought of Elise, and the ways she had taught me to set a phrase true not by force, but by the gentleness of insistence, and of how I had turned my pain into a conservatory of solitude. The presence of a student compels the master into a different legalism, not only to demonstrate skill but to be accountable for what that skill preserves. I laid out the syringes. I showed him the old notebooks. I taught him the first lesson of listening, that the silence after a struck note is a paragraph that informs the meaning of the sound. He practiced, with his head cocked, as one who had learned to mend engines, a different way of listening. He learned to steady his breath so that it did not crowd the instrument. He learned to keep his hands in a line of mercy. When he left that night he did not promise to stay. He had no illusions to sell, and I had none to buy. He only took the measure of the bench and left his palm smudge on the lip of the worktable, like the first leave-taking of a man who has been given a new name. Behind him the city folded up like a score whose last bar had been completed. My bench remained, the varnish dull in the lamplight, the keys cast in their private liturgy. I thought, as I cleaned the syringes, that the arrival of an apprentice is like setting an extra chair at a funeral. It may be an act of kindness, or it may be a social cruelty. I do not yet know which of those it will be. What I do know is that lessons must be taught. The more I teach him the tools, the more I will be forced to articulate the difference between repair as a technical act and repair as an ethics of memory. He has asked to learn how to listen. That request is in truth, an invitation to share the ledger of my quiet keeping. To accept it will be to expose my private rituals to a world that does not always distinguish between devotion and exploitation. After I had put the pliers away and the lamp was trimmed low, I sat for a long time with an empty key pulled from its frame. I held it in my hands and let the timber cool. It was an ordinary piece of wood with a line of ivory half sanded, and yet it carried in its grain an entire geography, the room in which it had been played, the palms that had once pressed it, a laugh perhaps, a sorrow. The work of repair is to return such things to speech. A man who listens always runs the risk of becoming an archivist of others' pain. That, I thought, is the hazard of companionship. There is a small, ordinary courage in agreeing, despite the danger, to teach someone else how to listen. I closed the shop not certain whether I had made a mistake, but with the awareness that something had shifted. The solitude around Elise's memory would no longer be absolute. An apprentice holds in his hands the possibility of help and the possibility of loss. The choice I have made, however partial, is to begin with method and see if devotion can be taught with restraint. If it cannot, then the bench will bear witness to yet another kind of fracture. If it can, perhaps the city will learn to keep more than monuments, perhaps we will learn to keep one another, in the slow, careful language of repair. Night closed over the street, and in the distance some dog barked. I left a single lamp burning in the workshop, and took home the small things of my life, a strip of ribbon I kept folded in a box inside the bench, the stub of a pencil, the little ledger with ink smudges at its corners. I slept badly, filled with the small, acute sensation of new responsibility. In the morning I would show Luca how to file a ferrule correctly. I would demonstrate the composition of the glue and insist, again, on patience. He had asked for the ear. It seemed a simple plea. It was not. The ear is a committee of cells and recollection, a tribunal that decides what sound will be permitted to enter the body. To teach a man to listen is to teach him what to do with what he hears. That is the lesson I must now attempt. Before I extinguished the lamp, I placed the syringe back in its box and wrote a single notation in the ledger: Luca probation, teach, tools, patience, secrecy. The word secrecy felt like a small betrayal writ in ink. I folded the ledger closed and put it away. Whatever the future held, I had a workbench and a boy who wanted to learn. That would have to be enough for now. The first lesson of any repair is to begin. I have always meant my work to be a private liturgy. Repairing a key, for me, is an act of address, a small apology, a question put to the hole left by absence. The piece of wood I glue, the pin I seat, the thin varnish I feather on the surface, each is a punctuation, a way of interrupting silence with sound. When Luca arrived and asked, in that blunt, earnest way of his, whether he might stay and learn, I told him yes on a condition I meant and did not mean: that he learn not only how to fix the mechanism, but also how to listen without translating everything into an argument. He accepted with the impatience of someone who has had too little time to wait. The workshop has a geometry that suits secrecy, a single high window water-stained with smoke, a table that tilts a hair to the left, drawers that no longer close fully because of the small things jammed in their corners, scraps of ivory, a ribbon, a pressed blossom that smells faintly of smoke. It is here, against this scrim of light and use, that the mapping began. The sound of it is more mundane than I had imagined: the scratch of Luca's pen on paper, the rasp of a cabinet door, Ennia's soft footsteps when she brings cloth. There was a civility to the work which made the strangeness of what we were doing possible. So we write, Luca said on the first morning we attempted to make sense of the recurring cadences. He had set 2 stools opposite mine, his notebook splayed open like an accusation. We treat it like any other restoration: inventory, condition, observation. There was a practical confidence in him that could be a salve or a wound. I watched him, watched the way his hands' quick gestures betrayed an eagerness to make this whatever this was legible. We started with simple categories: material, key, action, glue, observation, pitch altered, memory cue, soft laugh. We numbered the keys 1 through 88, even though the uprights and salvaged grands rarely presented themselves in such neat completeness and created shortened marks. A small heartbeat symbol for those notes that had the pulse I recognized as Elise's, a wavy line for notes that seemed to sigh, a staccato mark for those that snapped like a retort. The ledger grew like a garden mapped in winter, neat rows, empty soil to be filled. There was a method to this as there is to any practice taken seriously, precise tools, a slow hand. The willingness to repeat the same small motion until the grain and the glue met with reluctance, and then acceptance. For weeks I had been applying varnish in thin veils to a set of frayed hammers, listening each time for the tone to shift from wounded to recognizable. Those shifts so small that a less practiced ear would have heard nothing but a change of timbre, meant that somewhere in the architecture of memory, a latch had been thrown. Luca's presence was at first simply assistive. He could file a pin faster than I could, and his hands seemed to know how to find the place where a key's action caught. He would set a key to the position it had been found in the forest of its fellows, and then tap it, then record my reaction in shorthand. "You hear a laugh," he would write at key 37, repeatable after varnish dried. He would hum the note, or tap a rhythm on the table, and in that small mimicry, I learned that the act of naming is a way of claiming. Naming, I began to realize, is also a way of losing. To write down the place where Elise's laughter lived was to frame it in a sentence that someone else could read and then use. I had, until then, believed that the memory required the precise hands that had coaxed it into being. That belief was an argument in favor of keeping the ledger blank. Luca's ledger was an argument for the opposite. Enya brought us the curtain the day the cold pushed its fingers through the cracks of the workshop window. She had been sewing for weeks, she said, piecing together shredded programs, torn pages of sonatas, ads for recitals whose theaters no longer existed. It was an audacious thing, her curtain, staff lines running across rags of paper, measures tied together with thread, annotations bleeding through where ink had once been dense. She had patched, with a seamstress logic, places where sound had been ripped from paper. "It will not make music the way it was," she said, as if preempting a question. "But it will hang. It will be a thing people can pass under." Her hands, already marked with a lifetime of mending, smoothed the cloth across my table. "Hide what you want. I know how to stitch a pocket without a seam showing. To watch Enya work is to learn a different vocabulary of repair. Where I think in timber and pressure, she thinks in tension and grain." She taught Luca how to make a pocket, and where to place it so that a breeze would not betray the hidden object. There was tenderness in the way she spoke to the curtain, as if cloth could be a repository of memory as sacred as a bench or a lock of hair. Isaac arrived around noon with a small parcel wrapped in paper and tied with twine. He stood at the threshold of the workshop like an old instrument leaning against the doorframe, unobtrusive and necessary. He had the air of one who had long ago decided that moral clarity is a series of small, repeatable acts. "You cannot varnish hurriedly," he said, placing the parcel on the table as if it were a patient. "You must varnish with patience, with sorrow, but not with sentiment." He laughed, the small dry sound I had come to love as his punctuation. In the parcel rested a bottle of a varnish that smelled faintly of resin and citrus, old methods and better oils. He held it up as a priest might hold a sacrament. "Show me," Luca asked, impatient and careful at once. He wanted technique as if technique were the answer to everything. Isaac sat, took a key from my hand, and went through the motion of sanding, cleaning, touching with a feathering brush, as if he were composing rather than finishing. "A varnish should not make a note new," he said, "only honest." The word honest landed between us and glanced off the walls. "You glue a life back together, Anton. Remember that honesty is not the same as fidelity. You can make the surface shine, but you cannot make the past clean." The arrival of these friends created a sort of domesticity around the ledger. We worked in company, a small, informal guild. We argued over entries. Luca proposed that we include a column of context: time of day, temperature in the room, the instrument's previous use. He took measurements with an exactness that glossed my unease with mechanical hope. If someone else can reproduce it, he said, then it becomes knowledge. Then it can help others rebuild. I argued in turns that certain things resist translation, a glance, a breath, the specific cadence of Elise's footstep on a stair. These are not measures you can chart without violence. Luca would listen, then write in the margin as if my resistance only proved his point. There were practical discoveries. Some keys, buried in damp basements, absorbed a kind of muffled timbre that, when freed from swelling and rot, returned a chord we both recognized. Others, having been slammed or crushed, gave something else, a fragment of conversation, the abruptness of an argument in the lower registers. The heart notes, those small pulses that first startled me in the upright from the collapsed salon, proved repeatable, but only if their mechanisms were mended in a particular sequence. Clean the felt here, glue the shank there, seat the pin at this angle, the note would come, and with it an image of Elise, her palm on my hand. Her head thrown back in a laugh, the way she might have corrected a misplaced phrase in a song. It is absurd in a rational sentence to claim that a wooden object can hold the echo of a body. Yet it happened not as a supernatural claim, but as a layered set of associations that the body recognizes, a microtemporal rhythm that matches the cadence of a remembered heartbeat, a slight hesitation between attack and decay, a harmonic overtone that conjures a voice. I began to see the ledger not as an inventory, but as a map of association, lines between notes and moments that, when read in sequence, made a kind of narrative. The danger of any map is that it invites a reader to think the map is the territory. Luca, who sees in images and archives the future of work and of his place in it, wanted photographs. We should photograph the bench, the keys, the ledger, he said. We should show the process. People will want to know how you did it. There was a way his voice brightened that I read now as the flash of someone who sees the possibility of recognition and, hardened by hunger, misreads it as validation. I remember a moment when we were both at the bench, the ledger between us like a small country, when he put his hand on mine, not a question but almost a plea. Teach me, he said, teach me how to find them. The plea arrested me. I looked at my hands, at the thin scar along my forearm, at the leather satchel with its blunt tools, and I understood that instruction is also inheritance. To teach Luca fully would be to hand him the map. To hand him the map might be to hand him Elise. I thought of the way Anya had said she would hide things in the curtain, not to conceal forever, she had implied, but to shelter them until hands and storms had less power over their shape. There is an ethics even to hiding. One hides because one believes the world is not yet safe for truth. I had been hiding for years. I had been turning rooms into reliquaries. The ledger threatened to change that slow art of concealment into a broadcast. We kept working. Nights were full of the sound of keys struck, the small violence of hammer on string, the exhale of air leaving my lungs when a note snapped into the sound I had been chasing. I would play a sequence, a handful of notes, and then try to narrate what came with it. The smell of rain on Elise's coat the day we took shelter in a stairwell. The way she corrected the rhythm of a folk song by tapping a pencil against the edge of a book. Sometimes Luca would add details. He had a manner of translating gesture into anecdote, which made me both grateful and protective. Gratitude because I had a companion whose energy spread the work over two hands. Protective because the act of telling is the first step toward being understood by strangers. Isaac surprised me with an observation one afternoon that felt like a verdict and a benediction. You are cataloging in the manner of a museum, he said, as he lifted his glasses and peered at the ledger. But museums kill things with attention sometimes. A thing is preserved, yes, but the life that passed through it becomes an exhibit. You must decide whether you preserve for yourself or for a public that will reframe what you do. His face helped me to name my fear that I had been using instruments as memory hoarding devices, and that in opening the ledger I had invited others to turn those memories into exhibits. That night I dreamed of all the pianos I had ever touched lined up like mourners. Elise sat at one, and I could not tell whether she was smiling or preparing to scold me. When I woke, the ledger lay open on the table, Lucas' neat penmanship neat as a county map. My hand went to a repaired key nearby, and I traced the heartbeat symbol with a fingertip as if to press the memory closer. Lucas' restlessness finally broke into actual movement a week later. He had taken to photographing details, my tools, the bench, the fretwork of a leg imagery he said would help anyone who later wanted to reproduce the technique. He had not, to my knowledge, photographed the ledger. I had not told him not to. People will need to know how we did it, he said one evening, breathless with the small excitement of a man who believes his life has changed course. If we keep it only here, it is selfish, Anton. You always say your work is for others. He hesitated so they can hear again. This is a way they can. The sentence sank like a pebble. I felt suddenly that my work, which had been both penance and prayer, risked becoming a model for spectacle. The city would dress what had been private in the garments of civic recovery, and Victor's men would not be far behind to catalogue what pictures and stories could not yet claim. So I decided in that small, dangerous silence to teach Luca the ethics as well as the technique. You may photograph the tools, I said finally, and the processes, but not the ledger. Not yet. He looked at me with the face of a boy who had been promised sweets and then told to wait. Why not? He asked, simple and defiant. Because some things are not ready to be shown, I said. Because we are not a museum, and because a life is not a demonstration. It was a paltry answer for so complex a fear, but it was the only one I felt I owned. He agreed reluctantly, and for a time we went back to work like two men building a delicate dam out of small gesture and patience. But the ledger remained a hinge in the workshop's life, a place where I wrote and then read aloud the terse notes I had made, key 40, breath in low minor. Memory, small argument about leaving early, and Luca repeated the description back, sometimes adding a sensory detail I had neglected. Ennia's curtain grew in the corner. Isaac would drop by and, standing with the humility of a man in the presence of craft that could harm or heal, remind us of the difference. There was, however, an irreducible fact that hovered over our work. The city was changing its rules about salvage. Victor's men were in the papers. Prizes were being offered to those who could demonstrate works of recovery. Already collectors came by with polite shoes and careful phrases reminding me that relics of the siege had their market. When a thing has a market, it attracts men who are very good at turning memory into money. We were, in a modest way, making objects that attracted attention. I do not think Luca wanted to exploit, not entirely. He wanted to belong. He wanted a future where his hands could be steady and his labors noticed. But belonging arrives with trade-offs. It demands translation. I saw in him, sometimes, the same hunger that had pulled me into the workshop in the first place, the hunger to make, to mend, to hold back chaos with the order of craft. Late one night, the ledger open and the city dark beyond the high window, Luca left his pen on a page and closed his eyes for perhaps a breath too long. I watched him and, unbidden, read aloud an entry, key 37, repaired 4He11, varnish layered. Memory cue, Elise's laugh by the boiler in the conservatory. Associated scent, coal smoke and lemon. When I finished, he opened his eyes slowly. Do you ever regret that you remember so precisely? He asked. I thought of the small scraps I kept in the bench, a ticket stub, a ribbon, the corner of a letter with Elise's handwriting. To regret memory is to regret the only trace that feels like proof of a love I might otherwise lose. Sometimes, I said, but regret and duty are close cousins. I mend because I must. I map because I fear that if I do not, the shape of her will blur into something less particular. His face softened. Then we keep it, he said, for as long as it takes. The moral of that night is simple and not at all consoling. We kept the ledger, and with it the possibility of betrayal. The map had been drawn. I had taught a hand to read it. Whether that hand would keep the map folded or spread it on a table for others remained an unquiet future. The work continued, varnish, glue, careful touch, a tap and an ear. The ledger filled, and the pattern under the dust. Elise's life, as heard in the wood, was no longer only an impression in my mind. It had become a line on paper, and lines invite being followed. When I blew out the lamp that night, the dark felt like a question. The city sleeps fitfully. The next day, someone might come with a neat suit and an official pen and ask to see what we had made. For the first time since the ruins, I felt the old armor of isolation shift. It was not that I did not trust Luca. It was that trust without restraint can become complicity in erasure. To preserve a life is to choose what to say aloud and what to let remain a whisper. I lay awake considering whether the ledger would become a bridge or a blade. Outside, a distant bell, perhaps a factory's leftover, tolled, and for a moment I could hear, beneath the rhythm, something like a pulse. I put my hand on my chest and then on the bench, as if to test whether the world had shifted its axis. In the morning, with the lamp light, I would lift the ledger and continue, and somewhere between one entry and the next a decision would be made. The mapping had begun. Where it would lead, none of us could yet say. The only thing I was certain of was the sound of a repaired key when it opened like a small mouth and spoke with Elise's cadence. And the way that sound held me steady and ready to break. I had imagined the moment 100 different ways, as one imagines the line of a song before having learned its first bar. It was, after all, the work of my life to imagine how wood could be coaxed into remembering, how a split key could be persuaded to speak again. But the thing that surprised me most was not the object's survival in the ruin. It was how ordinary the survival looked, an awkward, human persistence, like a mitten found 10 years after a storm. The grand lay half buried in the salon, as if the room had exhaled and given up its furniture with an indifferent grace. Its legs were broken and leaned at jaunty, impossible angles. The lacquer had eaten itself away where flames had tasted it. Where the top had held, the sun had rebled varnish into cupped waves. I had to work with a pair of men to haul it loose. We wedged ourselves into the collapsed door, shouldered the frame beneath splintered beams, and dragged the instrument into the street. A crowd framed the effort, a few faces I recognized, dirt-scarred and curious, others averted, as if looking at the instrument might demand too much memory. The mayor's men would have loved its photograph. The men who had helped me would have sold the iron scrape of a broken pedal for bread. I only wanted, in that first moment, to feel the thing's weight under my hands. It sounded ridiculous. Even now, to speak of a salon, the word made the place sound like a pre-war postcard. The room was a sky-rimmed hollow where plaster had lain down into itself, but once it had been full of voice. I had known that before I went in. I can recognize the city by its silences, the way some houses are quiet with shame and others with a tired, old music that will not die. This grand belonged to the latter category. When I put my palm to its rim, the wood thrummed faintly with a memory I could not name, like the aftertaste of a word on the tongue. I set it in my courtyard under a tarp and started the work alone the next morning. Luca arrived at first light, sleeves rolled, eyes already freckled with the dust of other ruins. He had been the sort of apprentice who preferred to be present for miracles rather than to earn them, and I accepted his company because the grand would not yield its secrets to one pair of hands alone. He fetched tools, bent over the case as if in prayer, and moved the bench with a reverence that betrayed a hunger for proof as much as for craft. We had learned, in the weeks since he began, that the salvage of music is partly method and partly superstition. I leaned toward the method glues, splints, the right nails at the right angle, and Luca moved toward the superstition. He liked to take photographs. He liked to believe that the camera arrested a truth. I, who had once lived on the other side of the conservatory podium, had learned to mistrust instruments of capture. We needed both, but the grand demanded an economy of touch. It refused clumsy affection. When I raised the fallboard, the first thing that came up was a smell like a book left in a closed room for too long, felt old, adhesive, and something that could only be described as human. Beneath the fallboard, the keys sat like teeth that had been neglected by winter. Many of them were split, their ivories scabbed. I removed the top action with the care of someone lifting a child's limb from a hiding place. Dust fell in a small, dry cloud, and arranged itself on Luca's sleeve like a confession. Every piano has a belly, a place where the maker and the player keep their secrets. When I worked on uprights, I spoke of the bellies as narrow and obstinate. Grands were generous in their hiding places, the large hollow under the soundboard, and the tiny crevices at the ends of the keyboard. I had learned to look for things where other hands had not looked: old repair receipts, a button, a pressed cane leaf, and it was for these small human traces that I felt the most tender. There is an intimacy in the things people hide inside instruments. They are not meant for the public eye. They are proof of private life. The panel beneath the action required persuasion. The nails had buckled under heat and time. I worked a thin chisel along the seam and felt, after a minute that stretched like a measure held too long, a give. The board lifted with a sound like a long, relieved breath. Inside, the cavity smelled of old paper and a sweetness I couldn't immediately place. There, nestled against the curve of the inner frame, and wrapped in a strip of yellowed newsprint, was something small and deliberate. At first I imagined it might be a program or an old letter, the kind of thing musicians hide for the sake of solace. I didn't expect the ribbon. It lay in a loop like a soft question, the color an unassuming shade of blue faded to gray by time, still alive enough that against the dark wood it read as deliberate. A small presence refusing to be swallowed by ruin. My fingers moved before my thought. I unwound the paper and found, folded into a neat, almost military square, a ticket stub and a note no bigger than my thumb. There are moments when a thing's ordinariness makes it feel miraculous. A hair ribbon could be almost nothing in the economy of objects. Still, in my hands, it felt like an indictment and an absolution at once. I set it against my palm, and the memory that rose was not pictorial but musical, the way Elise used to tuck her hair behind her ear when concentrating. The little offbeat laugh she might give at a passage that refused to sit, the way she hummed beneath her breath when she worked a phrase until it yielded. For years I had mapped those gestures to keys and chords, had assigned them places on the piano like coordinates. The ribbon supplied an axis. The ticket stub was folded with a hand I had traced in the margins of my memory. It was small, the sort of purchase one might mislay among bills, and when I opened it I recognized the counter's neat stamp, and beneath it Elise's handwriting. She wrote in a manner that combined economy with a refusal of ornament, small, precise letters with an underline where necessary. The note was short. It read only for 3 nights. Second row, left of center. Bring the A minor. My lungs betrayed me. A note like that have meant nothing to another who had never learned the shape of her choice. To me it mapped a repertory and a particular day's arrangement of presents. 3 nights suggested a run, a residency perhaps. Bring the A minor suggested that the piano was to be prepared in a very particular way, temperament, pedal. The slight softening of the attack she preferred. It was not the kind of ticket one keeps for posterity. It was the kind of thing one tucks away, because it matters exactly at that moment, and not because anyone will look for it later. I read the scrap again and felt the city reconfigure. The ticket stitched Elise to a place, and a place is history's most persuasive argument. Up until then my evidence had been oral, a private, subjective listening to repaired keys. Now the hair ribbon and the stub conspired to build a small domestic story, that she had been there, that she had commanded the sound, that the keys I had mended might indeed be threaded to her life. The heartbeat notes that bloomed when I repaired certain keys no longer seemed anonymous. They were anchored. Luca, who had been cataloging the remaining action for splinters, looked up. "What is it?" he asked. His voice had the immediacy of a new believer. I could not answer at first. At my mouth the old names rose like scores. Elise. She was not there in the courtyard, not in the ribbon's blue, not on the ticket's folded edge. She was present only in the manner that memory makes a thing present, sharp, unrecoverable, gesturing toward what cannot be returned. "She left this," I said finally, and my voice had that curious lack of authority that grief sometimes borrows. "She wrote on it." Luca crossed the distance between us and knelt to look. He reached out like someone peering at an artifact in a museum display. We need to photograph it. We need to show Marta. I felt the old flat hardness in my chest that came whenever the private became public. No, I said. Not yet. His jaw closed. Anton, this could be. He did not finish. He imagined the civic possibilities, exhibitions, funding, the way officials like Victor Haller would marshal such a find into a narrative of recovery. He imagined his own name attached to the discovery, and had not yet learnt to distrust the hunger that followed those attachments. It is a private thing, I said. There were words I wanted to keep in the dark, as if light might then make them brittle. Elise kept this here for a reason that may not be mine to turn into a display. Luca sat back on his heels and wrestled with the idea. He was young. The city's hunger for stories had found him already, and he had the appetite of an untrained instrument seeking note. But, Anton, you have been saying that the keys play her. This ties it together. He gestured at the ribbon, at the paper. This is proof. People will listen differently. I imagined Victor's tidy men, their ledgers and costume suits, standing in the courtyard with their clipboards open, prescribing what could be turned into a symbol and what must be archived. My mind always turned, in such moments, to the question of ownership. To whom does a private token belong once it ceases to be lost? There is a cruelty in provenance when it is wielded by those who make narrative into policy. Listen to me, I said. You are still learning how to be a restorer. There is a difference between proving and preserving. If we make of this ribbon a public artifact, we risk converting a life into a token. That could be a consolation for some but an erasure for others. He looked at me, hurt, then honest. And what if it's both? What if the city needs to know that she was here? What if people find comfort in that? The question was the blade that had opened so many of my nights. There is comfort that comes from proof, a clarity that unspools rumor. There is another comfort that lives in the hush of not knowing everything, in the private reliance on small, secret things. My whole practice had been an attempt at the latter, to restore sound so that it could be held between two people without a crowd. I folded the ticket and slipped the ribbon back into the newspaper, but I did not return them to their hollow. Instead, I set the packet on the bench and closed the action for a while. We document, I said, as we always have. Dates, condition, the place it was found. But we do not hand this to anyone who will make a spectacle of it. Not now. Luca's face tightened. Who decides, Anton? You. I thought of Frida's hands folding bread, of Ennia's needle, of Isaac's patience. They had all, in little ways, been judges of what to hold back and what to give. Decisions that feel private are rarely so. They spill, I knew that. For now, I said, tasting the contingencies of the phrase. For now I do. We worked in a silence that allowed the piano its own. The hiss of the street fell away, and only the soft scrape of our tools and the careful removal of glue remained. I took the ribbon into my hands once more, and remembered the way Elise had hummed as she tied back her hair. That hum lived in the repaired keys like a watermark. When I touched the repaired split on the middle D, the note came back like a pulse I had once learned to read. It sounded then as if a chest had found its rhythm again. There is a cruelty in knowledge. It asks a thing that memory does not. If I had simply found a coin or an old bill, the excitement would have been lessened by the triviality of its identification. But a ribbon and a ticket were acts of attention, the kind that demand witness. Where they had been hidden suggested a ritual of concealment that was not shame. Elise had been a small, exacting woman. She would have known the difference between a private token and a public relic. That evening, after Luca had gone to fetch his father some scrap metal and the courtyard had folded itself into twilight, I sat with the ticket on my lap and wrote Elise's name on an inventory sheet. It felt obscene and necessary at once. I catalogued the instrument's condition, the date and place it had been recovered, and then, in a narrower column, I wrote, contained, folded ticket stub. Silk hair ribbon. Handwriting ascribed to E.M. I paused over the initials. My hand trembled. I did not write the whole of the note into the ledger. Some things are better carried in memory than in bureaucratic ink. Later, When I unlocked the hidden compartment and laid the ribbon beside the piano's action, I pressed my ear to the wood. The heartbeat notes arrived like a tide, first the small, quick staccato that had become her laugh, then a sustained, melancholic pulse that always arrived before a phrase she loved. Then, beneath it, a slack, forgiving cadence that I could only imagine as the hush of the last night we had. They assembled not into a melody but into a map, a cartography of tenderness and missteps. The ribbon and the ticket had altered the map's scale. Details that were once hazy sharpened into coordinates. I do not pretend that the decision I made then was unambiguous. To keep the ribbon was to deny the city a certain kind of proof, to withhold a story that could be flattened into the municipal archive. To hand it over would be to expose Elise to the public eye, subject her small intimacies to interpretations and headlines. Both choices were forms of violence. Both were attempts at care. I chose a third way, to hold the material close, to let the city know that a discovery had been made without giving it the artifacts that would make a shrine of her absence. The choice was not moral in a universal sense. It was moral for me. It permitted the continuation of the work I had undertaken, to bring sound back to the silenced without turning the silenced into a monument. Yet I could not imagine how I would defend that choice when Marta came with her pen, when Victor's men arrived with forms and arguments about heritage. The ticket and ribbon were invitations. They were also charges. I had seen how collections and exhibitions could take a life and make of it a tidy lesson. I could see Isaac's face leached of humor as he remembered the compromises he had made. I could see Ennia's shoulders stiffen for the tiny civil disobediences she had always practiced. The city was a machine for remembrance as much as for forgetting, and finding a thread of Elise in its teeth would do something to both. As dusk folded into night, I wrapped the packet again and set it in the innermost drawer of my bench, the drawer where I kept the things I had vowed not to show. The act of hiding felt, oddly, like an offering. To preserve is sometimes to keep secret. To protect a memory is sometimes to refuse it the loudness of the public square. I sat then with my hands on the piano's lap and let the machine settle into the small, steady sounds of wood cooling. When Luca returned, he found me with the bench light burned low and the courtyard emptied. "You could have let me help you choose," he said, not angrier than wounded. "I know," I answered, "but choices like these are not made well by committee." He knelt by the case, looking as if he wanted to press his ear to the ribbon and hear what I had heard. "What are you going to do with it?" he asked. I looked at the instrument's curve, at the scabbed keys, and the little scars that mirrored my own forearm. I thought of the city on the cusp of a ceremony it would prefer to call closure. I thought of Victor Haller's precise face, and the way he marshaled grief into architecture. "We play the work we can restore," I said finally. "We will not let what is secret be made into spectacle. Not by me. Not now." He did not argue further. He understood, in the end, that knowledge can be a burden, and sometimes the burden must be carried by fewer shoulders. He stood and fetched a rag and helped me begin the slow business of cleaning the ivory. It felt then as if the ribbon and the ticket were not only an accusation but a map. And that map would require us to learn not only how to read sound, but also how to be careful with what we revealed. Night pressed close and the courtyard lamps blinked awake. Above the collapse the sky had the thin blue of a patient bruise. I left the bench light on and, before I closed the shop, I opened the drawer and pressed my palm to the ribbon where it lay folded. "Forgive me," I whispered an absurd, useless prayer into an object that could not answer. Then I shut the drawer and turned the key. There are moments when possession feels like a small betrayal. There are moments when withholding feels like the only form of devotion. I walked home with the smell of glue on my fingers and the memory of Elise's handwriting burning against the back of my eyes. The city went on, indifferent to the private weighing of two people who could not be returned. When I lay down that night, the ribbon pulsed in my dreams like a soft metronome. I woke with the draft of a plan to mark certain keys on my chart, not with public notes but with private signs. to teach Luca the difference between evidence and relic, to consult Anya about the work of hiding. The ticket had given me a latitude and a responsibility. It had opened the map and also redrawn its borders. Beyond the courtyard, somewhere in the hush of the ruined blocks, a song rose, a neighbor at a window humming an old phrase. It was, as always, impossible to tell whether the city's music was a warning or a reassurance. I lay awake until the faint light of morning uncurled at the edges of the curtains, and thought of the way the ribbon had rested in my palm. There are objects one keeps, not as proof, but as reasons to continue. I had found one such object, and the finding had made the work that followed both more necessary and immeasurably more dangerous. The city would not, of course, leave it there. Soon enough there would be men with forms. Marta would come with her questions. Victor would make his demands. The ribbon would not remain content to be private for long. Still, for a sliver of time long enough to stitch 2 more keys, to tune a damaged string, to coax a phrase into being, I had a secret map that belonged to me and to the music. I would, for now, walk the line between preservation and publicity with my found relic beneath my shirt, pressed near my sternum like a small, delicate truth. It is an odd thing to carry grief as if it were a pocketed stone, practical and heavy, but that is what the ribbon would be, a weight that kept me upright. The next day would demand negotiation. There would be arguments about inventory, about provenance, about the city's right to such things. Tonight, though, the ribbon permitted me a clarity of sorrow that was not performative. I slept then, not in relief, but with the certainty that the next time I set about mending a key, I would do so with a new awareness of what the sound could be asked to do. The piano had yielded a secret. The secret would not remain idle. It would move me forward, or it would cleave me apart. And at the bottom of that taut thought was the smallest, strangest hope, that an object could anchor a memory without imprisoning it. That keeping a ribbon might one day help me to let go. I remember the arrival of the clerks by the downbeat of their footsteps before I saw them. It was not an elegant rhythm. It was neat, deliberate, an attempt at order, shoe on stone. Pause. Shoe on stone, like a metronome someone had set to a tempo meant to soothe the public anxiety. In a ruined quarter, where most noises had lost their dignity and were only other people's damage, the sound of measured steps was acclaim. They stood at the mouth of the lane in pairs, pale collars pressed, arms folded over leather folders. For a moment they looked like men and women waiting for an appointment, which in a way they were, appointment for them, with the city and its need to be seen to be repairing. Behind them, a smaller figure in a plain coat clutched a stack of forms. She had the watchful, diffident expression of someone who has learned the language of obligation and then trimmed it down to a voice that will not break glass. She was Sasha Rukov. I would come to know her hesitations as useful clefts of shelter. When they moved into the lane, animal-scarred doors listening, I set down the plane. I had been running along a joint and met them on the threshold. Up close they smelled of starch and the faint iron tang of municipal ink. Their leader, a neat man with the sort of nose that seemed designed for signatures, offered a card with neat type and a formality that had been practiced until it lost any human warmth. "We are here on behalf of the municipal registry Mekarvalek," he said. "There is to be an inventory of salvageable cultural property in the quarter. Instruments of note are to be consolidated for the public exhibition." He pronounced consolidated as if it were a soothing verb. When I saw his hands, the precise, uncalloused hands that had never learned the friction of rasp and glue, I thought of orchestra hands turned to bureaucracy, a movement from sensation to program. "I repair pianos," I answered. "I do not hoard them." The sentence was meant to dismiss the matter. Instead, in the way conversations do by yielding to the air around them, it became the opening of a negotiation. They wanted lists. They wanted measurements, serial numbers, provenance as tidy as possible, where each instrument was found, who had claimed it before the armistice, its condition, what I had done to it. They wanted to know whether any instrument held extraordinary significance, a phrase that slid like oil over the floor of the room and pooled in places I had not intended to walk. I thought of the upright I had salvaged from the collapsed salon 2 streets over, the one with the first heartbeat I heard when I glued a fractured key. I thought of the rib of a ribbon folded and hidden between soundboard and jack rail, of the tiny ticket stub with Elise's handwriting. Those were not catalog entries. They were pledges. They were weather inside me. To write them down would be to convert what belonged to me, and to the memory of the woman I loved, into a thing with a stamp. We can provide an inventory, for purposes of conservation, I said, and found myself surprised again a lawyer. But we need to be careful. Items undergoing private restoration are subject to certain protections, and some instruments contain personal attachments which I am bound to respect. The neat man said without heat that the city had needs beyond my private conscience. The city, he said, had a duty to its citizens to show that restoration had begun in earnest. A show would attract funds. He added it was always funds he came back to, as if money were a kind of balm the world had invented for memory. I do not suppose I sounded as frightened as I felt. I kept my hands folded close to my chest, so he could not read them as tradespeople will read hands by the shape of coluses. The smear of oil and a line from thumb to wrist. It is an odd thing how craft is legible on a person in a way language is not. They asked to see certain instruments. They wanted a list of notable finds. I led them through the small dark rooms, the workshop like a throat lined with instruments, the bodies of uprights shadowing the walls. I showed them the restored Steinway I had parked by the window. I let them lift the lid of a Beauvais Grand and peer at the tool marks, the neat, near invisible bridges of glued ebony. I showed them photographs of before and after on a pad of paper Luca had left on my bench last week. His eager, imprecise annotations and embarrassment I felt to my fingertips. When they came to the bench where I keep the more intimate restorations closed under a throw, the neat man hesitated. I had less cause for hesitation than I thought. The bench was a commonplace of my life, the small secret drawer where I kept a fragment of Elise's scarf, the bench whose stool had a hollow nailed on the underside for things one wanted to hide in plain sight. You hide things in workshops the way you hide a letter in a book, because no one expects privacy where work is being done. We will need access, said the neat man, for documentation. The public has a right to know how we honor our cultural patrimony. The phrase cultural patrimony felt cold and enormous, like a bell rung in a cathedral to which I could not climb the steps. There is a difference between documentation and requisition, I said. I am prepared to supply an inventory. But any object that bears a personal attachment will need specific authorization to be removed. I would ask, and here I surprised myself with the steadiness of my voice, that a list of protections be given to restorers in this quarter. Some things cannot be divorced from the people who keep them. They conferred behind their folders. The neat man unfolded a form and read a paragraph in which the municipal interest trumped private claims when national cultural restoration was at stake. I felt a small nausea of rage and grief. To them, I thought, a ribbon in a piano would be evidence of domesticity. To me it was the last warm punctuation to a sentence I could not finish. It was Sasha who broke the counsel of paper. She had been writing in the margins, the way people who do not see themselves as the protagonists of public dramas write tiny, almost invisible marks that made space for a different story. She asked, as if asking for time on a crowded schedule, whether archival practice accounted for the presence of emotionally significant material, and whether the registry had a protocol for not cataloging human artifacts as commodities. The neat man's mouth set. The forms allow for annotation, he said, but we have to proceed. Proceed where? Sasha asked. To the public square. To an exhibition we hope will attract funds. Or to the people and families who share this quarter and who negotiate their recoveries in ways that are not performative. Her question folded the room like a hand closing gently around heat. It was a small thing, a question, and it was a large one. To whom does a recovered voice belong when it plays, in a cupboard or in a ruin? The cadence of a human life. I watched the neat man look at Sasha as if she had misplaced a page of the script. There was, I realized, a meaningful difference between the municipal machine and the ragged, human business of repair. The machine had been built to translate grief into certainty. It would always prefer certainty. I had learned that certainty pulverizes nuance. For the briefest second I considered telling them everything. To make a complete record of the heartbeat notes. To lay them out in sequence. To accept the exhibition and the attendant funds and the guarantee that the upright in the salon would become, in the municipal narrative, emblematic of recovery. I thought of money for materials, of the possibility of a small workshop funded to train apprentices, of Luca not having to steal glue in the dark. I thought also of the photograph on Luca's bench, the one he might one day publish, with a caption that read, "Man restores lover's music for the city." And then I thought of Elise's ticket folded, like a small prayer, in the piano's heart, and the way the first key I had repaired had sounded like her pulse. There is a way in which possession of a thing sings the dead into being. There is another way in which the aestheticization of absence turns people into monuments. "We will provide what you request," I said finally. "But I will not hand over objects where there is a demonstrable personal attachment without the consent of the bearer, or next of kin." The neat man noted the term demonstrable as if it were a ledger entry. He wrote it down in a hand that suggested he had been taught to make the obvious invisible. Outside, the sky had the brittle blue of late autumn. Frida arrived at the workshop just as the clerks were finishing. She came with a loaf wrapped in a checked cloth and the common, stubborn cheer of someone who has kept a household through worse storms. She watched the men leave and did not need to be told what had happened. She put the loaf on the bench and, without a speech, squeezed my hand. Her fingers had been thin as a rule in my childhood. Now they were ordinary and strong. "They will take everything if you let them," she said, in the practical voice that had kept our family fed, when ration cards had meant more than sermons. "They will take what they can argue as public property," I answered. "Then make your arguments smaller," she said. "Hide what needs hiding. There are ways to protect what matters without making a scene. There is a particular kind of cunning that belongs to people who have preserved small things through a war, how to wrap the secret so that it looks like nothing to the untrained eye." Frida knew that trick as a seamstress knows a hidden seam. She had wrapped my father's medals in flour sacks and sewn them into the hem of a curtain until no one remembered they had been there. "Enya will help," she said. "She can sew. She can tuck. She knows how to make the private look like mending." I thought of Enya, who had been at her stall the day she first brought strips of score and began to sew them into a curtain that would one day hang in the communal hall. I thought of the curtain music turned into fabric and the way stitches can be a kind of memory keeping as fierce and unromantic as prayer. Enya did not hesitate. She came that afternoon with a small tin of needles and a bag of thread and looked over the bench as if she were reading a face. I showed her where I kept the ribbon and the ticket stub, and she nodded, already measuring the space in her head. "You are not burying them," she said, without judgment. "You are giving them pockets. People used to tuck love letters into wrists. Why should a ribbon be less honored than a letter?" She took the ticket and folded it into a tiny parcel of cloth, then sewed the parcel into the lining of a repair apron she said she wore for luck. "If they ask for inventories, show them the aprons," she added lightly. "No one opens pockets unless they have a reason." It was an infuriating sort of small defiance, the kind I have always admired in her. Enya treats the world as if it can be fixed with patient hands and an insistence on the dignity of small things. There was something practically heroic in the way she took my paper-bound secrets and made them into stitches. Isaac came in the next day, bringing with him a smell of varnish and wood shavings that felt like history pressed to a table. He tapped the soundboard of a long, grade grand and listened for a long time. The municipal clerks might have measured his instruments and enumerated parts. Isaac listened for meaning. "You cannot value everything by the market," he told me, his voice low and a little tired. "There are things where the labor itself is the memory. We have to hold that against forms. They will say the forms subsume all other claims, I said. He looked at me, his glasses catching the light. Then you must make your case as craft and as human attachment. You will be tempted to be clever or angry. Try the language of repair. They will understand damage. They will not understand devotion unless you make them see the work. It was useful counsel and partly unhelpful. Language could be a weapon, but it could also be a burial. Still, I wrote my inventory with a new care. I listed serial numbers, materials, dates of recovery. Beside some entries I placed a cautious note, contains personal artifacts, request consultation before removal. I sent the list to the registry with an addendum asking for protections and for a delay in any public exhibition until community consultations were held. Sasha answered, in a hand that smelled faintly of soap and printer's ink, that she would place an annotation on the files. She did not promise more. The neat man had left with the sort of implacable paper smile of someone whose answers had already been decided in another room. I was left with the illusion that my annotations were a barricade. The reality was that they were paper. That night I sat at the bench and ran my finger along a repaired key. The lacquer still bore the faint smear where Elise's thumb had rested once. It is absurd, perhaps, that I could tell the difference in a finish. Yet craft makes for an intimate eye. I thought then of the forms and the men in neat shoes, and felt something like an animal's small, quick panic. The fear of having the bones of a remembered person put under glass and labeled. The worst thought was not of losing a piano to an exhibition. The worst thought was of having her pulse turned into an exhibit caption, music symbolizing civic renewal, as remembered by a private restorer. To have the lyric of a private life become an emblem, neutralized of its particular shame and tenderness, was to experience a second death. I slept not at all. My insomnia is the same as my work, a slow, practical undoing of the day's phrase. In the morning, Luca came to the bench and found me hunched over the ledger, a pencil stub in my mouth like a pipe. He was younger, my assistant now, and eager for anything that smelled like recognition. I had to be careful with him because his appetite for story could become a danger to the things I was trying to keep quiet. They asked about the Salon Grand, he said. Are we going to let them take it? We will not let them take things that hold private attachments without consent, I said. But the city will mark the Grand as notable. That makes it vulnerable. His face tightened. So what do? Hide it. Run with it. Start a rumor that it's cursed. We do what we always do, I said. We fix the instrument until the work itself is a reason to keep it in the workshop. We make it necessary here. There is a difficult cunning to that. If an instrument is evidently in the middle of a restoration, the municipal logic of consolidation often differs. One does not seize a work in progress. To do so would be to damage it and to invite criticism. Perhaps it was legal hair-splitting. Perhaps it was cowardice. Or perhaps it was the small liturgical truth that craft occupies a space between private and public where one can shelter fragile things. So we set to work with a renewed, methodical kind of devotion. We made the Grand look more obviously under repair, clamps in place, new ribs pegged, labels showing estimated completion dates. I let the instrument be a case of industriousness. Enia stitched pockets for the ribbon and ticket into an apron, and sewed the apron into the fold of her curtain. Isaac lent persuasive voices to the language of conservation when the registry requested a technical statement. Sasha placed an annotation that would hold a small bureaucratic tincture in favor of delay. We held for now. I felt small victories like stitches. The municipal machine, I knew, would not rest. Paper can be revised. Men in suits are patient if they think artifice will bear fruit. For now, however, there was the smell of linseed oil, the shine of a new bridge, and the secret way that the key I had mended would still sound when I struck it alone in the late hour. It would not be a public sound yet. It was, for a time, only a private pulse. At the end of the day a summons arrived, a single sheet on municipal letterhead bearing the neat man's signature, and more poisonously, a stamp from Victor Haller's office. It requested my presence for a formal hearing to discuss the disposition of notable salvage. The letter sounded polite. The tone suggested inevitable progress. I folded the paper and set it in the drawer beneath the bench where I kept small things I wanted to touch at night. Outside, the lane settled into dusk. The lamp in my window threw a small rectangle of gold on the cobbles. In it the city looked tidy for an instant, as if in that rectangle the world had been repaired. The rest of the quarter remained itself, weathered, wounded alive. They come with forms, I whispered to the bench and to the absent warmth of Elise. But I keep the stitches. There is a peculiar courage in making small, private decisions under the shadow of an imminent public claim. They do not make headlines, they do not build monuments. They are only habits, the practice of knowing what to let be public and what to hold as a secret sacrament. The summons was an escalation. It was also, in its way, a question. The municipal machine had come to learn what I might resist. My answer would have to last longer than argument. It would have to be practice. I had begun that practice by hiding ribbons and by making work look unfinished. I would have to continue it with steadiness and with help. When the night came, I sat alone at the bench and ran my fingers along the repaired key again. The lacquer was cool. Music, which is to say memory, remains in such small places, the dip of a thumb, the residue of a lipstick, the soft abrasion where a ribbon once lay. I heard then a tone that was entirely private, the pulse of a hand I no longer held, calling through wood and glue. It sounded like accusation and like comfort, like a metronome set to a wanderer's heart. Outside, the neat shoes of municipal order were already walking plans through the town. Inside, we were making pockets. The two movements would meet. The question now was how quickly the machine would learn the names of our tendernesses, and what it would do when it had them in hand. I did not yet know the answer. But I knew the next thing I would do: measure, mend, and make the work of restoration so present that to seize the instruments would be to damage them. I would ask for meetings, for consultations, for delays. I would rely on Sasha's small compassion and Ennia's concealments and Isaac's authority. And, if necessary, I would stubbornly refuse. If that refusal made me difficult to the city's tidy narrative, so be it. There are worse charges to bear than trouble. There are worse futures than a life in which the memory of a woman like Elise is flattened into a placard. Repair, as I have practiced it, is not neutral. It chooses what to preserve and what to allow to fall. It is, in the end, a moral economy. The summons in my drawer waited like a dull promise. Outside, the quarter held its breath. Inside my chest, something listened for a note only I could hear. And yet, even then, even with paper stamped and hands tidy, I felt the small, patient compulsion to continue, to glue a pin, to seat a jack, to wax a steam of sound into life. The work of repair kept me on the side of the living. It was, I thought, the only true way I had to honor what had been lost. When I turned out the light, the bench's shadow made a long, slender shape on the floor. I touched the wood and felt the scar on my forearm prick as if from an acquired memory. The city would call for me soon. I would go. I would speak in the careful voice one uses with men who have already decided. I would ask for time. And then, when the hearing began, and Victor's signature would be placed on more paper and more decisions would be made, I would have already done what I could in private. Stitched small things into pockets, numbered the repairs, written sincere notes in the margins of ledger paper, and prepared to tell the truth about what certain instruments could not be, and must not be reduced to. It was a small comfort, a quiet plan. I slept poorly, and when I did, I dreamt not of forms but of hands, my mother's, ever steady. Ennia's, quick with a needle. Elise's, a rhythm I had not yet learned to follow without losing myself. In the dream, the clerk's neat shoes turned to dancer's shoes and the forms became sheet music that folded itself into a curtain. I woke before the end, with that old, acute feeling that the public and the private were on separate stages, and that I stood between them with glue on my fingers. When Marta Geller first crossed the threshold of my workshop, she did so with the neatness of someone who has learned restraint is itself a form of courage. The door was a loose fragment of a previous life, plaster chipping around its frame. the keyhole filled with a constellation of dust, but she set her hand on it as if she had been invited often. She did not look like someone who barged into other people's grief to make headlines. She had the small, patient posture of a person who knows how to wait for the right word. It was raining in that uneven, late winter way that makes the air taste of metal and old paper. The weather had driven a thin congregation of smells into the workshop: resin, the faint, stale tang of glue, and the lingering sweetness of the varnished wood of pianos we were waiting to coax open. Light came from a high, cracked window and fell into slashed patterns across the main bench where Luca and I spent most of our days. The bench was, in that light, a landscape of tools, planes, tuning hammers, files arranged with the unconscious geometry of habit. A schematic lay on the bench, half covered in pencil notations, small, precise symbols for the heartbeat notes I had begun to map. Beside it, in the shadowed pocket of a bench drawer, a ribbon the color of dusk peeped out like an accusation. Marta closed the door behind her without a noise and allowed herself a glance around the room that was not prying so much as calibrating. She had folded her scarf twice into the inside pocket of her coat, and when she unbuttoned the coat, she revealed a notebook thin, a little dog-eared at the spine whose pages would later hold the sentences that would churn small waves through the quarter. When she extended her hand, I felt suddenly self-conscious about its calluses. She did not seem put off. "Anton Valek?" she asked, and her voice had the cool clarity of someone who constructs an argument in their head before they speak. "Yes," I said. I kept my own voice measured. The work has taught me a certain economy of expression. Repairs often demand that the craftsman be minimal with his words as with his glue. "You are Marta Geller. Please sit by the window. It is the dreariest place here." She sat without complaint, folded her notebook across her lap like a proper person might fold a small child into a shawl, and she watched while I finished seating a pin in the action of a repurposed upright. Luca hovered nearby, waiting for me to step away so he could clean a remaining stain of old hickory sap from a key's underface. He had a camera slung over his shoulder, an object that, until he arrived here, had belonged to the idea of other people's lives. It now belonged to him and, by extension, to our workshop. Marta's questions began without fanfare. She asked me about technique, about the order in which I approach a ruined action, about whether there was a method to the way some keys, when repaired, returned with a particular timbre. A laugh in a high register, a breath arrested in a low one. I answered in the measured tone of someone who is used to people hearing only what they care to hear. I told her that listening is as much a part of the craft as glue, that sometimes a key responds because the air in the room is right, or because a string has not yet been forced into silence. "And the notes you said you hear," she asked, pen poised over the paper, "are they, how to put this, are they independent phenomena? Or are they memory?" It was a question I had rehearsed in my head many times. I had prepared no answer that would pass among sober readers without seeming either superstitious or sentimental. The truth is partial. I hear qualities in timbre and in the tension of a reseated hammer that correspond to what I remember of Elise. Sometimes the way a repaired key size in the low register carries the exact cadence of her breath. Other times an articulate, nervous staccato in the middle octave resembles a laugh she gave when the weather caught her as she ran for a streetcar. I had begun, half ashamed and half devout, to mark these correspondences on paper, to make a map of the private music she left behind. When I explained this to Marta, I noticed the way she tilted her head, like someone reconsidering a fact that had previously been harmless trivia. "You mean you annotate them?" she asked. "I do," I said. "It helps me remember which key calls which memory." Luca, who had been pretending not to listen by cleaning a set of pins, suddenly straightened. His impatience was a visible thing, his jaw clenched in that way young people's jaws do when they want the world to acknowledge them as having entered it. He had a hunger for the shape of his name to be everywhere. He wanted to be part of the narrative of rebuilding, not merely its invisible hand. He fiddled with his camera, as if the act of preparing it for a photograph would prompt permission where there might be silence. It was a small, thoughtless motion when he raised the camera. The shutter clicked and the sound felt in the room like a small tear. Marta looked up sharply. My hands at that moment covered in a light patina of dust and glue rested on the schematic. I could not tell whether the thumbs of my left hand were already flexing the notation into life, or merely holding the paper steady. For a second the photograph seemed to take more than light. It captured proximity, the odd, stubborn faith with which I kept the ribbon folded in the bench, the hairline of the cord where two repairs met and refused to let go. Luca, I said, the name unclipped itself from me like a mirror shard. There was no dramatic fury in my voice, only the flat, awful sound of someone who knows that a boundary has been crossed, but must first measure the consequences. He lowered the camera too quickly. I thought he began. It would look good for Marta, for the story. For us, Marta did not raise her pen. She stared at the camera and then at the schematic, and her face softened in a way that made me think of people who, by habit, must evaluate risks before they can empathize. "May I?" she asked. Her request was an olive branch. I hesitated because the schematic was not proof only of patterns. For me it was a ledger of trust. Each notation on it was a tiny ceremony of memory. I had written them down to keep them from dissolving inside me. To show them to anyone felt like exposing the thin skin of an open wound to a curious light. To hand them over for a photograph was to make them permanent in a way that was both clarifying and corrosive, and yet Marta's tone did not feel like a demand. It was the voice of someone who had learned, in the act of interviewing, that sometimes the small courtesies and asked permission. A respectful pause meant more than the question itself. I found myself yielding, not because I had no objections, but because there are other kinds of courage besides resistance. Perhaps I thought articulating the memory in words rather than clutching at it might be an unreckoning of my grief that I needed. "Very carefully," I said. She moved closer, her notebook open, her pen poised. Luca took another picture, this time deliberately, framing the bench so that the schematic could be read and the ribbon would be a subtle, almost hidden element at the edge of the frame. The camera's shutter spoke like a puncture in cloth. Marta's hand did not shake as she copied a phrase I had spoken about listening as a method into her notebook. The phrase looked small and ordinary on her page, an unremarkable attempt at translation. Yet when she closed the book, there seemed to be a difference in the air between us, a new pressure that could either compress into a shared understanding or expand into public scrutiny. After a while she asked to hear one of the heartbeat notes in the abstract, not the map, not the schematic, but a single repaired key that might stand on its own as a document of what we had spoken of. I took a key I had mended that week its surface scarred, but its action freed, and depressed it with the same care I would give a fragile bird. The note came and settled into the room like a held breath. Marta's pen moved more quickly. "It is like a voice," she said finally, and there was a peculiar tenderness in how she said it. Not a literal recording, but a trace and echo of a human cadence. There was a moment when I felt seen, and it was painful in the way that being rightly understood often is. Marta's phrasing did not sanctify what I did. It framed it. She was searching, not for the miraculous, but for the moral shape of an act that straddled devotion and exhibition. She wanted to know whether the restored instruments were being conserved for history, for art, or for the private maintenance of a wound. As she left, she had to go back into the plaster and rain of the city to file her piece. I walked her to the door. She turned once in the doorway and looked back at the bench as if it were a stage set with actors who had not yet taken their cue. "You do important work," she said to me. "Maybe we will make people hear it differently. Or we will make them take it away from you. Both are possible." It was a benign, almost obvious prediction, yet the cadence of her words followed me all afternoon like a second shadow. I resumed work because that is what keeps me from drowning, repetition, small motions that insist on a rhythm regardless of inner turbulence. Luca refused to speak much. which in him was a sign of embarrassment and fear in equal measure. Enya came by with a bundle of fabric and, in the steady business of mending, offered a quiet verdict. "You cannot live with a thing if you do not sometimes let it go into the world," she observed, folding a scrap of torn score into a seam with the practiced economy of a woman who knows how to make shelters from tatters. She meant that memory is not salvage only, it can be shared so that the burden of keeping it does not crush a single pair of hands. My hands moved automatically, shaping glue into invisible seams, but the photograph, its single, sharp, arresting sound had altered the geometry of the workshop. What had been a private ledger of correspondences between key and memory was now, in someone else's camera, a readable object. I could not decide whether that was liberation or violation. The photograph would exist whether I wanted it to or not. It might be edited and captioned and placed on a page under a headline that would not honor the modesty of what we did here. That night I dreamed of pianos lined up in a town square like solemn witnesses. People filed past with pamphlets and polite faces, and they pointed at a single key behind glass. The key was polished and framed and had a little plaque that read, "For the city." Beneath this polite inscription were a few blurred words for Elise. You cannot coax a dream into the shape of a precise prophecy, but the dream woke me with a taste of iron and the sense that loss can be turned, with the best intentions, into a public exhibit. Still, I am not a man of pure stubbornness. There are times when a private altar can become poison, and the slow release of a memory is, in its own small way, a mercy. Marta's questions had been invasive, yes, but they had also been in the manner of someone seeking to name a thing so it might exist in language. If language is the only way the living can find each other across the scab of the city, perhaps it is also a means of softening ownership. I do not know which is truer, that the photograph will be a key that opens a door to communal understanding, or that it will be the beginning of a theft. For now, there is a small, immediate consequence I can name. Luca will not put his camera away as easily tonight. He will think of the photograph as proof that he was present. He will imagine it printed and pinned on a wall where his name might be read. He will, perhaps, feel less like an apprentice and more like a participant in the making of narrative. That is not all bad. It is only dangerous in the way that any bridge is dangerous when one forgets that it crosses water. When I locked up the workshop that evening, the ribbon remained in its drawer. The schematic was folded and tucked into its place. I found, in the small silence of the street, that Marta's presence had given me a strange kind of clarity. The H for preservation is not only a passion for repair. It can be a desire to arrest time. Repair, I think now, must be a practice of letting go, careful, deliberate, but ultimately generous. There will be other visitors. There will be claims and counterclaims, and photographs will be taken again, by people less tender than Luca. I do not yet know whether the small kindness that Marta showed asking permission, writing with the kind of attention that remembers, will temper the inevitable translation of private music into public language. I can only continue my work. On the bench, the schematic waits. The notations are small and neat, my own handwriting a confession in pencil. The ribbon is folded once more, as if to hide itself from a world that is sometimes too quick to categorize everything it cannot understand. I have learned to measure my outrage and to count, instead, the small acts of bridge-making that might carry Elise's pulses into a wider life without turning them into trophies. The photograph will not be the end of anything, though it may be the beginning of many things. Tonight, that knowledge hums in my teeth like a distant note, and I go to sleep with the lingering sense that what we do is not simply to repair. It is to decide, again and again, what we will keep for ourselves and what we will set free. The next morning, before the rain had cleared, Luca came in and showed me the image he had taken. He held the camera with the exposed screen toward me as if the photograph could explain what his words could not. The picture was grainy, the schematic in focus, my hands blurred in motion, and in the lower corner the ribbon peeking like a secret. When I looked at it, I felt an odd, split sensation, a mixture of exposure and relief, like a stitch that was pulled too tight and then, unexpectedly, loosened. "You should have asked me first," I said, not a reprimand exactly, but a recorded fact. He did not argue. Instead, he said, with the painful and honest vanity of someone who acts to be seen, "I wanted to make sure I belonged." Belonging is a human hunger. Sometimes we feed it with good things and sometimes with reckless acts. I do not know yet which this will be, but I do know now how nearly the smallest click of a shutter can change the shape of what we keep sacred. When Marta's article appeared a week later, it did not yet carry our photograph. She had written, with an economy that respected what she had seen, about the practice of listening as a form of repair, and about the ethical question of whether a restored note belongs to the dead who once inhabited a body, or to the living who need its consolation. Her piece was careful and humane. For the moment, the photograph remained a private thing between a young apprentice and his mentor, an image that could be shared or withheld, traded for recognition or kept as a private proof of presence. I keep thinking of Ennia's folded scrap of music, and I think of her hands stitching it into the curtain she is making from dozens of such fragments. She makes the music into cloth and, by doing so, insists that sound can be sheltered by something collective. Maybe that is the proper answer to Marta's question and to the problem Luca posed with his impulsive click. The way to keep memory from becoming possession is to hand it over in forms that invite others to inhabit it, rather than to enshrine it under glass. It is a small, precarious hope, but it is a hope nonetheless. The photograph sits on Luca's camera like a small, red fruit. He will show it to friends. He will be tempted to print it. He will argue, perhaps, that the city deserves to know its stories. He will be right in some ways and wrong in others. For now, I can only teach him, as I have taught him other things, how to wait, to learn whether the impulse for exposure is a hunger or a generosity, and to choose when the moment comes what to give and what to keep. And I can keep repairing. There is consolation in the slow geometry of a repair, in the knowledge that a key can be made to speak again if only one is willing to be patient with the grain of the wood. As the rain stopped and the street began to collect people who had things to do and places to be, I sat at my bench and noted, in the margin of the schematic, a small addition, a symbol for restraint. It was, in its own modest way, a decision to be careful, to listen not only for what is needed to be said, but for what must remain unspoken. The city is forming its voice. The pianos will eventually speak in public halls and municipal squares. I will be there when they speak. But between now and then, there is a small territory that belongs, in its quietness, to those of us who know how to listen closely. That territory I will guard, as best as I can, with the particular humility of a man who has learned that some things, some loves, are not to be exhibited but kept, like a song, for the right ears. I turned the page of my notebook and began, with the slow, deliberate hand I use for any new repair, to map another key. I have always thought of cloth and wood as being stitched by the same logic. A seam and a joint are both concessions to tension. Both must be made with an awareness of what will be pulled when the world exerts itself. When Ennia first sent word that she wished me to see something she had begun, she did not mean me formally. Her note was short and exact, as if she were asking for a measurement rather than a favor. Bring the light in your hands. You will understand. It was dusk when I came, the gutters still damp from a late rain and the street smelling of cold bread and ash. Her stall sat where it always sat, half sheltered under the sagging eave of a shop that had lost its windows. A single lamp burned inside, its glass sooty at the rim, throwing a low circle of gold that made every thread appear more vivid than it must have been by daylight. Ennia stood behind a narrow table, her sleeves rolled, pins scattered across a scrap of leather like a field of tiny silver teeth. She wore no mask for theatrics. There was no show in her movements, only the economy of a hand that has worked for years straight through. The curtain hung from a line above her stall, an impossibly patient piece of work. It was not whole so much as many wholenesses stitched together, fragments of staves, torn clefts, Pages of programs with the places where the ink bled into rain, margins annotated in hurried hands. She had threaded them on linen, and where the paper lacked strength she had backed it with very fine muslin, so the patch would not be brittle. The effect, at first glance, was fragile as prayer flags. At second glance, when the lamp's breath caught a fold, the whole became a shimmer you could imagine silencing a room with its presence. I told her, as I always do by way of greeting, where I had been that day and what instrument I had opened. Words like inventory have the effect of a benediction in our quarter. They anchor what would otherwise be unmoored. Enya nodded and then turned me to face the curtain. She had pinned something to it, a small square of paper folded and folded again, the edge of a hair ribbon coiled beneath the pin. She had not wrapped the ribbon in paper the way I would have, careful, private, because she intended the thing to be part of the cloth, not a relic to be kept separate. Her hand, when she lifted the pin, was steady as if she were lifting a seam. "It will not show," she said. "You are afraid it will show." It was not a question. Her certainty was part of the way she protected a thing, by stating plainly what it was and what it would become. I surprised myself by answering without a thought for performance. "Some things were meant to be kept in the dark, Enya. The dark has a density of memory I do not trust the light to reproduce." She smiled, but there was no sweetness in it. Her mouth made a line that I had come to understand meant she considered me, not with pity, necessarily, but with the same thoroughness she gave to a worn seam. "And then the dark gathers mildew," she said. "It becomes a place where nothing can grow. A stitch can be a light." The pole behind her was thick with pins. She pointed out a section she had begun where multiple shards had been layered so that the staves created a pattern like ribs. On the back of the curtain she had fastened a strip of linen, in which she had sewn small pouches at regular intervals. Each meant, she told me, to receive a scrap, a token, something that could hold a memory without making it an exhibit. It was a compromise she had already imagined, privacy within a public thing. "Why here?" I asked, placing my palm against a seam. The paper was cool under my skin. The fragments rustled like dry leaves when the lamp flared. There was a faint smell of starch and iron and the softer scent of cloth that had known many hands. "Because cloth gathers people," Enya said. "People will touch this. They will sew in other things. A curtain hides as much as it opens. It will make a room and keep it." I thought for an answering moment of Elise. I thought of her hands when she mended a ripped pupil's exercises, of the way she would smooth a page with 2 fingers before singing its melody. I thought too of the small box I kept under the bench in my workshop, the box with the ribbon and the ticket, and of how I had taught myself to treat those items like instruments. Keep them stable, do not let them flutter. The curtain tempted me with the idea that my private reliquary might be kept but not shrined. That Elise could move from being a preserved thing to a presence that could be encountered by strangers. It was, in other words, a solution I wanted and feared in equal measure. Luca had followed me. He hovered by the entrance, a young man with the habit of leaning in too close to see what he could learn. He had a camera in his pocket, a small thing that the makeshift quiet of our quarter had taught him to carry like a tool. When I glanced back at him, he was watching the curtain as if it were a piano set to play at his eye. His admiration is of the blunt variety. It has a hunger that is almost impatient with my carefulness. "You will put more in it?" he asked, the question spilling out before he had swallowed it. There was a frankness to him that sometimes made me charitable and sometimes made me want to slap his hand away. "The notes, the tokens," I corrected. "Not notes." Enya laughed softly. "You can put both. Music is paper and sound. People sew both." Isaac arrived then, as sure and inevitable as the shadow cast by the evening. He had come because I had sent word to him that Enya wished me to visit. He smelled faintly of lemon oil and of wood dust, and he carried in his satchel a small tin of a varnish he had kept for a restoration of his own, but had never used. He pressed a hand to the curtain, and the movement was reverent in the peculiar way his body knows how to be when instruments are present. "You have made something of it," Enya, he said, his voice a low rasp that had the habit of lowering the air around it. It will be strong. He looked at me for a long moment, and I felt the attention like a tuning fork struck. But you will see what happens when sentiment crosses the bridge to spectacle, he added. There is applause for a restored lid, and then there are bills, and then there are men who think they know how mourning should be framed. His words landed like a small hammer. I had not thought to protect myself from the economic consequences of the curtain. My guard had been trained against loneliness, not against markets. Around us the quarter had its own economies: who trades sugar for flour, who gives a piano key in exchange for a night at the bakery, but there was now a force approaching that I have come to think of as municipal appetite. Victor Haller and his men wanted things to be legible, to be moved from ruin to resolution. A curtain that held tokens might be lovely. It might also be photographed, captioned, and used to say something tidy about recovery. Isaac's warning was not abstract, it was a map. It is not for display, Enya said. It is for shelter. It is a curtain for a hall where people gather to sew their dead into a roof. Words can be fit to any wall, Isaac muttered. You will find the wrong wall is very sticky. They will press the right words upon you until the edges curl. Luca, who had no patience for hypothetical stickiness, said, what is wrong with being seen? We are rebuilding. If people hear, they will come. If they come, they will help. His idealism was not a flaw, it was a vantage point. It had been the thing that first drew him to me, that and the fact that he knows how to take things apart faster than I do. But there was a kind of mercenary brightness in him that made me want to wring his wrist, not in anger, but so he would remember that some things must be kept for the person who has to live with them. People, after all, forget the time it takes to carry a dead thing home. Enya moved between us like a seamstress mending a spill. I will make rules, she said. You can tell me what cannot be put in. You can come when I sue. The pockets are closed. You will not be in a showcase. I will hang it in the community hall where the people already meet. It is for them. It will accept more hands than yours or mine. And if it is taken to the exhibition, I asked, the question wheeling out of me like a test. If Victor says that it proves the city is mending and asks to borrow it for his opening. She smiled, small and wry. Then we cut new pockets, Anton. But Isaac interposed with another sort of logic. You can make pockets, yes. You can also make copies. A copy is easy to move from a hall to a gallery. A copy can be used to make a tidy story. A true thing is messier. He reached into his satchel then and produced a small envelope. It was not the sort of envelope one uses for bills. It had the softness of someone who had kept paper folded in emotion. He placed it on the table, and I recognized, in spite of myself, the boyish neatness of his handwriting. When I was younger, he said, I made a violin for a man who came back from the evacuation. He wanted his wife's name etched on the back. I said yes. 10 years later, the museum wanted the same instrument for its catalogue. The man's daughter's daughter looked at the page and believed what was written there, without knowing the ways the name had been placed. He tapped the envelope. If you think you are alone guarding a memory, you miss the way memory has already been socialized. Among all of us, only Enya seemed immune to the dread of commodification. She sits in its center and has the ability to make a thing modest in presence. The curtain had that effect for me. It did not assert its politics the way a banner does. It suggested instead, perhaps that is the best a communal object can do, suggest, not insist. It offers an architecture for grief rather than an argument. I told her, finally, that I would give her a specimen, a ribbon, a folded ticket stub, and a short line of Elise's handwriting cut from a program. My hands trembled when I reached into the small drawer beneath my bench. The box was there, the pieces arranged as if in the care of a meticulous archivist. The ribbon slid between my fingers like a small life. I had kept it for months, then years, placing it beneath pieces of ivory, between strips of felt, as if I were tuning it rather than preserving it. When I offered it to Enya, she did not take it immediately. She looked at it as one might look at a note in a minor key, and then lifted a needle. You are giving me something other than the object, she said. You are giving me the fact that you trust a stranger with what keeps you steady. You are not a stranger, I said. You have mended my suit and fed my mother soup when our rations failed. All the same, she observed, you are soft around the edges. This is what I will do. She folded a sliver of linen and placed the ribbon inside like a hidden hinge. Her fingers were quick and sure. The needle went through paper, thread the ribbon, and then drew back. There was a whisper of sound as the cotton closed, like a breath caught and released. I felt a strange relief, as if by putting the object into the curtain I had given it an itinerary beyond my body. Someone might press their hand to that part of the cloth and not know exactly why it made them H, and yet the H would be communal and thus, in a way, lighter. But I did not surrender everything. I folded Elise's last note differently and slipped it again beneath the bench. There are choices of honesty, and there are choices of cruelty. I told myself, in the low rationality with which I have learned to soothe myself, that the note I kept was not for myself alone. It was for the possibility that I might one day teach another how to listen to a particular cadence and require the intimate map of what that cadence meant. I told myself this and heard Isaac's voice in the back of my skull. Memory has already been socialized. That was the trouble. We are always in the act of deciding which grief will be made common and which will be kept as a private altar. We finished our work as the lamp guttered. Enya showed me how she planned to hang the curtain in the community hall, describing the way the light would pass through the thinner fragments and throw notes of shadow on the floor. Isaac warned, one last time and with less rhetorical flourish, that I should expect questions. Luca, restless, took a step forward and then perhaps, because he could not quite stop himself, pressed the shutter on his small camera and took a photograph of the curtain with the table and my hands in the frame. It was a tiny impulsive act, and when I saw him do it my stomach plummeted. The image was a kind of theft. It made private gestures public with an economy that held no reverence. He met my eye and shrugged with a graceless apology. I will show it to you, he said. I only wanted to remember the way you held the ribbon. I wanted to tell him that memory is not a matter of preservation so much as of withholding. That to remember is to choose a wound to keep open at a particular shape. Instead I smiled, and the smile felt false on my face. We parted then with small phrases of agreement, and with Enya's hand on my forearm in a brief, firm clasp. That night, after I had returned to the workshop and shut the door against the damp, I laid the tokens out under lamplight on the workbench. The ribbon, the ticket stub with the faint ink of Elise's scrawl, a small scrap of program with a name that meant nothing to anyone but me, all of it looked different away from the lamp of Enya's stall. Alone the objects were private and sharp. Each held a weight I could still measure. The curtain would change that weight, it would diffuse it. That could be a kindness or it could be an erasure. I thought then of how I speak to the pianos I mend. I had long treated them as if they were people with some agency and upright that will not bow until it is coaxed to, a grand that remembers the hand that pushed its lid. In my mind I had already allowed Elise to be in the world in other people's hands. Perhaps that production of presence demanded production elsewhere, a curtain with pockets like small vaults where strangers might tuck their own fragments. I cannot pretend that the decision to give in was purely noble. It was also a relief from the tyranny of keeping everything myself. I did not sleep much that night. The city is a family of noises then, carts, distant singing, the slow cry of a woman whose grief will not be comforted. I listened, half awake, to the memory of Elise's laughter as if it were a separate instrument, and I wondered what would happen when laughter entered a hall. Would it be recognized? Would someone hush it because it did not seem, to them, like proper mourning? These are the bureaucratic violences, small, administrative punctures that Isaac had been talking about. They are not dramatic in the way of theft or violence. They are bureaucratic in that they do their work with the same prudence with which municipal men relegate things to drawers. In the morning, before the light rotted into day, I took one last look at the curtain from the threshold of Ennia's stall. The lamp had been extinguished. The fabric hummed faintly with the memory of hands. Ennia stood inside, sewing, and even as I turned to leave I could see her motion needle up, thread through like a metronome that governs small economies of repair. The promise of the curtain is a promise I have made with my own mouth now. I had given something away and had kept something back. In the keeping I feel both the ease of a sore allowed to scab and the foolishness of a man who thinks that holding a secret is an act of fidelity. It is one thing to mend an instrument so that it will play. It is another to decide who will hear it. This curtain will hang in a hall, and people will come and touch the seams. Some will cry there. Some will trade bread for a moment's shelter beneath its shade. People will take photographs, and journalists will ask for statements, and the municipal men will survey the work and decide whether to fold it into the city's recovered narrative. For now, however, it sits between Ennia and me, a soft architecture of memory. It is slow work, stitch after stitch, and in that slowness there is a mercy. The curtain, in being assembled, resists the quickness of appropriation. It asks for time. When I left, Luca fell into step beside me. He had the sheepishness of someone who has done an act he cannot quite reconcile with his intentions. "You didn't tell me not to take the picture," he said, as if the permission had been mine to give. "No," I replied, "but I should have told you not to take some things." He was silent for a beat, then said, without malice, "I wanted to remember how you held it. I wanted to remember how careful you are." His voice was the voice of a student who has learned the mechanics of care more quickly than the ethics. I wanted to be angry, to lecture him in the long abstract sentences I sometimes reserve for myself, but I only said, "Care can be a kind of keeping. Care can also be a way of letting go." He looked at me as if trying to see which one of those two sentences I chose. I have not yet decided, and perhaps that is the truth that must live inside the fold of the curtain. We passed through the street and the quarter began to wake. A kettle whistled, a door banged, a child ran with a wooden hoop. The world outside our problem-making is as ordinary and as insistent as a metronome. The curtain will hang. The council will talk. The pianos will be coaxed and catalogued. For now, in this moment between stitch and stitch, between the small generosity of Ennia's hands and Isaac's low warnings, I have the sensation of being in a room whose walls are not yet erected. I can still choose which openings to leave and which doors to close. At the bench later, I set to work with a hand that felt newly calibrated. The piano I had been restoring waited, its keys pale and patient. The work itself, pressing a pin into place, sanding a key so that it will fit without chatter, has always been the place where my mind becomes quiet. We mend with our hands what our hearts cannot name. Still, even as I plan the next phase of repair, a small thought rests like a moth in my chest. I have put part of Elise into a thing that will meet many hands, and I have kept part of her folded into a private drawer. Which of these actions is more faithful? Which is more generous? Which will save me from the accusation that I loved her too much as an object, and not enough as an absent person with a life beyond me? The question lingers as soft and persistent as thread. When the curtain is hung, and when people press their palms to it, will they feel the fact of Elise there, or will they only sense a general H? Perhaps there is no perfect answer. Repair is not resolution, it is a practice. For now, the stitches are dry and new, and a small piece of ribbon sleeps beneath linen where hands may someday lay a palm and not know why they are comforted. This, at least, is an economy I can live with, a sharing that does not hollow memory, and a keeping that is not mere hoarding. The rest the city will make of it will be its own work. I can only keep my bench steady and my hands honest, and trust that some kinds of mending are the beginnings of conversation, rather than the forever of exhibition. As I put the tools away, the dusk thickening into night, I heard from the next room the faintest thing, a note from the upright I had tuned the day before. It was not a tune, only a single key released in a careless press by some mouse or by the settling of wood. The sound was small, but it landed like a heartbeat in the quiet. For a moment I let myself imagine Elise, hearing that note in the body of a room filled with other people. And I allowed myself to think that perhaps the life of a thing becomes a life when it is encountered by more than one person. The curtain will be encountered in the mornings and the evenings. It will be folded and rehung, mended again. The act of stitching will continue. I, too, will continue. My work will extend past this decision of what to hand over and what to keep. There is consolation in that continuity. I went to bed with the sound of that single key like a pulse in my chest. Outside, the city breathed and settled. Inside, the lantern of my will glowed small and steady. The next morning I would go back to Ennia's stall, help her finish a section, maybe persuade Luca to keep his camera sleeping. But I knew already that the curtain had altered me. It had required a form of tenderness that was not solitary. It had asked me to imagine Elise being known by people who would not be me. That is perhaps the hardest of repairs, to make room for a beloved in the lives of strangers and to accept that what will come of it may not be what you imagined. I can only keep working and let the stitches teach me slowly how to share a heart without stripping it of its shape. The meeting had been announced with the same civic optimism that made me wary. A notice pinned to the market bulletin, a placard at the seam of Ennia's stall, a man in an officious coat asking whether our quarter would contribute artifacts for the city's program of rebuilding. I had hoped, absurdly and against my better judgment, that the municipal summons would be a formality and inventory, perhaps. A quiet bureaucratic thing that would leave most of what I had hidden untouched. The week passed with the slow routine of oiling pins and gluing ivories. I mended 3 keys and held each repaired hammer to my ear as if listening for a life beneath the resin. I was not prepared for Luca. He found me in the workshop scouring an old damper felt. His hands smelled of engine grease and lemon oil, and there was a way he moved that suggested he had not slept enough, but had rehearsed what he would say. He came in with his coat on, which was unusual. There was a tremor around his mouth that I had learned to read as impatience. "They're gathering," he said without preamble. "People are waiting to hear something. Marta's been asking questions. She says it would be helpful if someone could show proof. That one you fixed last week? The low key. It sounds different. People want to know what you mean by memory in a note." I kept working with the felt between my fingertips, the small knife in my pocket making a steady, precise score along the edge of the board. "We do not show it like a coin to be stamped. Luca, you know what I said, mending is not exhibition. No one's saying we should throw it into a glass case," he said. "Just let them hear. If they hear, they will understand. If they understand, someone might protect your work. Maybe they'll fund the conservatory. Maybe people will stop stealing ivory and varnish. Maybe they'll notice that these are not curios." There was earnestness in him that had often felt like wind knocking at a closed window. I admired it. It also alarmed me. "You are thinking of consequence and not of context," I said. "A note out of place is no more true than a photograph without the frame." He looked at me then in a way that made my chest tighten. "You say that. But what if you are hiding? What if your secrecy becomes a way of holding everything for yourself? I'm tired of being your shadow, Anton. I work with my hands and I learn and I keep your secrets and I get nothing of the story. You taught me how to seat a pin. Let me learn how people listen." We argued, softly at first, then with the bluntness of 2 people who have lived in close quarters long enough for their words to bruise. He accused me of hoarding memory. I accused him of sacrificing it. There were no winners, only a slow erosion of the protective language I had cultivated for myself. In the end he left without a promise. I sat alone until the dusk emptied the room and the light went thin through the window, throwing the stacks of torn staves into long gray bars. The meeting took place in the old school hall, a space that had been repurposed more times than I had fingers. The benches were still the same age, but the plaster had been whitewashed over soot, and the blackboard had a map of the city where neighborhoods had been penciled in by volunteers. People arrived carrying chairs, bottles, scraps of music folded into neat squares. There was the smell of boiled cabbage, of coal, of a woman's perfume that seemed a decade-old memory, and only highlighted how shrunken the room felt with so many bodies. Enya sat 2 rows from the front with her hands folded over a scrap of Soon music, her pincushion beside her like a small, watchful animal. Isaac took a slow seat near the door, his hands clasped, the marks from his years at work mapped into the angles of his fingers. Old man Petrov hummed under his breath, and a small child tugged at his mother's sleeve to be shown the piano that had come out of the salon. I stood along the wall with the hum of the room in my ears, the scrape of a shoe, the sharp laugh of someone remembering something else entirely. The grand I had been asked to bring was in the middle of the floor, its lid propped open not in ceremony, but for the sake of showing the inside. I felt exposed even before anyone had spoken. Marta was there with her notebook, patient and bright-eyed. Her presence made me uneasy and, in a way, grateful. She had a habit of asking questions that forced things into language. Victor's men were not present in person, at least not yet, but one of the municipal registrars had left a thin card on the stage that read in a neat hand, "Salvage inventory pending." The meeting began with the usual modulated civic optimism. A man with a voice like gravel read from a prepared statement about the city's plan to catalog and preserve cultural artifacts. He spoke of unity, of reclaiming civic treasures, of the importance of music to the city's soul. The words landed like plastered dust on us, fine, but choking in quantity. Then Luca rose. I had not expected him to. He walked to the piano with a kind of straightness that made me think of a young tree standing in a storm. He did not ask my permission. He had, of course, no right to. In my head a list of reasons unspooled and fell away, technical, ethical, personal. Before I could move, he placed one hand on the fallboard and another over the keys, and there was a small, theatrical pause that was meant to be modest. He looked up at the room as if to say, "Look with me." His eyes caught mine for the smallest of moments, a question without words. I remember thinking that the room had somehow shrunk to the space between his wrist and the low key he intended to play. He leaned in, as I had taught him to do when coaxing stubborn parts, and he pressed the repaired key down with the same reverence I gave to the wood when I rubbed it with oil. The sound that came out was a single, thin pulse, lower than I would have expected and trembling with a metallic edge, because the hammer's felt had yet to settle. For me, in the solitude of the workshop, that pulse was always the easiest to measure for the thing it resembled, a heartbeat in slowness, not exactly Elise's in its timbre, but threaded with the same cadence that had become a map in my hands. In the hall, the notes seemed naked. At first there was a silence that was neither respectful nor derisive. It was a kind of bewilderment, as if the room were attempting to locate itself against an unfamiliar axis. The note hung there small, precise, like the crack of a twig, and then a woman in the back who had come, because of Marta's notice, laughed. It was a short, surprised sound that broke the spell. A man in a municipal coat shifted and called out, "What's the trick?" Someone else whispered witchcraft, and another voice said, almost apologetically, "Is it the radio?" The child's small laugh, nervous and bright, filled the crack. Lucas' shoulders dropped the smallest fraction. The way a human body rebalances itself in the face of misunderstanding is a small and honest thing. One learns those subtleties when one spends their life with instruments. He tried to expand on the note, to play a tiny phrase that would make the meaning legible, but the next keys resisted him. His timing was hurried, the sequence not yet set in his fingers, and the result was a stammer. The audience had already chosen sides in their head. The man who had asked for a trick accused us of charlatanry. A woman clasped her hands to her throat and crossed herself. Enya stood and said, with a voice that made the room bend toward her, "Music is not a marvel to be paraded. It is a house. We live inside it." Her words were not a defense of me so much as a demand for propriety, a claim that certain things are kept in the home and not displayed in the market. She spoke of mending scores and of how stitches hold meaning precisely because they are private acts. Those who had come for spectacle were offended by the suggestion of restraint. Those who had come to lend the instrument's weight believed she spoke for them. The hall shifted into factions like two continents dividing along a seam. Marta's hand rose with her pen poised. She asked a careful question about how I had determined that a repaired key could carry a memory, and before I could answer, Luca surged in. He explained in quick, hot sentences about frequencies and timbre and the way a key might be inflected by a human touch. He tried to give the room a little lesson, calling on the mechanics of hammers and strings. I could see his voice being useful to only a part of the audience. Others had already decided the note was an oddity or a joke. The exchange with Luca had a quality I could not stomach. He spoke with the windy certainty of someone who could not feel the weight of the thing he was describing. He meant well. I knew that. But there is a difference between explaining a technique and revealing the architecture of someone's grief. He had stripped away the guard I had built, the explanations, the small rituals I performed prior to a demonstration, the context that made the notes human instead of curios. He had made those private seams into spectacle. Among the murmurs, a voice called for the piano to be included in the city's exhibition. "This could be a symbol," he said. "Look how it survives. We should show it to the capital. Donors will come. We can rebuild faster if people see a miracle." A younger woman who had come as a volunteer shouted at him, "And what will you show?" "A single tear pinned to a board. A private dead woman. Who shall give consent for such displays?" Her voice made a small, sharp dent in the man's bluster. The argument widened: legalities, ethics, the need to recover dignity versus the need to acknowledge private sorrow. Someone suggested forming a committee. Someone else suggested informing the families. In the claustrophobic hum of the room, the discussion felt less about music than about ownership, who owns memory, and who has the right to translate it into civic symbols. I wanted to stand and say the truth, that a note means nothing without the private work that placed it there. That I had over months coaxed certain keys until they spoke in a cadence I could read like a page. I wanted to explain how a ribbon folded in a compartment changes the way the lyre of a string vibrates when struck. But the words would not come in the right order. What came instead was a strangled explanation that made me sound like a man clinging to superstition. Isaac, who rarely spoke in public, surprised me by clearing his throat and saying something precise and old-fashioned. "We are makers. We know how to fix things. We do not fix this for a crowd. Repair is not always a spectacle." His voice, dry as a file, cut across the room. It did not banish the furor, but it steadied a few of the more agitated listeners. When the meeting dissolved, more a scattering than a dismissal, people drifted in small groups to the outer steps, continuing to argue with a fervor that had in it the heat of those who feel newly empowered. Someone had filmed Luca for a few moments with a handheld camera, and the image of him leaning over the piano, fingers poised, was already circulating in whispered retellings. A rumor of Victor's interest passed through a cluster like a current of cold air. Luca came to my side with his face flushed. "They don't understand because no one listens long enough," he said. "If you make them hear more, they'll get it. If they understand, they'll protect us. Or they'll make you explain every private thing until it becomes nothing but a newspaper story." I returned. "Understanding is not a shield. It is a set of hands that can reshape what you put into them." He looked at the ground, and his mouth tightened. I just wanted to be seen doing something that mattered. It struck me then that beneath his impatience was a hunger for a place in a future that was not yet written, a desire to belong to the city's recovery in a way that would not require him to be the son of anything or anyone. I had been unfair to think of his need as mere vanity. He had, after all, been homeless in a city where most fixtures were temporary. He wanted a story that included him. But his want had consequences. By removing the note from the intimacy of the workshop, he had allowed many hands to reach for it. The next day the rumor grew teeth. Someone at the market insisted they'd heard of a piano that sang the dead. Someone else said a neighboring collector had offered money. Marta, with whom my relations had grown complicated, asked if she might come by and record what we had done. She meant to tell the story, but any story that entered the world had the potential to be remade by those who read it with profit or righteousness in mind. When I closed the workshop door that evening and set the latch with the small click, I had learned to love for its finality. I felt younger and more foolish than I had in years. The bench where I kept the small things ribbon, ticket stub, the thin note of Elise's handwriting seemed suddenly telltale. I shelved 2 instruments that I had promised myself would never be displayed. The act felt less like preservation than like a burial. Frida brought bread that night and refused to ask questions. She knew the ritual of my retreat and did not press it. In the dimness of the room, by the single lamp, I went through the day's events in the manner of a craftsman inspecting a failed repair. I checked for slippage, misaligned parts, a failure of glue. The failure was stubbornly simple. Trust had been loosened. A student's hunger had met a tutor's silence, and the result had been public rupture. I tried to imagine a different outcome. Suppose Luca had done as I had asked, and prepared an explanation as carefully as he polished a key. Suppose we had chosen 2 notes and placed them surrounded by a narrative that told of a room, a voice, a ribbon. Suppose the city had accepted that fragility required its own rules, and had placed a conservator at the threshold of display. None of these suppositions felt plausible, because the world outside the workshop holds its own logic. Institutions have a way of simplifying and flattening the human things they are supposed to honor. Before sleep, I took the low-key hammer from the bench and pressed it until the felt protested. The pulse I heard in my head was not the same as the one that had stirred the hall. Context is not merely narrative. It is acoustic. A single heartbeat noted among strangers is like a bone in a museum case. It can be catalogued and labeled and admired, but the thing's own lived heat has gone cold. Repair is not the same as resurrection. When I awoke, the city had new chatter. A neighbor had seen a municipal clerk making notes about the grand I had wheeled in. An anonymous photograph of Luca at the piano was circulating. Marta had not yet written, but the rumor of her curiosity tightened like a drawn string. Outside, children practiced skipping through the rubble, their laughter brittle. Inside, I sat at the bench with my hands in my lap and thought of Elise. She would have hated the spectacle, I thought. She loved precision and the private detail. Her voice often corrected me when my memory simplified what had been complicated. To reduce her to a single cadence would be a cruelty of its own logic. Yet she had asked, in the small letters she sometimes left in the margins of scores, that we not let memory calcify into myth. Remember me as I came into the room, she once wrote beside a short area, not as someone else's monument. How to honor that line between remembrance and shrine? I did not have an answer. The day closed with an unease that settled into my bones. I found myself handling the tools as if they had become longer than necessary, checking the clamp on a repaired key as if mechanical inspection could right a moral error. Luca did not come by that night. When he returned the next morning, our exchange was small, the words between us measured and brittle. "I'm sorry," he said, plain as a hammer stroke. I thought I was helping. "We'll have to be more careful," I said. It was a lesson, not a consolation. He nodded, but the shadow under his eyes had not left. His desire to be seen had been only dampened, not extinguished. There is a peculiar grief in realizing that one's careful acts of fidelity can be read as eccentricity or exploited as spectacle. I have always believed repair to be an ethical act. You take a thing and you return it not to some ideal but to a place where it can continue to do the work of living. That is a private liturgy. When others come with hungry eyes, they do not always understand the difference between continuation and exhibition. This is what I began to learn in the ash of that meeting. The world will always press its hand on what you hold dear and ask for proof. Proof is rarely the same as permission. That day taught me that privacy is not merely secrecy. Sometimes it is the last kind of respect we can give to the dead. In the afternoon, Enia sued at her stall and let me slip a scrap of one of the notes into the fold of her curtain. "For safekeeping," she said, and her fingers moved with a surety that felt like prayer. Isaac stopped by and left a small vial of varnish with instructions written in a cramped script. He said, quietly, "Do not explain everything. Some goods lose their grain when you show them to people who want them for their own uses." It was not judgment as much as solidarity. By the time dusk reassembled itself over the quarter, the immediate clamor had become a low, persistent hum. Papers would be written, arguments would be had, Victor would take temperature. The incident would be called many things, a scandal by some, a miracle by others. For me it was a breach, for Luca, perhaps, a first attempt at being seen. I sat at my bench late that night and tried, for a long while, to distinguish between what I had done for Elise and what I had done for myself. My mending had always been a confession as much as a craft. Each repaired key was a line in an unspoken letter. I had kept those lines locked within the wood, so that no one could cut them out and sell them to the city as a tidy narrative. If I had to choose now between guarding the private architecture of memory and allowing another hand to expose it, I would choose guard. I could see too clearly how easily the city would polish a story until it reflected back nothing but the face the civic eye wanted to see. Still, I found myself holding the piano's fallboard with a new tenderness. There was a timbre in that low key that had been the first proof for me, the thing that suggested Elise's pulse in a habit of touch. To let it be heard by the unframed public had been Luca's mistake. To punish him for wanting to belong would be cruelty. I was left, as the day ended, with a question I could not avoid: if keeping memory private protects it from market and spectacle, does it also keep it from being shared and healed? The answer lay somewhere between those two absolutes, in the work of learning when to close the lid and when to let a room broaden into the town's life. I blew out the lamp and for the last time before sleep listened to the city settle. Somewhere an argument swelled and faded. Somewhere a child practiced a scale on a battered accordion. In the dark I thought of the hall and of the single note that had been plucked, and I understood that the hardest repairs are not of wood and glue but of trust. The instrument would need not only varnish but a new compact, when to speak and when to stay silent. And if I had any hope of teaching Luca that distinction, it would require that I speak plainly about the dead and about the living who remain. For now, though, the louder question hummed in my blood: how much of a life may one keep merely to oneself before it becomes a selfish museum? I did not have the answer that night. I only had the image of Luca's hands on the keys and the thin, small pulse that had sounded alone in a room that was not ready to listen. When the lamp went cold and the city breathed in, the last thing I let myself do was press that low key with a fingertip, feel the give of the felt, and commit its sound to memory. It was a small act of defiance and tenderness both. Then I closed the fallboard and, for one long moment, kept my hands on the wood as if to hold a heart from escaping. The silence that followed was not a remedy, it was a beginning. Outside, the night kept its counsel. Inside, I resolved to be more careful and, perhaps, to teach Luca the harder lesson that seeing does not always heal. He needed a place at the bench and a place in the city's future. I could not deny him that, but I would not let the city possess what I had kept with such deliberate care. The next day would bring new tensions, and I felt the knot of this small public rupture tighten already, its threads reaching farther than either of us had anticipated. It was only then that I understood how dangerous demonstration could be. Somewhere someone decided the note had been a miracle. Somewhere else, a man decided it was a deception. Between those two judgments my life of repair folded itself like a closed instrument, waiting for hands that knew how to open it without breaking the sound within. And as I lay awake I heard again, faint and private, the cadence I had always known. I wanted to keep it intact, to keep it as a map that belonged to me and to Elise. Yet a part of me feared that preserving it alone was a way of denying the city its grief, and that denial would, in turn, make me complicit with a different kind of harm. The dilemma had no easy resolution. The meeting had changed the air. The public had tasted a single pulse and in doing so had set its appetite. We had made a sound, and in making it we had opened a wound that would not be stitched easily. The work of repair, I realized, now had to include mending the breach between apprentice and master the slow, deliberate task of teaching the younger hands when to let the music be private and when to let it be shared. That, perhaps, would be the truest lesson I could give, that repair is an ethical habit as much as a technique, and that learning to withhold is sometimes the hardest and most necessary skill of all. When morning came, I went to the workshop and rolled up my sleeves. There was, after all, glue to be mixed and felt to be replaced. The city would have its arguments, and the world would carry on with its noisy, messy business. We would, too, Luca and I, if we survived this small rupture. But survival would mean more than mere living. It would mean reconstituting the trust that had frayed when a private pulse was plucked in public. I set to work, and the first thing I did was remove the single key from the grand and lay it under a magnifying glass. I examined the glue line, the adhesive's brittleness, the tiny hairline fracture at the corner where the ivory met the wood. I thought with a strange clarity that mending a key and mending a relationship required the same patience. One step at a time, a measured pressure, a waiting for the give to settle into a new kind of strength. Outside the window, someone hammered at a broken fence. The city was, as always, making and remaking itself. At the far end of the bench a ticket stub I had once found in Elise's hand sat under my thumb. It was folded exactly as she had left it, soft with time. I did not open it. Some things must remain folded until the hand that unfolds them is willing to be changed by the thing it reveals. That night I had closed a lid, and the sound had damaged more than wood. It had made visible the ways people want to narrate loss. In the coming days there would be offers, threats, and bargains. For now, I steadied the key in my palm and prepared the glue. The work continued slow, precise, and humble. A lesson, perhaps, in how to hold a memory without becoming its jailer. Outside the workshop, the city kept talking. Inside, I resolved to teach Luca how to listen and, more importantly, how to wait. The future of our work would depend less on the notes we could summon and more on the agreements we made about when those notes could be heard. It was a small and necessary covenant. To whom did we owe fidelity, and when could the city's appetite be satisfied without devouring the thing it desired? I had no definitive answer. I only had a new, urgent sense that the practice of repair must contain within it the ethic of reticence. At dusk, as I fitted the key back into its place with a gentleness that felt like apology, the phone of the municipal registrar rang once in the street and then stopped. Someone else had decided that it would be better to act than to argue. The sound of it, though small, felt to me like the first insect flutter of a coming storm. I pressed the key and let the tone bloom and die quietly in the air, not for an audience but for the piece of wood itself. It was a private note, and I kept it so. Yet even as I shut the lid and locked the door, a thought nagged at me: silence can be a kind of hoarding. The next battle would be how to move between those extremes. I did not yet know how. But I knew one thing: the public ear, once made aware of a private pulse, will not rest. And the difficulty of our work was not only to make instruments speak again, but to guard what they spoke in the right way. The meeting had shown me how fragile that guard was. It had also shown how desperately people wanted to be part of something that might bind them to what had been lost. The problem was that wanting to be bound often translated into wanting to bind. When the night finally folded around the quarter, and the stars overhead were only thin holes in a shuttered sky, I lay awake thinking of the meeting's small rupture and of Luca's eager hands. I resolved to teach him restraint as patiently as I had taught him to seat a pin. If he learned the lesson, we might yet mend what he had loosened. If he did not, our work would be in constant danger of being consumed by the very audience we sought to educate. The next morning would bring new conversations, and perhaps a renewed attempt to show what we had done to a world that wanted simple answers. I thought of Elise's injunction not to become a monument, and I tasted in the back of my mouth the bitter tang of that terrible truth: to preserve is sometimes to possess. and possession is always a temptation. There are hours in the night when the workshop feels exactly like a buried room, the tools arranged like bones, the dust lying in the angles of drawers as if in testimony. I have always liked the way the nails of a bench let light fall through them, the way a tuning hammer balances in my palm like an answer. After the meeting in the square, after Lucas' ill-fated demonstration and Marta's measured curiosity, I came home and closed the door to the street. The clatter of plates and the murmuring of neighbors receded, and the room of rescued wood and scuffed keys took me in as if it were a patient waiting for a stitch. I did not mean to exile myself. The word itself sits badly in my mouth, as if to say that I have been sentenced for a crime I did not wholly understand. I spent the first nights watching the windows of the workshop, the glass dull with ash, waiting for the lights of officials to appear, for Victor's clerk to arrive with a list and an officious smile. Instead, the nights were mostly quiet, filled with the small sounds of the things I keep, the soft rasp of sandpaper, the brittle click of a metronome in need of oil, the steady, untroubled respiration of the city as people who had survived managed their small consolations in rooms 3 streets over. I slept in fits, if at all. My bench became a bed of sorts, my coat a blanket. I would wake cold with the memory of Elise's hand, or with a phantom pulse that the repaired keys had taught me to hear. Sometimes I would think, absurdly, that if I let the workshop stand long enough in its own dark it would remember her for me. It was perhaps that compulsion that made me begin the list. The inventory began as a catalogue for myself and became, quickly, a talisman. I gathered paper and an old fountain pen, the nib smeared with dried varnish, and I began to name the instruments I would not surrender. Not every piano, not every upright pressed back into the municipal registry. There was a specificity to my refusal. Some of the pianos were public property by rights that could be argued, but property is a brittle definition when measured against the tenderness of a repaired key. I wrote, the Salon Grand from Korowski Street found beneath a collapsed beam. The 4th key from the left, when repaired, played the first heartbeat, 3 quick, then 2 long. I wrote until the ink ran low, then dipped again, and for each instrument I recorded the room from which it had come. The smell that rose when I opened its belly, stale figs in one, disinfectant and old perfume in another, the exact place where a ribbon or a hidden ticket had lodged. It was not merely catalogue, it was a map of intimacy. The act of listing made me both steadier and more fevered. I felt, as I wrote, the small authority of naming. Perhaps that nation's bureaucrats believed possession was literal. I knew better by now. Memory lives in gestures and in the way a string is coaxed, and once you have given voice to a particular note, you cannot pretend it is not present. To write each instrument's particulars was to claim responsibility for what it carried. To make a document was to become, in some measure, a steward. Frida found me like that one morning, the ink still wet on the pages, a cup of cold tea congealing beside me. She stood in the doorway with her usual economy, no sudden entrance, no theatrical demands, and a parcel wrapped in mottled paper. Her eyes took in the room not with accusation, but with a steadied concern I have come to need. You don't look like a man who sleeps, she said, the inflection casual, almost an accusation of the world rather than of me. I shrugged. It is a poor defense. I gestured at the stool. I have things to do. She set the parcel on the workbench and unwrapped it as if she were unfolding a map. Inside lay a loaf of bread still warm, a small pot of jam, and a thermos of tea that steamed faintly. Frida's hands moved with the same efficiency she used to mend my shirts. She took the torn strap of an old metronome, a relic I had kept for reasons I did not yet understand, and began to stitch it with a thick thread as if she were sewing together a seam that had been threatening to come undone for years. You look after the keys, she said. I look after the strings of the day. You cannot be a surgeon on an empty stomach. Not even a poor one. Her voice was matter of fact. There was no pity in it. Instead, it carried the kind of reasoning that had kept us going during the worst ration months. Do the small tasks, and the rest may follow. I watched her cut the thread, the motion so practiced it seemed to me the choreography of survival. We ate in silence for a time. I unfolded the page and began to read aloud what I had written the night before, the list of instruments and the faint code name I had given each: the salon, the courtyard, the child's upright. The way the words left my mouth transformed them, altered them from a private talisman into a sequence of sounds that required response. Frida listened, and then, when I stopped, she said, "Do you know why you must not be too public with this?" She did not mean the bureaucrats. She meant something older. Because once you give grief a public address, it becomes someone else's business, she said, and put the fork down with a slight tap. You know what people do with things they can point to, Anton? They'll make a sign, a plaque. They'll tell a tidy story so the wound looks like progress. They will forget the small cruelties. Her hands, dipped in flour from an earlier task, closed around the bread. But you must also know that you cannot live entirely inside these things. You will not be well if you try. I thought of Elise, of the way she would rehearse a phrase until it sat in a certain place of her body, of how she would adjust tiny details in a score until the meaning felt precise. Frida's words felt to me like the underside of that practice, a humility about wounds. When Luca came later that afternoon, he was carrying a small lamp and a box of bits, pins, rivets, mismatched ivory that someone had traded for. He moved differently now, less light-footed than during his first days, as if the city and the scandal had ground some edges from him. He set his box down and looked around the workshop as if measuring its boundaries. "You didn't answer my letters," he said, half reproach, half relief. I had written nothing to him. My silence had been a kind of language, a refusal, a protection, an attempt not to entangle him in a grief that had become performative for others and which I wanted to keep private. He sat at the opposite end of the bench and began to sort the contents of his box with a care that betrayed his practical instinct. "I tried to put right what happened," he said quietly. "I thought maybe if people saw the bench, the marks, the ribbon, they'd understand. I wanted to prove we weren't lying." He pulled from the box a small fragment of ivory, its edge file scraped. He turned it in his hands and then, impulsively, he placed it on the surface of the bench where my scribbled chart still lay. The impulse in him was honest, but it was a different kind of honesty, one that sought affirmation from outside. He wanted the story told and his role acknowledged. He wanted to be part of a recovery he could point to and call his own. I felt both irritated and protective, because his yearning was less guarded than mine, and because in it I saw my younger self's hunger for a public ledger of survival. "You can't prove what you feel," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "You can only show what you have done. Proof is for the law. Memory is for your bones." The words felt both truer and more evasive than I intended. Luca's face shifted. "So we hide it all?" he asked. "You keep these and we simply what? Keep them for ourselves?" I did not answer immediately. Instead, I walked him through the instruments I had marked not for registry. I told him where each had been found, what small smell had accompanied its opening, which key had first given Elise's pulse. I tried to make the facts precise so that his hunger for a public truth might become, at least in part, an apprenticeship in the ethics of restraint. He listened. That did not make him less restless. He still wanted to photograph the bench, to file, to label. He still wanted certainty. But he stood for a long time at the bench as if the room's quiet had its own gravity. Finally he said, simply, "Teach me to be careful then. Teach me how not to take." That is the promise appropriate for a workshop, to pass on not only the craft of repair but the craft of withholding. It is an odd virtue, not often listed in manuals. Evenings in exile make memory more vivid than daylight. The lamplight throws exaggerated angles. The small harp of shadows that gather on the floorboards make certain places seem deeper than they are. I took to closing the shutters partly to keep light from the street and partly to measure the intensity of a note against a private darkness. In that darkness sounds rearranged themselves. A key struck at midnight might act like a summons, and I would answer by finding the exact string I had mended months earlier. On the fourth night, Frida insisted on a ritual of a different sort. She brought with her one of Elise's old scarves. Someone had found it in a pile and recognized the pattern, and she laid it on the bench beside the list. "This will not help you keep her whole," she said, "but it will keep your hands from rubbing at the seam of your grief constantly. Put it on the bench so you do not mistake everything you touch for a relic." There was a shrewdness in her attempt to domesticize the extraordinary. It was not cynicism. It was a practical understanding that even grief needs boundaries. I did as she asked and draped the scarf across the bench. The fabric smelled faintly of soap and thyme. The move made the room feel more measured, less a shrine than a place of work with a mourning corner prescribed. The next morning I found, tucked beneath the scarf, a piece of paper that Elise might have recognized, a bar of music, a fragment she had once used as an exercise. The notation was not in her hand, but the paper had been folded so delicately it suggested someone had pressed it into being in an old habit. I held the scrap to the light. There was dust in the fold, and a faint seam along the corner, like a healed wound. The discovery unsettled me. It suggested that even in refuge there are intrusions. The past insists itself upon the present in ways both consoling and cruel. I had come to the workshop to be alone with my work and my memories, but memory is a social thing. Even in absence, Elise had friends who would allow fragments of her to remain in circulation. Enya, perhaps, who sewed things anew better than anyone the economy of salvaged cloth. I imagined her, large-hipped and relentless, pressing a scrap into my hands with a sharpness that disguised tenderness. It was Enya who came later, bringing a handful of leftover music scraps from which she was making another patch for her curtain. She moved as if the streets had not been recently cleansed of feverish debate, but rather as if the routine of trade had never been interrupted. Her arrival felt like a balm because she is a person who knows how to sew together contradiction. "You are in exile," she teased as she set down a bundle of half-mended sheets on my table. "Self-imposed," I admitted. She sat and began to stitch with the old, practical rhythm that a tailor has eyes on what she does, hands moving like punctuation. "You cannot keep everything and still breathe out. You know that, but perhaps there are certain things that must be kept where they can be read by only one pair of hands. That is a kind of kindness. Not to the dead, to the living." Her voice carried the blunt wisdom of tradespeople. She thinks of mending less as memory than as social glue. Her idea of hiding tokens inside stitches was not merely craftiness but a moral maneuver, something that would allow memory to exist without being turned into commodity. We spent the afternoon talking of small things. She asked about my list, asked to see where the bench scratches marked certain repair events. I let her read. When she reached the line where I had noted the ticket stub and the brittle ribbon, she did not look surprised. Instead, she whispered, "Then it is not only you who listens. The keys remember you too. There is in that thought a freedom. Objects that keep traces of a voice do not belong to any single mourner. They function like the bones of a story where several people can touch and trace, where memory is not reduced to a museum label." But the world outside my shutters continued to move with its appetite for tidy narratives. The municipal notices still hung in the market square. A man with a neat suit still crossed my gaze sometimes in the marketplace and smiled with the kind of certainty that bruises. Victor will be patient. Bureaucratic patience is a sort of weapon. He will wait until fatigue makes my hand slack, until the cost of keeping items in secret becomes intolerable. He will, in time, ask for papers and receipts and a registry of provenance. The law will not recognize a memory practiced in private hands. For now, I have a list and a scarf and the company of people who fold grief into habit. I have Luca, who is learning to see that the craft is not only about gluing a broken key, but about deciding which keys to leave unexposed. I have Frida, who will not allow me to starve for the sake of a private liturgy. I have Enya, who will find places to hide these small tokens inside a communal curtain so they may be both sheltered and shared. And I have the pianos themselves, patient and indifferent in their wood and wire, their voices waiting for me to coax them out. At night, I sit at the bench and find the rhythm of the work again. A hammered pin beds a key. A touch of hide glue sets with the slow patience of a vow. The sounds I coax now are quieter, less private in one sense and more intimate in another, measured rehearsals of the notes that have followed me like a shadow. I do not play the full map. I am learning restraint, the modest art of leaving things unexhibited. I press a key and listen, and the sound that emerges is as close as I will allow to a confession. It is less a proclamation than a conversation. The exile is not a punishment. It is a condition of care. Outside, the city prepares its spectacles. Inside, we practice the etiquette of loss. The two cannot coexist without friction. Already, the friction shows itself in the guarded faces of some neighbors, in the furtive question of Marta's latest piece, in an official who lingers too long at the corner of my street. I expect Victor's patience to be the patience of a river that will, in time, erode even the hardiest stone. At the end of the week, as the lamp guttered and the ink dried on another page of my list, I closed the ledger and turned off the light. Frida's scarf lay folded on the bench like a cordoned-off place. Outside, a distant truck rolled along the broken avenue. Inside, the keys slept in their rows. I touched the fourth key from the left on the salon grand and did not play it. I only rested my fingers there, as if to remember the shape of a pulse, without calling it back into sound. There is a small, private hope that perhaps the work of repair will teach me how to keep someone alive without enclosing them in glass. It is a hope with modest needs, the slow patience of glue as it dries, the careful designation of which instruments will be saved from exposition, the presence of friends who can stitch and cook and hold. The city will ask for spectacle. I will try to teach it restraint. And yet, even as I tell myself this, I am aware that nothing lasts intact forever. The law is persistent. The story of recovery is a hungry thing. The inventory I have written is a flask against thirst, but it may not be a shield. Tomorrow we will continue with the small, ordinary work, a broken jack to be refitted, a string to be replaced, a key to be aligned. We will keep the lamps trimmed. We will measure our hands by the contour of wood. We will practice the fragile art of touching. In exile, we have made a new kind of attendance. It is not splendid and it will not be printed on posters. It is the daily, quiet fidelity of acts, mending, counting, keeping the small rituals of food and talk. It is the recognition that the work itself can be a form of prayer. As I closed the shutters and heard the distant murmur of some late radio, I felt the first soft uncoiling of what might become endurance. It will not be spectacle. It will be something harder and more useful, the insistence on tending. The hook that tugs at the end of the night is not dramatic, not a revelation of state theft or sudden confession. It is quieter, a note I found the week before in a piano I had decided to shelter, a note Elise had once hummed into the wood. I promised myself I would not play it in public. I promised myself I would not make it into a map for others. The promise holds for the moment, but the city will soon announce another event. Victor will be patient, and patience, from a man like him, will eventually demand a reckoning. For now I will keep to the bench and the list, and I will try to learn how to honor memory without making of it a museum. Tomorrow, someone will knock. The notice arrived pinned beneath the bolt of my door, as if the city had chosen to affix itself to the hinge of my life. It was a single sheet of gray paper, the municipal letterhead printed with sober pride, creased where a bureaucrat's fingers had folded it to fit a pocket. Sasha Rukov had handed it to me with an apologetic look. She lingered long enough for the apology to be unnecessary. "They want to ask you to consider," she started, then stopped as if the phrasing mattered. The paper said less and implied everything. A commemorative concert, to be held in 2 months' time. A list of instruments to be included. A request for the participation of local restorers. Underneath that, in a smaller font and with less ceremony, the name of my piano appeared. My piano. The grand I had raised from the wreckage of a collapsed salon. The instrument whose cedar belly had held a ribbon in Elise's hand. Whose fractured key had first sighed back that pulse I could not admit to anyone. Victor Haller's office had circled it with the calm certainty of a man arranging a parade. I read the notice 3 times before I let it fall into my lap. The paper folded like a small, bureaucratic lung. The city, which had insisted until now that it had no time for sentiment, had thought better of its image, a rebuilt concert hall, a sequence of restored instruments, a program that would show recovery as a matter of civic competence. Victor Haller had decided the city's story needed an instrument that could be measured on the ledger of reconstruction. I felt, with a kind of private dismay, that my little workshop had been admitted to an inventory it had not asked to join. Luca found me at the workbench, my thumb in a groove on the rim of the Grand's action, as if to test for the note of a pulse. He had a box of replacement pins under his arm and the bright, impatient energy of somebody who believed that exposure was the same as justice. "They sent someone to Frida too," he said. She kept her mouth shut. "But Anton, this could be good. Imagine the funding. We could get a proper roof for the shop." I should have rejoiced. I did not. I thought instead of the ribbon I had found inside the Grand's frame, a fold of tape, a sliver of hair, a ticket stub with Elise's tiny, precise handwriting. Those objects were not merely evidence. They were clauses in a private grammar. To present the instrument on a stage was to suspend that grammar in glass and light, where anyone could misread its syntax. "They're asking you to play," Luca added, as if that detail required no moral weight. "They want the instrument to demonstrate renewal. They want the restorer there. They said your name." For a moment I considered the absurdity of my own attachment. A musician me, who had once imagined the conservatory's quiet galleries as cathedrals, now had the city's attention, because an instrument had remembered a heartbeat. It was at once an honor and a violation. I went to Victor's office, because I thought refusal would be an insolent privacy, and that I might be able to frame a response, to offer the instrument to the city, but to preserve, in the performance, what was necessary of discretion. I had practiced similar negotiations with other men of tidy speech and tidy appetites, men who believed the past could be folded into a headline. Victor greeted me in a room that smelled faintly of lemon oil and white glue. His suit was the same sober blue I had always seen him in, his left eye twitching slightly as he evaluated me by some civic metric I could not name. "Anton Valak," he said, the syllables trimmed precisely. "Please, sit." I took the chair by the window, where the light skittered across municipal pamphlets like a frightened thing. Victor clasped his hands as if closing a ledger. "This is an important moment for the city. We must show that we've been able to restore not only walls and roofs, but what makes us human. Music is that statement. Your work has been noted." "Noted," I echoed. It was an odd verb for the thing that had kept me awake at nights, the thing that had taught me the difference between 2 nearly identical varnishes. Victor's noted felt like an entry. "We would like the Grand," he continued. "We would like you to perform a brief program. Of course, it will be framed." He used the word with the neatness of someone describing a painting to be hung within a larger repertoire. This is not merely an exhibition of repair. It's a public act of confidence. The restored instrument will be placed center stage. Your participation will lend the program authenticity. There are ways of speaking that dissolve particulars into the abstract. Victor was fluent in them. He spoke of public acts and confidence as if grief were a civic object that could be polished and returned in time for a ceremony. "Why me?" I asked. "There are other restorers." He smiled the smile of a man who knows his leverage. "Because it is your instrument. Because the people will understand that a person who has labored on something is the best advocate for it. Because your story, no offense," Anton adds a human line to the narrative. "People respond to stories." "You mean my grief." "Your dedication," he corrected. "They're the same, in some sense." I left with a promise that was both invitation and demand. Victor did not say the word confiscate. That would have been gauche. He spoke of loan agreements and insurance protocols and the city's careful stewardship. The municipal language was an opiate. It smoothed the edges of coercion. In the street I found Marta waiting. She had heard that the municipal machine was looking for notable pieces, and had come to see what I would do. She took my hand as if I were an informant of some private reverie. There was no judgment in her pressure, only curiosity, her own way of doing the work of repair. "Are you going to play?" she asked. Her voice was low, almost solicitous. "They asked me to consider it," I said, "and am considering," I said, which was neither yes nor no. Marta's eyes, always quick and kindly, registered that there was more. "People will need a shape for this grief," she said. "They don't know how to look at ruins without a script. If you refuse, someone else will write that script." Her words were true and unsatisfying. The danger was not only that someone else would narrate the past. The danger was that the past would be simplified into a visually satisfying sequence. A cut scene of collapse followed by a neat montage of hands smoothing varnish. The heartbeat notes would become an anecdote. That night I sat at the bench long after Luca had left and after Frida had carried her flattened bowl of soup back to the kitchen. The workshop felt like an organ. The Grand's lid, still half open from a tuning, reflected a thin band of light like a wound. I ran my fingers down the line of keys. Each repaired key made its small claim. Each small claim pressed a memory into the collective palette, as if turning the city into a patient whose diagnosis had been decided in a committee. I thought of the rehearsals that would be required, of the director who would want the instrument to perform a narrative arc. I thought of Elise, who liked music that was precise but not tidy, who preferred a phrase that ended uneasily to one that resolved with the pat finish of applause. If I were to play in public, would I become a curator of her absence? Could a private map of moments, the keys that sang like a heartbeat, survive translation into a public program without being turned into a spectacle? Isaac came by the next morning with a small bottle of rare varnish and a mouthful of history. He had heard from his sources luthiers talk, like birds, across the rooftops, and he sat on my stool without asking, looking at the Grand as a man might examine a bone. "They'll want it polished," he said. "They want the story tidy. They will offer you rewards that will make life easier for the next year. And you?" I asked. "My advice," he said, "is to be careful. Always sound like your conscience is on the line." I said it without thinking and then laughed at myself. Isaac's laugh was a practiced thing, a brief release. "The city is a grammar book," he said. "It prefers sentences that don't surprise. But remember, a repaired instrument will always have its own voice. You cannot direct it entirely." That counsel comforted me and alarmed me at once. Instruments have an integrity that resists use as emblem. A violin, once set to sing, will reveal its maker's hand and its owner's habits. A piano, whose inner life is so vast, will always find new inflections when placed in a different room, before different strangers, under stronger lights. Enya stopped by with a parcel, a length of frayed ribbon and a scrap of concert program she had found in a pile of debris. She moved through my workshop with the assurance of someone who's lived on thread. "They're planning a big evening," she said. "Everyone is talking about what they'll wear. People are hungry for something to hold." She made me look at the matter another way. There is, after the practical machinery of restoration and direction, a hunger in a city like ours for rights. The concert would be a right. Victor understood that. I understood, in principle, that rights can be necessary. They can create a language for grief that is safer than the unstructured H that otherwise inhabits the streets. But rights like repairs can flatten rupture into a single image. They can demand that private gestures become public property. Luca arrived the following afternoon with a bandaged thumb. There was a photograph folded in his hand. I recognized it at once, the small sharpness of a moment. "They want to photograph the Grand as part of the promotional materials," he said. "They want a portrait of the restorer. Marta says it would bring attention, Anton. Funds. Things for the shop. Think of what we could do." "Funds," I repeated, as if the syllable might make the ledger of my life balance. I thought of Frida's hands, of Isaac's tired smile, of Enya's steadiness. I thought, with a budding fury that surprised me, of Victor's neat sentences. There is an appetite behind orders that treats the past as a stage prop. "I won't be a prop," I said. Luca's face fell, as if I handed him back a child's toy and asked him to accept the return. It's not like that. You're being dramatic. People will see the workmanship. They'll learn. You could teach. You could be part of something that matters beyond your bench. I teach already, I said. I teach Luca. I teach Isaac when he listens. Teaching doesn't require a stage. He looked at me with a mixture of incredulity and something like hurt. You're refusing because it's you. Because it is too close. I am refusing nothing yet. The sentence felt like a thin raft. I had not decided. I had not even decided whether I wanted to decide. At night the city buzzed with pre-concert talk. Shop windows were scrubbed until they shone. The paper boys practiced their announcements. Victor had, with the skill of his kind, translated an administrative need into a cultural necessity. He had located, in the city's shame and its yearning, a place to stand from which to direct the theater of recovery. Marta visited me before dawn, when the light comes in gray and patient. She sat on the stool, notebook open though she had come without the aim of immediate reporting. If you play, she said softly, you will shape what people think grief can be. If you refuse, someone else will decide. I am afraid, I admitted, of being misread, of being made into an exhibit, of being stripped of the things that make it yours. Exactly. She folded her hands and looked at me as if measuring the weight on my shoulders. Consider this, the public has to learn how to find memory without capturing it. You could guide them, or you could refuse and let their hunger be unlulled. What scares me is soullessness. Authority is not a single voice in our city. It is a chorus, sometimes discordant, sometimes predictably triumphant. Victor's cadence had summoned the choir. The mayor had endorsed the idea. The conservatory, under Greta's quiet leadership, had provided a violinist and a small ensemble. Isaac had been asked to consult. Anya had been pressed into making a ceremonial curtain. Luca kept mentioning the roof possibilities as if they were a moral argument. And at the center of it all, the grand sat in my workshop like a coffer of memory. To move it would be to change its room. To play it on a stage would be to change the way it spoke. That evening, I slept badly, waking with fragments of phrases on my tongue. I dreamt of Elise's voice, not as memory but as a present companion who corrected my phrasing. She would have disliked the performance. I thought disliked the reduction of a complicated life into a series of easily digestible moments. But then again she had liked the aesthetic of people making things public when it served the living. The contradiction was her, to want truth, but not flatness. In the morning, Victor's office called to ask for a formal answer. The city's calendar was a machine that could not be kept waiting. I told them I would consider it. I asked for time to speak with Anya, Isaac, and Frida. Victor allowed for a reasonable delay and added, with a civility that was almost a threat, that the city would need a decision within weeks. When I hung up the receiver, I felt exposed, as if the ring had been a bell calling a congregation. The choice was not a matter of civic privilege or petty vanity. It had become a test of whether private grief could be kept private in an age when everything wanted to be reconfigured for public display. As the days shortened and the municipal posters multiplied like small, hopeful flags, I began my preparation in a different register. It was not yet about repertoire. It was about clarity. I sat at the bench and mapped the heartbeat notes again, not to rehearse, but to measure the extent to which their meaning depended on the privacy in which they had first been learned. Each key, when struck alone, was a small, almost comical sound. In sequence, in the particular cadence I had found by accident, and then by patient work, the notes braided into something that felt like a life. The difference between the two, the private sequence and the public note, was not merely volume. It was context. Outside, the city continued its preparations, and Victor's name became a kind of punctuation in our daily conversation. He held meetings with Greta. He promised donors a spectacle that would be tasteful and resonant. He had called Isaac and praised him for his contributions to civic restoration. I was, in scientific terms, the pivot point between the city's theatricality and its quieter, unguided grief. At dusk, Anya came to the workshop carrying a portion of the curtain she had been sewing from fragments of scores. The lamplight caught in the threads as if the music had been literally stitched into cloth. She rested the parcel on the bench and looked at me with a patience I had come to rely on. "You have to decide something for yourself," she said. "Not everyone gets to decide how their past is told. What if my decision hurts people who need the right?" I said. "Who says they need it?" she asked. "Some do, some don't. But you cannot be the only person who decides what grief looks like." Her words were not a counsel to refusal, but a reminder that the moral burden did not belong to me alone. That night, when I finally closed the shop, I sat with my hands in my lap, and the grand in front of me like a patient whose next breath might be public. The city had asked for a thing that had learned, against odds, to remember a pulse. It had chosen me, or perhaps I had chosen myself by refusing to let that pulse go. Somewhere between the desire to protect and the possibility of teaching, there was a slender, dangerous path. I had not decided, but the bell had rung. The city would make its plans with or without me. My choice would not stop the machines of publicity. It could, perhaps, shape them. I thought of the way Elise used to hum when she mended a score, a small, private tune that could not be coaxed into a parade. If I played for the city, would I be humming the way she had, or would I be arranging her hum into a banner? Outside, the evening air smelled faintly of smoke and bread. The posters fluttered as if in agreement. Somewhere the municipal band rehearsed. Victor's machines had started. My workshop was quiet. My hands felt suddenly enormous, as though the small motions of gluing and seating had been replaced by the weight of a different kind of repair. I rose and walked to the grand. For a long half-hour I traced the repaired keys, the places where glue had dried like a seam. My fingers found the sequence that had once been only for me. The sound when I touched the keys, then a delicate, mapped stuttering, opened like a door. I did not close the door, but I did not step through it either. I replaced the lid gently, as if closing a book I had not yet decided to lend. The municipal notice lay folded on the bench like a small, ordinary thing. I folded it once and twice and placed it in the drawer where I kept my glues. It felt then less like a summons and more like an object that asked to be kept safe. At least for the moment. The city announced the concert publicly the next morning. Posters appeared as if overnight. The list of participants was printed in black type and included my name. Victor sent a letter of thanks in advance, which he signed with a steady hand. Newsboys hawked the announcement. People began to talk at the market about what they would wear. And I, who had spent my days coaxing music from splinters and tears, sat at the bench and tried to decide whether to make my private map legible to strangers. It was not merely a matter of courage. It was a matter of definition. Could music be held in trust, or was any song, once heard, destined to belong to everyone who had ears? The bell of the city's appetite had rung. Now it was up to me to answer. The answer felt, like everything of value, like a hard thing to hammer into shape. I slept very little that night. When dawn came, the posters were wet with dew and the city with expectation. My decision, when it came, would have to balance the delicate craft of preservation with the blunt instruments of public life. I closed my eyes for a moment and listened to the quiet of the workshop, the gentle settling of wood, the faint distant hum of people beginning to move. Somewhere, unseen, a pulse continued to beat. Whether I would let it sound beneath the city lights, or keep it folded into my bench, was the question that now refused to leave me. At the door, as I stepped out into the thin morning, Frida called me back for a moment. She pressed a small piece of bread into my hand, and as always, said nothing of what she thought. Her silence was a kind of counsel. I kept the bread and the municipal notice in my satchel, and walked down the street toward the day, feeling as if the grand were a living thing slung over my shoulder, asking to be taken somewhere that would either honor the pulse within or turn it into an emblem I no longer recognized. The city had announced a concert. The city had also announced, in the way cities do, that private things would be asked to serve the needs of a public always hungry for tidy meaning. My decision would not be mine alone, but the choice remained to open the bench and let the heartbeat be heard in full light. or to keep the sequence where it had been discovered an intimate map between wood and hand. As I walked, the first instruments of the municipal band passed by, their valves glinting like small medals. Those who would play had been chosen. The rest of us waited. I had, that morning, to decide whether repair would be turned into liturgy, and whether a remembered heartbeat would be a public consolation or a private sacrament. The notice in my satchel rustled as if impatient. I placed my hand upon it as if upon a pulse. The city had called. I had been named. The hours before decision spread out, thin as sheet music, and I began quietly to prepare. The rehearsal room smelled of rosin, varnish, and the dry, patient dust that gathers where people make things with their hands. Morning light came poor and slanted through a high window whose panes had been patched with paper. It fell in stripes across the lid of the grand I had rescued from a salon 2 neighborhoods over, and across the scuffed shoes of the musicians seated opposite. Greta stood near the center with her clipboard, the authority of a woman who had kept an institution upright by pushing and bargaining where others had given way to despair. She wore practicality like armor and impatience like perfume. She moved through the room as if clearing the air for sound itself. I sat at the bench, hands folded for a moment on my knees, feeling the familiar, domestic trepidation that always rose before I touched keys that carried someone else's past. The bench had a worn dent on its right edge where, months ago, I had carved a small hollow the size of a ribbon, then hidden the ribbon there. My palms remembered the bench as much as they remembered the small muscles in my fingers that commanded hammer and damper. I listened to the orchestra of preparation, violinists testing bows with an eager rasp, a clarinet's reed catching and then finding itself, a percussionist tapping the skins of a drum as if testing a pulse. There is a thin discipline to rehearsing. It is, at least in theory, a secular sanctity. Each person is invited to lay aside private intention for a single hour and to shape sound into something that will serve a story larger than any single chest. Still, under that discipline, currents of the private find ways to surface. For me, the danger was particular and sharp. I had spent months mapping the instruments I restored as one maps a life. This key, when repaired with a sliver of bone and a ribbon of old glue, produces a cadence that is not merely pitch but memory. That cadence resembles Elise's heartbeat the way a canal resembles the river that fed it. I had annotated my bench with symbols and small staves in which the heartbeat notes lived like marginalia, private, fragile, not intended for public reading. Greta called us to order with the economy of someone who makes do with limited rehearsal time. "Anton," she said, not as a courtesy but as a necessary invocation. "We have 90 minutes. There will be press. The mayor will be here. We need to know where the grand sits in the program. The instruments are not props, but they must be placed." It was vital to her, as it was to Victor and the municipal committee, that there be an arc, a beginning that acknowledged ruin, a middle that showcased recovery, an end that suggested hope. In practice, an arc requires tidy gestures, small moments the audience can recognize and applaud. My work, which insisted on the particular, was ill-suited to tidy gestures. The things I had coaxed back to speech were not always elegant. Some were jagged and intimate in ways that offended the municipal appetite for clean narratives. I placed my hands on the keys and let them rest, as if feeling the instrument's skin through the wood. Luca sat at a folding table nearby with a thermos and a pad of paper, his fingers perpetually restless. He had been a machinist before the war. Now he learned to translate that mechanical precision into craft. He was earnest in a way that made me protective and embarrassed at once. When he saw me hesitate, he offered a thin smile and a question that carried more assertion than query. "You will play it today?" he asked. He had a habit of speaking as if rehearsal were a conversation to be won, as if difficulties could be reduced to points agreed and then ticked off. "Not yet," I said. "We are still finding balance. The sequence is not a piece, it is a record. It must be cued with care." "But the public will not understand the difference," he said. "They want something they can name. If we do not present it, someone else will. They'll turn it into a spectacle. They'll write headlines. Better we frame it than be framed. There was truth in his impatience. There was also the danger that the moment, without context, would be devoured by curiosity, and then reduce whatever I had preserved into an anecdote. When someone like Marta writes an article, people find metaphors they can fit into their days. The tenderness I nurtured in the instruments could become a pinch of sentiment on a page, then a novelty in a speech, then a ticketed attraction. I understood the argument both ways. What made my mouth close was that I had no language to deliver the difference between a memory and a performance. My fingers had learned some syntax, but my words were clumsy interpreters. Elise had taught me to use music as an honest speech. Now I felt compelled to be even more honest about what that meant. Greta moved to the ensemble's center and directed a scale. She had a way of shaping air as one shapes cloth. Under her guidance, the players bent toward a sound less about virtuosity than about service to the heart of the program. She turned to me with the clipboard and said, "Anton, the mayor's staff asked for a moment of intimacy, something to suggest why these instruments are necessary. Can you offer us a passage? Not the whole mapping, just a theme. We will place it after the speech about the renovation initiative. It must be short and legible." Short and legible, I repeated, tasting the phrase. To make something legible is to render it in a code available to strangers. If I give you a theme, it will be like presenting a photograph of a private room. It will be flat. It will have edges the size of the frame you choose. Greta's expression did not change. We do not ask you to betray what is private. We ask you to give us enough to tell the story. People need to feel they are part of the recovery, Anton. We need icons. Icons are thin things, I said. Isaac, who had come to advise on voicing the hammers and had been watching from the shadow of a column, shuffled forward. "Greta," he said, with the right gravity that had made me respect his judgments. "What Anton offers is not a piece of stagecraft. It is craft in its most dangerous form. It asks for humility from both maker and audience. You cannot manufacture humility." Greta's jaw tightened. "Nor can you expect a city to be healed without a symbol. The mayor will not come for humility. He comes for a photograph his donors can sign." The argument circled in the room like a scent. My fingers traced the edges of the keys. There are moments in practice when sound itself is a sentinel, interrupting speech. When I pressed a repaired key, one I had annotated on my bench with a tiny X and a half note of graphite, the room, which had been holding a strained conversation, fell to that note like a collective intake of breath. It was a private, small sound, less than a melody, more like a breath shaped into pitch. The note hovered and then dissolved. For an instant, as the vibration retreated into silence, I had the sensation that Elise had leaned close, that she was listening, correcting the way my wrist curved in the final gesture. The sound did not produce the uniform response I had imagined. Some of the musicians shifted. A violinist closed her eyes. Greta's hand went to the clipboard as if to register the moment. Lucas' face changed, but he did not speak. Outside, somewhere beyond the windows, a municipal truck idled and coughed. Someone slammed a door in the street. The ordinary noises of a city that rebuilds in the rhythm of work and irritation. When we restarted, I sketched the sequence slowly, not yet trying to assemble it into a public coherence, but practicing the gestures that would make the notes speak as a line of memory rather than as an effect. I pressed and released, translated microdynamics into shadings. Each key had a story. Some were soft and resigned, like the way Elise would sigh when a rehearsal did not go as she hoped. Others were quick and sharp, like the small domestic quarrel we once had over a misplaced score. To play them in sequence was to show a life in fragments, each fragment insisting on its particulars. Luca could not contain himself. He rose and crossed the room without asking. He had a photograph he had taken in the workshop, an image of my bench with graphite lines, the hidden ribbon edge barely visible. He carried the photograph like proof of a claim. He laid it on the piano lid with a blunt gesture and said, to nobody in particular, "This is why we must show them. Look, evidence." I told him to be careful. "People will think we are conjurers unless they can see the tools," he said. They will think this is superstition if we do not give them proof. And if we give them proof first, we can keep the rest. You assume consent for a public that cannot give it, I answered. You assume that the dead are a resource. He laughed, small and angry. Isn't that precisely what the city wants? A resource. We have to keep working. I want a life that isn't just scraping by. I want to be recognized. Must my life wait for your sorrow to be settled? Isaac looked at Luca with a melancholy that might have been pity. Recognition has a price, he said. And sometimes you do not see the price until it is paid. The rehearsal paused. Greta collected herself, then directed the winds to stand and to play a chord under my hands. We moved through the program in segments. When the chorus practiced a passage meant to suggest the city's stamina, they projected a volume that felt like an argument with silence. My heartbeat notes, when I allowed them, braided through these larger gestures as a private seam. Sometimes the seam held, and the public sound softened around it. At other times it was an ugly mismatch. The repaired hammers did not always respond at the speed a modern concert demanded. They had the memory of being unused, of being waited for. I noticed that each rehearsal opened fissures in me that were not entirely musical. There were days when the act of pressing a key made guilt surface like an ache in the jaw. The remembered night when I had failed to do something decisive for Elise. The small ways cowardice had been dressed as prudence. There were other days when tenderness arrived as an electric clarity I could not name outside sound. These were not feelings I could parcel neatly for a public to receive. As the morning wore on, the tension between Luca and me hardened. He began to photograph the annotated bench on his own. He posted nothing, but the act of taking the image felt like a theft. I confronted him near the cloakroom where the coats overlapped and smelled faintly of smoke. "Why did you take that photo?" I asked. "Because someone should record what is real," he said. "Not the stories the municipal pamphlets will write, but the work under them. The truth of the workshop. Your children should not be the heirs of our secrets," I replied. "You cannot be, by desire, obliged to speak for the dead." He flinched. "We are all speaking for the dead now," he said. "Either we do it honestly or someone else will sugarcoat it." Before I could answer, Greta called for us to run another passage. The director's voice threaded us back into the practical. We set up the grand for a sequence, where my private motive would be one of several interjections. I rehearsed it the way a man rehearses a confession, slow, measured, testing inflection and restraint. Once, when the ensemble gave me a swell of sound to disappear into, I allowed a longer phrase 3 heartbeat notes that, when played consecutively and with a specific articulation, made an echo in me that was so precise I could name the room where Elise had first hummed it. I saw her in the margin, the chipped earring, the way she tucked hair behind one ear, the small, exacting motion of her chin as she corrected a student's vowel. The sound held and then unraveled as sound does. When the rehearsal broke for a late lunch, the musicians folded their scores and the room for a while was a field of chairs and rosin crumbs. Greta talked about the order of the program and the need to trim. She spoke about press and logistics with the keen steadiness of someone whose life had been the management of fragile things. Isaac lingered and gave me a small adjustment to the dampers, one more shaving of felt that would keep the tail of a note from bruising like an afterthought. "Take care," he said. "Public attention is like heat. It changes glue. It hardens what should remain pliant. It will change us all," I answered. "All the more reason to pick who is changed and how." Luca returned from the courtyard with a face as if had walked into a place where something private had been exposed. He did not say anything until we were alone beside the bench. Then, without ritual, he pressed one of the flagged keys I kept for myself, the key that corresponded to the last night with Elise, the note that always made my hands tremble. The sound that followed was small and precise. It was like a finger tapping the inside of a clock. It had the fragile geometry of a heartbeat once heard close to the skin. For an instant all the chairs, the scraps of music on stands, and the breath of the room seemed to hold that tiny sound as if the whole building were listening. In that second, I had an image of Elise standing in a doorway, listening to someone else play an old tune and smiling without irony. The sensation was physical. The memory arrived like cold that runs under the skin. Lucas' face opened with something like triumph, then shame. "See," he said. "It exists. We can show them." I wanted to take the piano and run with it out the back gate and put it in a room no one would ever enter. I wanted to lock the bench and throw the key in the canal. Instead, I looked at the musicians returning from lunch, at Greta's stern mouth as she processed what had occurred, and I realized that the moment pushed us to a decision I had tried to postpone. If a private thing is exposed by accident, do you reclaim it by making it deliberate? Or does deliberate exposure make the private thing into something else entirely? Greta's eyes met mine. There was no accusation there, only the practical assessment that always follows a breach of plan. "We must decide," she said. "Do you intend to make this sequence part of the program or not? The mayor's people will ask. If you choose not to, we must plan a replacement." I felt the floor under me, and under the floor, the memory of the rubble, and the rooms where instruments lay like sleeping bodies. I felt Elise as a form of listening, sometimes indulgent, sometimes strict. I had come here to heal in solitude, to return notes to a private economy of memory. The rehearsal had put me in a marketplace. My fingers hovered over keys that could speak for a city or speak for a man who would not leave the dead to be repurposed. I did not answer Greta in that moment. What I did instead was small and, to some, inadequate. I pressed the flag key again, but this time with a different touch, less a demand, more a question. The note came and lingered like a held breath. I felt it against the inside of my chest. Then I stood and, in full view, closed the lid of the piano with the deliberate care of someone concluding an argument. It was a gesture both public and private, a denial of spectacle, a refusal to commodify at that very instant. It was also the beginning of a compromise. I knew, as soon as the lid clicked, that the world beyond the panes would not wait. Lucas' face flushed with a mixture of anger and an admission of loss. Greta's clipboard rested against her hip as if new plans were already being drafted. Isaac began to hum under his breath the old tune that was both consolation and caution. We left the hall with uneasy arrangements. The mayor's office would be informed. A program would be shaped. Rehearsal would continue tomorrow. Luca walked beside me down the corridor with hands in his pockets, and for a long time neither of us spoke. When he finally did, his voice was not the fierce thing it had been that morning, but a quieter hunger. "You will tell me when you are ready," he said. "Perhaps," I answered. "Or perhaps we will learn how to let some things remain where they belong." He looked at me as if he might not believe either of these outcomes. Outside, the city made its ordinary indifferent sounds, a cart clattering, a child laughing somewhere, the distant wind in ruins. We were, I thought, rehearsing more than music. We were rehearsing the way a public world would meet intimate grief. The danger of rehearsal is that it makes the problem actor and the problem audience, and in the incomplete acts between we discover what we are willing to lose and what we must guard. Tomorrow would bring more practice, more bargaining, more small betrayals and small mercies. For now, the encounter had left a wound that throbbed like a note I could not quite sustain. The hook of it was that nothing, between the bench and the crowd, would remain the same. When Marta's piece arrived in print, it did so with the quiet authority of a bell asked to sound once and then judged. The morning I found the newspaper, it lay folded on the doorstep, half wet from a drizzle that blurred the print into a run of ink, and a less certain kind of clarity. I should have known, in some technical way, that words could conjure the same effect as a scalpel or a tuning hammer, precise, irrevocable. Yet I had imagined myself exempt from such conjuring because what I did was private, a labor of small stitchings performed behind the door of the workshop, with dust and resin for witnesses. Marta changed that with language that was at once luminous and hungry. She called the restored pianos radios for the dead in a sentence that seems at first a poet's liberty but, once committed to paper, carried the weight of truth. The phrase did not simply describe, it translated. People who had listened to a note on a market stall, or who had given a coin to a tuner in a courtyard, now had a shorthand to name what they had felt, an audible residue of absence, transmitted through broken wood and newly seated pins. In the weeks before her article, such descriptions floated between neighbors over cups of sour coffee. It sounded like a heart, someone would say. It sounded like her singing, another would answer, and those remarks lived as private tremors. Marta put them in a row and taught the city to say them aloud. I read the piece in the dim of the workshop, the bench open before me with its vellum of annotations. The lamplight found the smudges of my thumb on the margin, where I had sketched a mapping of sequences the way a cartographer sketches shorelines. Marta had come here for 2 long afternoons, sitting in a corner while I worked. She had watched without the urgency of the men who came with clipboards and pens. Those who believed proof came in lists and stamps. She listened. Our conversations had not been theatrical. The air between us had been filled with the quiet commerce of small facts. This glue is animal-based. It swells with moisture. She had written down, and yet she left with something else, a sense of narrative. Her first paragraph unlatched the gates. She described me not merely as a restorer, but as a mediator, a man whose instruments remember more than notes. And then she told the story of a key whose repaired tip produced, on Anton's telling, a stutter that matched a woman's heartbeat. The article appended a kind of authority to my own fumbling descriptions, folding them into history. People have been inclined, in the wake of ruin, to collect metaphors the way one collects ration cards, because they are a way to barter meaning when the economy of the old world has been gutted. Marta's words had currency. The immediate consequence was subtle at first: letters. A woman from the south side sent a pressed violet and a note that read simply. The sound woke my son's memory of his mother. He asked for more. An elderly man left a packet of sheet music at my doorstep with a clumsy apology that he could not afford to help otherwise. These offerings arrived with gratitude and with a tenderness that made my lungs tighten. They were the gifts I had imagined the work to earn, a small, honest communion. But the article also pressed open doors I had kept latched. By evening, the workshop had become a mailbox for more complicated proposals. There were polite calls from men whose names ended in the titles of committees, and there were direct notes from collectors who attached statistics to their interest. One letter came from an individual who signed himself as M.K. and offered an envelope that smelled faintly of lemon and neat money. It proposed a private exhibition. We would offer you a fair sum, the letter said in a tone that blended civility and hunger. The offer was careful. Its insinuation was not. To put my instruments on the market would be to let their voices be bought and curated. I thought of Elise, of the ribbon I had found folded behind a key, and the thought shuddered into something like betrayal. Victor's reaction was the other side of the same coin. He did not write. He sent a man in a gray jacket to inform me that the municipal office had noted public interest and that, for the good of the city, it might be appropriate for certain objects to be exhibited during the commemorative ceremonies they were planning. The man carried a form in a manner that presumed compliance. I had expected that Victor would see an opportunity. He has never failed to see the utility of narrative, and I had expected him to want to harness whatever sentiment would make the city's recovery legible. What unsettled me was how quickly his civil voice turned to suggestion and then to insistence. When Victor himself came the following week, I saw he had arranged a performance of calm in a way that feels rehearsed only for men who spend their days negotiating appearances. He stood in the doorway with a slight rein on his coat and the polished shoes that give a man the taste of propriety. He acknowledged Marta's article with a phrase that sounded almost admiring. It captured the hearts of readers, he said, and for a moment the sentence sat between us like neutral furniture. Then he smiled with the kind of warmth that prescribes compliance. It would be valuable, he suggested, for the city if such artifacts were centralized. It tells a story of resilience. What Victor called resilience I called ownership. This is not inventory, I said. These are lives and the traces they leave. They are not trophies. The words tasted excessive to my own surprise. Victor's eyes narrowed only slightly. Mr. Valak, he said, we are not looking to dispossess private devotion. We simply ask that significant pieces be catalogued for the record. The world will want to see proof of our recovery. We did not reach an agreement. Victor left with the politeness of a man making a note, and I returned to the bench with a heavier chest. Isaac came by that afternoon with a parcel of rare vellum and a brow like a well-seasoned instrument, concerned, yes, but also faintly amused at the theater of it all. They like stories, he said, tapping the parcel. They sell them to themselves and then act surprised that the price rises. He folded his hands like a man used to adjusting tension. You should be careful, Anton. Language gives people maps. Some people use maps to travel. Others use them to claim land. Friends offered the steadier remedies. Enia sent over a cloth bag filled with newly sewn pockets for the tokens I kept at the bench. Frida brought a loaf of bread and the silence of her kitchen, which requires no explanation. These were small things, practical and close hand. They steadied more than any paper. But the city itself was beginning to rearrange its furniture. Marta, for her part, did not retreat. Her article had not been esoteric. It was a piece of careful curiosity with a human center. She wrote of the people who had come to sit in my workshop and listen as if listening were a public service, and she included quotations I had not expected to see printed, my own half-formed metaphors, translated into declarative sentences. The piece also included photographs, one of me at the bench, hands mid-repair, and another of the bench's vellum with sketches, notes that had always felt intimate. The photograph of the bench took some liberties with privacy. Marta had argued, when I pressed her in the corner of the workshop that day, that people would better understand the tenderness of the work if they could see the instrument's annotated flesh. She was right that a photograph could convoke empathy. She was also right in its consequences, that a photograph could lay things bare. Public response was immediate and pitched. In the mornings the cafe on the corner swelled with voices. People debated the article as if it were a communal ritual. Some read aloud passages like scripture. Others scoffed and called it sentiment. An older woman I had known years before stopped me on the street to say, with an accusation that was also gratitude, "You made me cry." Why would you make me cry in the middle of the market? It was not a real accusation, and yet it was. Emotion had converted to public claim. There were those who called me a conjurer. One letter, anonymous and written in a hand that had a deliberate flourish, accused me of trickery and suggested that I had trained young musicians to feign the stutters that had been called heartbeats. Another article in a paper I had seldom read accused me of exploiting sorrow to gain notoriety. The duality was dizzying. In the same breath people offered to fund restorations, and in the next suggested I had sold my integrity for a headline. Collectors arrived with a different cadence. They handled wood with the assuredness of men who had long permitted objects to be their companions. One of them, a woman with a fur stole and a generosity of smell, told me she had a private salon in which she displayed relics of the city. "We want to preserve what is worthy," she said, as if she had the right to determine worth. Her hands lingered over the bench as if reading the handwriting of a past. Her offers were clean sums, pragmatic and sterile. The idea of a private salon did not sit well with me. Rachel, as she called herself, proposed that my instruments be shown only to selected patrons. She couched the offer as a patronage, but it felt to me more like a form of foreclosure. Through it all, Lucas' restlessness became another weather system. He was not cynical at first. He believed, with the fierce conviction of youth, that recognition could be a salvation. He saw the article as a door that had opened, and for which someone ought to step through. When I questioned him about the photographs he had taken in the workshop, his face, flushed, changed from pride to something like shame. "I thought it mattered," he said, pushing a hand through his hair, the camera strap making an impression at his collarbone. "I wanted to make sure we were seen. That is not the same as selling people, Anton." His voice was earnest. It was also a confession. Confessions, once uttered, changed the geometry of relationships. Isaac warned him, gently and with more patience than I have earned sometimes, that history writes in loud fonts what ought to remain in manuscript. There is a difference, Isaac told him, between making a record for the sake of craft and distributing another person's sorrow as if it were a commodity. You must learn to ask whose story this is to be. Luca nodded, but his eyes remained on the street where newsprint was tossed like confetti. The city began to speak about the pianos in slightly different terms. Where neighbors had muttered about sounds that remind, they now argued over what could be owned, archived, and displayed. There were committees formed with the clumsy official names that suggest Purpose Committee for Cultural Recovery, and their minutes, when they circulated, sounded like contracts with virtue. Victor was careful to wear the appearance of fairness. He invited me to a council meeting in which he praised Marta's piece for its human curiosity and then asked, gently, whether I would be willing to allow certain instruments to be catalogued. It is not confiscation, he insisted, it is stewardship. Stewardship, in Victor's mouth, had a digestible ring. He presented charts and schedules, possibilities for exhibition routes, even the names of donors. I listened to the talk of routes as one listens to the listing of trade winds. They rearrange the paths of ships. I thought of the ribbon held behind a key, and of the way Elise's laugh had returned in different timbers through instruments I had touched. Would arranging those timbers in glass cases and under placards honor them or flatten them? There are objects you can place in a museum and still regard with respect. There are others whose dignity comes from being allowed to fade in a particular room, where their echoes belong to the small population of witnesses. The problem with institutional love is that it produces a single authorized narrative, and that is what had me, in a word as plain as any, afraid. That fear was not only for myself. I worried for the people who sent me torn pages, secreted ribbons, and notes. What right did I have to expose their confidences to a city that wanted to make a show of mourning? The article had promised to honor the intimate labor of repair. In practice, it had lit a lamp over it and invited people to look. The drama of the lamp was blinding. Marta called twice in that week. The first time she spoke with a softness that suggested defense. I did not mean to cause harm, she said. I wanted to make people care. It was true. Her intent had the particular warmth of someone who believes in the restorative power of story. The second call was brisker. They are asking for interviews, she explained. They want your voice. They want the history. I had a sense in that moment of a tide taking something that had been left on the shore for safekeeping. A voice wants to be multiplied. Intention wants to be institutionalized. There is a strange humiliation to being famous for things you never wished to make public. It is not only that strangers make assumptions about your motives, it is that suddenly everything you do is read through the lens of that public narrative. A repair becomes a statement. A tender gesture becomes a technique for eliciting sentiment. One afternoon, while shaving resin from the edge of a key, a young man came into the workshop with his hand extended. I am an archivist, he said. We would like to purchase your notes. He was straightforward in a way that felt mechanical. The request had the arithmetic of an invoice. I looked down at the annotated bench, at the margins where I had hurriedly written down a fragment of memory. June, rain. She laughed at the way the neighbor's cat danced on the sill. Would that line survive the translation into an archive with its own taxonomy? Would its laughter lose the particularity of that June? I felt that to surrender such things would be to reduce their geometry. The week ended in a kind of uneasy stasis. Offers continued. Accusations circulated. Victor made a speech at a meeting that was half praise and half an enumeration of public good. Marta's follow-up pieces complicated the picture she wrote about the collectors as well as about the municipal appetite. She published interviews with families who thanked me. The public began to possess, in language, the very thing I had tried to keep intimate. Late one night, after I had locked the workshop and walked home under a sky that promised rain, I found Luca sitting on the curb outside Ennia's stall. He had the camera on his lap and his hands were restless. He looked up as I neared and offered an apology that had the brittle shape of a newly minted regret. "I did not think it through," he said. "I wanted the work to be seen. I thought that would make it safe. To be seen seemed safer than being hidden." He was young enough to believe in the luminous arithmetic of recognition. If people see, they will understand, and understanding will protect. There was tenderness in his confession, and also danger. I could feel the seam where trust met desire, a seam that, if stitched poorly, might tear and reveal all the private underpinnings. "Seeing is not always safeguarding," I told him. "Sometimes seeing reconfigures value, it turns lived things into exhibits." He nodded with that sudden comprehension that comes not from argument but from the slow cooling of impatience. The chapter of public debate that Marta had opened did not close with our small conversation. It flourished into many voices, some tender, some greedy. The city learned a new vocabulary and used it to arrange priorities. I found myself both thanked in polite letters and accused in clipped columns. My work, which had once been a kind of private penance, had been lifted into the public square and measured by a ruler I did not recognize. That night, before sleep loosened its grip, I went back to the bench and opened the vellum. The annotations looked small under the lamplight, intimate as the handwriting of a lover. I traced the lines with a fingertip until the impression of the pen felt like a relief carved into wax. There, in the quiet of the workshop, I promised myself to hold on to some things unshared. Not everything could be made legible without being diminished. But the promise felt thin. The weather of the city had changed, and in that altered climate, a rumor drifted toward me like paper on the wind. Someone, it was said, had a photograph one that showed the bench with a small ribbon tucked into its hinge. I did not believe it at first. Then I thought of Lucas' camera lying like a guilty instrument. I slept badly, and the last thing I saw before the dark took me was the image of the ribbon in my mind, folded, private. A small piece of Elise that could be translated into print. The thought of its appearing there, in black ink and public hands, felt like a wound with a new edge. Outside, somewhere in the city, the printing presses hummed and set blocks of type into place. Inside me, a different machinery had begun to run, a calculation of what must be protected, and of what, perhaps, had to be surrendered for the sake of a larger music. The choice felt less and less like an ethical problem than a question of what I wanted the city to hold of Elise, the private timbre of a heartbeat or the flattened, commodified outline of a memory that would make the city's recovery at once visible and comprehensible. I folded the vellum and closed the bench. The lamp guttered. Rain began to tap the panes in earnest, and for the first time since Marta's words had loosened the air, I felt the sense of a coming tide. It would not be only the city that demanded a narrative. It would be instruments and histories, and the pressing need for images that could fit on a page. The work of repair would continue, as it always did, in wood and glue and patience. But beyond the bench there was a world now tuned to listen, and that required of me a new repertoire of choices. I wished, with a peculiar kind of ache, that naming could be gentle enough to let things breathe. The night pressed its hand to the glass, and left me waiting for what tomorrow's paper would bring. When Frida handed me the paper, I thought at first she had folded it in a way that would hide the news from me. She set the paper on the workbench between the tuning hammer and a strip of ivory, and my hands, which are so used to the small measurements of repair, felt as if they had been given the wrong tools for the moment. No chisel, no clamp, only a flat, printed sheet that smelled of ink and the city's morning. Frida moved with the quiet economy of someone who has spent her life making small salvations, folding cloth, saving crumbs, and so I watched her hands. She did not speak. The kettle clicked off behind her, and the house settled in the same way a string slackens when it has been tuned and left. Even the birds seemed to have taken themselves elsewhere that morning. I unfolded the paper with a ritual care that was almost a superstition. The photograph met me first, the bench, the ledger open in a hand so that its lines read like a map, the thin pale ribbon folded and tucked half out of the timber of the bench, as if it were in the middle of both hiding and being found. My own handwriting, clumsy at times, precise in others, was visible in the photograph, margin notes, a shorthand I had made for myself to recall moments of Elise's voice. The reproduction was grainy half-tone dots that seemed to put a distant sea between me and what I had kept hidden, but the thing itself was legible enough. Even the scar on my forearm, a white line I had carried like a private punctuation, showed in the photograph. I knew that image so well. Yet seeing it produced by the press, on the public page, gave it a new quality. It was no longer my possession, but a thing laid out between strangers on breakfast tables. For a moment I thought the paper had been misdelivered, an administrative mistake. Then I read Marta Geller's byline and the neat, humane sentences I had read in the past. Her particular patience with particulars broke like a small, brittle shell inside me. She had followed some thread I had never chosen to give her. The article that surrounded the photograph spoke of salvaging, of the city's new music, and of a restorer who coaxed voices from rubble. Her voice was generous. She wrote of elbow grease and incense of varnish oil. Yet the photograph had done something the sentences had not. It made the intimate ledger legible and, at its heart, exposed the ribbon I had kept like a secret fossil. I did not see Luca then. I felt him rather as one feels a cold draft when a door is left ajar. Later he would explain that he had taken the photograph because he wanted to ensure that our work would not vanish into the chaos of reconstruction. That someone would remember the small distinctions that keep a life from becoming a mere emblem. Yet in that first hour, the photograph hung between us like a pane of glass I could not pass through. I went out to the yard and sat on the fallen step where once the conservatory's rosebush had tried to hold a season. People carried on as if papers were only papers. Children banged together scrap metal like drums at the corner of the street. News traveled with an eagerness I knew too well, the desire to find a story that would stitch up the fissures of the day. When Luca arrived at the workshop, it was with the sort of apologetic lightness that has always been his way, too quick at charm, then shameful in reversal. He had the look of a man caught while picking something he had no right to touch, a flush in the cheek. The heel of the hand pressed hard enough into the palm to make whiteness bloom. He held a small stack of photographs, the glossy kind I had sometimes seen him hide under a trowel of cloth. He had taken the one that had been printed. He had taken it and, as he said with a voice that crinkled on the edges of words, given it to Marta. Why? I asked him before I could do anything else short, because the question felt like a tuning note. It hung there, and the workshop answered, the rhythm of a clock I had not noticed, the distant clack of a cart, the smell of resin over everything. I tried to make the simplicity of the moment contain the complexity of what I felt. My voice did not aim to be a verdict. There was more a need for explanation. Because they'll listen to us if it's printed, Luca said. He sat on the stool I had brought from the conservatory, and which liked the weight of certain people more than others. Because I've been here and I am tired of being the one who doesn't have a name in the story. You know how it is, Anton. People in the capital, they look for names. If it's only you, they will say you were a madman with a thing. If it's us, if there's a picture, they make it real. He spoke with a young man's blunt honesty and the cunning of someone who has learned the arithmetic of the city's hunger. Give them a private truth and they will convert it into public currency. Luca's confession was not an attempt to excuse. It was, as much as anything, the confession of a fear I had never met, fear that to remain unknown is to be unalive. He looked at me for some small acknowledgement, some sign that the ledger and the ribbon were not, in his taking, dishonored beyond repair. I felt, absurdly, the bench under my palms as if it were an animal I had cornered. I thought of the many nights I had spent at that bench, pressing glued seams into place, hearing the soft click of pins find their seats. I thought of Elise, of her hands, of a laugh that could break whatever formal tension there was in a room, of the way she once corrected my fingering with a gentle impatience. The ribbon belonged to those memories. Its lineage was not my property in any legal sense, but in a skein of tenderness I had claimed guardianship of. I had kept it not because I wanted to possess her, but because the ribbon had been a node in the map I had allowed myself to trace. To see it on the public page was to discover my map had been copied without permission. When I asked him did Marta know, he hesitated. Luca's shame was a thing I had supposed myself immune to. I discovered I did not know how to name it. She knew there was something, he said. She didn't know every margin note. Why would she? She ran the photograph with what she had. It made the story. Marta came the next day with a calm that was not the absence of urgency but its reorientation. She was tired. I thought journalism is a work of attrition, and she smelled faintly of coffee and wet ink. She had arranged a few copies of the paper on my bench and a small pile of clippings from correspondence. Her eyes were direct. There was regret in them. She had once treated me like someone who preserves the small, almost immeasurable truths of a city. Now she had produced one in a form that had an appetite none of us could have satisfied. Anton, she said, sitting across from me on the stool Luca had just vacated. I didn't intend to make you feel violated. I didn't ask you to, I answered, and found the sentence falling into more honesty than choice. Nor did I ask Luca to make my life a public thing. She put her hands together as if to hold the shape of the newspaper between us, and for a second I could imagine them as the hands of a reader who holds a story and feels, in a peculiar way, the responsibility of it. We write to make the invisible visible, she said. Sometimes we mistake exposure for healing. Sometimes she stopped, searching for a phrase she might have used for years of reporting, and never quite found. Sometimes we mistake a name in the paper for a reprieve. Her words had the precise balance of contrition and clarity. She did not offer apologies that meant nothing. Instead, she hedged the way a good reporter hedges the truth, by offering context. Luca wanted to be seen, she said. He is not alone in that. But the photo made something legible that needs careful conversation. You should know why it ran. The editor said the image gave people a way into the story. It converted a technical ledger into a human shape. He said, and I do not like to use his words, that the public is comforted by the particular. Every phrase felt like a small suture placed, with skill and some distance, over a wound. Marta's account made sense in a civic arithmetic I could not wholly reject. The public craves small, specific things to secure itself by. Yet the calculus of shared grief is not an equation in which every term is commensurable. There are things that want to be measured in private because their edges do violence in public. The ribbon was such a thing. Once it had been printed, it was not only a ribbon anymore, it was a proof, a token, a fact to be argued over. The workshop, in the days that followed, became a small theater of shifting allegiances. People who had once come in to barter for a tuning or to ask if a battered upright could be rescued now came with different questions. Reporters who wanted to ask whether I had ever heard the pulse in any other instrument. A collector who hinted at an offer for the bench itself. A municipal functionary who asked, in a clipped voice, whether I would permit officials to inspect my records. The public appetite is not patient. When it smells the unmediated, it wants to make it into a spectacle. Luca moved with the physical discomfort of a man who knows he has broken something and can do no more than try to lay it in new alignment. He kept his head down. When he spoke to me, it was in the small hours of the morning, when the workshop held its breath and the light seemed to remember the pale copper of Elise's hair ribbon. I thought, he said, if they saw the bench they would see how much care went into it, that it wasn't some superstition. I wanted there to be proof that what you were doing was craft. I wanted people to know you were not a madman. You wanted me to be safe from accusation, I said. You wanted yourself to be named. Both, he answered, and maybe something more selfish. I am tired of being a shadow. There are confessions that ask to be forgiven and confessions that demand punishment. Lucas was a petition to be recognized as human. I could have struck him then with words that would have felled him, words about violation, and about how the ledger's privacy had been our covenant. Instead, I found my voice threading toward something more complicated. Do you understand what you have done? I asked. He nodded. I do. Do you understand it's not only a photograph you gave away? I said. It's a grammar that belongs to someone who can't answer for themselves. He flinched as if the word grammar had struck him. Then he looked up and I saw how young he still was, standing on the brink of a life whose currency he did not yet know how to measure. I know, he whispered. And I am sorry. Between apology and absolution is a country that requires work to cross. The days that followed were not an easy succession of steps. They were a negotiation of gestures. We sat across the bench and arranged things, what I would allow to be shown, what I would keep hidden. I learned that secrecy protects but also petrifies. A secret hoarded without context hardens into a relic rather than a memory. Luca learned in small humiliations that the city offers names but shears away complexity for clarity. We both learned that there is a difference between wanting the world to know you and wanting the world to own the story of a life. One evening, Frida brought a pot of stew and left it on the stove for us. Her presence in my life is a steadying geometry. She does not ask for details of the heart's compass. She folds what is raw into small, manageable things. She sat at the bench and listened without angling for any confession. She did not call for indignation or hymns of retribution. You must remember, she said, in the economy of her voice, that people will make of your grief what they need. That is not your sin. Your sin is what you do with it. She was right. The leak had been an act not only of exposure but of translation. Luca had wanted to translate the care of our work into the language of the public, so that the world might have mercy on its makers. In doing so, he had translated a private grammar into a public one, losing some meanings in the shift. That is how language behaves, it leaves things behind. When the first letters arrived, postcards with praise, a short note with a pressed sunflower, a formal inquiry from a municipal office, I saw how the photograph had opened a sluice. Some of what poured in was tenderness, offers to fund restorations, invitations to lectures. A woman who had been an audience to Elise's teaching, and who wrote to tell me she could still hear her voice. Other responses smelled of commerce. An entrepreneur who suggested an exhibit that would involve interactive wartime artifacts, and an editor who wanted to syndicate Marta's piece with a larger photo spread. A small, shrewd man from the municipal registry phoned to ask if I would cooperate with inventories. Victor's shadow, even when he did not send a man in a suit, was heavy. I learned to answer with a careful cadence. I said yes to certain things, no to others. I would not sell the bench. I would not permit the ribbon to be loaned to a collector for exhibition unless its context came with it. But the city would press on. Institutions are engines designed to convert private things into civic talismans. And once the press has photographed a ribbon, certain people assume custody by virtue of the fact that they are louder. Luca waited for my verdict as if it were a sentence he could not bear. He wanted apology. I wanted to be honest. I am angry, I told him one night, when the workshop hummed and the street lamp outside threw a tired geometry into the workshop. I am angry because you made an ethical choice for me. I am also, I paused, searching for the right word, disappointed because you did not imagine what the city would do with it. Can you ever forgive me? He asked. Forgiveness is not a gift one offers lightly, nor is it a currency one spends in a single transaction. It is, for me now, a matter of unfolding and reweaving. I don't know, I said. But I know we must think together of how to contain what has been opened. Secrets are not the only protection. Context can be too. We must make sure if they display anything it speaks of a person, not a spectacle. He nodded, perhaps because he was young enough to think that the world might be bridged by resolve and sufficient contrition. Or perhaps because he wanted to believe me. Either way, it was not yet reconciliation. The leak had altered trajectories. Marta, who had carried the first light into the room, wrote a follow-up piece that asked for restraint as well as applauding the restoration work. Her editor repurposed the image for a dramatic pull quote, and the photograph's circulation widened. In the press it acquired appendages, theories about authenticity, experts who wanted to tone in the mechanical quality of a heartbeat rendered in halftone, and some who thought the pen itself was a stage trick. The city, smelling something it could employ, began to move too. Victor's office, which had been circumspect, suddenly became interested in inventories of salvaged instruments. I received a formal request to present my ledger and allow inspection. The photograph had given them an entrance. At night I sat at the bench and touched the margin notes. My fingers found familiar practices, how I had underlined, the way I had coded certain small moments with a thin dash and then found the ribbon. It felt the same ribbon, soft, its ends faintly frayed like a phrase that had been worn by being said too often. I thought of Elise pressing a ribbon between the pages of a score to mark a phrase she liked. I thought of the many ways a life can be made public without meaning to be. The photograph had not erased memory. It had changed the way memory might be addressed. When the formal request from the registry came, the letter was careful with its disadvantages. We wish to include the bench in the Municipal Registry of Restoration Artifacts. It used phrases that made grief sound like a civic obligation. I folded the letter and set it aside. The negotiation that would follow required other people: Isaac, who could bear witness to craft; Enya, who could articulate the ethics of mending in the communal language of cloth; Sasha, who could slow bureaucratic eagerness with a file and a look. I understood the shape of the next chapter of our work. We would be asked to argue not only about objects but about claims. We would have to show that memory requires more than display. The photograph had started the conversation. It had also taken from me an old privacy I had believed necessary. I did not know whether the city would be persuaded by the small assemblage I could put together. But I knew I could not return to the bench as if nothing had happened. The ribbon had been exposed, yes, but the existence of an exposed thing also meant there were hands to contest what the exposure implied. I stayed at the bench a long time that night and listened. The bench is home to many small sounds: the soft give of wood, the faint complaint of an old hinge, a neighbor's distant radio. I tried to tune myself as I tune an instrument, to find a frequency where grief could be audible without becoming property. Luca knocked at the door in the morning, his knuckles raw with the sort of knocking that is more a plea than an announcement. He stood in the doorway, his shoulders narrowing as if to make himself smaller for what he would ask. "I will help," he said, and in his voice I heard not only contrition but a determined attempt at reparation. "I'll do whatever you ask. If you want me to write an account of what happened, I'll do it. If you want me to step back, I'll step back. But please don't let them make of this a carnival. A carnival is what institutions make of grief when spectacle replaces context." I remembered Marta's gentle insistence. Sometimes exposure is mistaken for healing. I looked at Luca and saw the human hunger that had driven him. I looked at the photograph that had begun this chain and felt its small, brutal clarity. Once something is public, it slides into 1,000 hands, each wanting to press it into the shape that will best serve them. "We will negotiate," I told him. "We will try to keep the story a story of craft and of a person rather than a display. We will be prepared to make hard choices about what is shown and what remains hidden. And we will be ready." I paused, knowing the next phrase would be a small, hard promise, to be held accountable for what we do in the light. There was a relief in the admission, and in that relief a seed of terrible pragmatism. We must move into the light because the light had come to us, whether we wanted it or not. The photograph had not only naked us, it had forced us to step into a new labor, one that would require speaking for the quiet things. It was not an end, it was an escalation. Outside, the city continued to tidy itself with the slow, indifferent industry of repair. Men patched roofs with corrugated metal that made the roofs sing in wind. Children learned to throw stones so precisely they landed in the old fountain with a soft authority. The paper's circulation went on. The photograph circulated as well, taking with it new hands and new intentions. I turned back to the bench and to the ledger and to the margin notes. The ribbon lay where it had always been. It would not be lost, nor would it be unscared. I do not know yet what the municipal office will demand or whether Victor will arrive with his briefcase and his clipped voice. I know that the leak has made certain things inevitable, a negotiation with the city, a public reckoning, and a recalibration of trust between me and the young man who had, in search of recognition, made us both visible. The work ahead will require craft, yes, but also a kind of ethical patience, how to make the memory of a person teachable without turning it into a monument. The photograph has become a logic that presses me forward. I will prepare my bench and I will prepare my speech. I will call Isaac and Enya and Sasha, and I will ask Marta to help me frame what must remain a conversation rather than a spectacle. And at night, when the workshop calms and the city hushes, I take the ledger into my hands and run my thumb along the margin where Elise's name is not written but implied. The ribbon rests beneath a strip of scrap cloth. I think of the photograph and the way silver halide captures a thing at once intimate and anonymous. I think about Luca and about Marta and about the way the city is a hungry animal with teeth in places you would least expect. The leak has taken away a privacy I had once thought inviolable, but it has also made change unavoidable. We must decide what that change will be. The letter from the registry waits in my drawer like an unopened instrument case. I will answer it tomorrow. Tonight, I will trace the keys I had annotated for myself and decide which of them can be played for the public and which must remain part of my private map. The photograph has pressed us into a decision. The decision is the first of many. I close the bench's lid and, for a long time, I listen to the quiet, as if it were a melody that has not yet found its ending. The municipal building where Victor received me smelled of lemon polish and civility. It was a building that wanted destruction to look like a phase, like a stain that could be taught off with sufficient decor and procedure. I had walked there with my coat pulled close against a wind that drove dust like small weather through the empty plazas. In my satchel my tools lay quiet, their leather smell mingled with the faint, persistent scent of wood glue that felt, by then, like an extension of my skin. Victor's office was on the second floor, a room that might once have been a reception chamber, with tall windows that looked out over the row of shelves and half-repaired facades that still promised stories in broken cornices. He rose when I entered, his suit immaculate, his tie a strict line. For a man who trafficked in forms and narratives he was, I had always thought, oddly small. His hands were narrow, his chin a neat shelf. He held himself like a man who had learned the arithmetic of loss and reduced it into a ledger. He invited me to sit and, as he closed the leather folder across his knees, I watched his left eye twitch once, a nervous, private punctuation. "Anton," he said, and his voice came out efficiently, as if each syllable had been practiced in a mirror. "Thank you for coming. You asked me to come," I replied. I did not want to be deferential to a man who would count my work as civic capital, but his office quieted any impulsive retort. There was a polite distance to his speech that both dressed and dismissed emotion. Victor was plain about what he wanted and, more dangerous still, plain about why. He opened his folder and slid a single sheet of paper across the desk like a small ship set to drift. "We intend to hold a commemorative concert," he said. "A visible act. A moment when the city's recovery will be, how shall I say, audible. Your grand piano marvelic. We would like it to be a centerpiece." The word centerpiece shivered across the desk like something that wanted to be lacquered and numbered. "Because it is restored?" I asked, though I knew the reason was not only restoration. Those who mend are easily turned into props, witness to a story that makes the restorer's labor legible and acceptable. "Because it is restored," Victor said. "Because it was found whole enough to be reshaped. Because there will be donors. Because the image of a restored grand on the municipal square is, frankly, good for work, for confidence, and for the budget." He smiled a smile that had been practiced to disarm the inconvenient. "And because music," he added, as if the word alone could seal contracts. I felt something tighten in my chest. The grand was not only wood and hammers and strings. It was a repository of the small evidence of life, a folded ticket stub in the action, a hair ribbon in the keybead. the varnish smell that made the room breathe as if with a memory that belonged to me and to no registry. Victor's language turned it into an exhibit. You understand the sensitivity, I said. There are artifacts in that instrument that cannot be reduced to a poster. And what of the public need, Mervalik? He asked. Do we not have a right to the narrative? To the symbols that will anchor a population that has been adrift? You keep the sentimental details. The city will have the sound. We are ready to negotiate alone. It was a tidy offer, the sort that suggested everyone would be soothed, and that the restorer would be granted the fragile illusion of permission. But Victor's offer came with an implied inventory, and I had seen inventories before. They were maps made by the living to keep the dead legible, and to erase the messy bits that resisted tidy display. Who will catalog it, I asked. Who will decide what is exhibited? We will, Victor said. The municipal committee, conservatory oversight, national press. You will be consulted as a technical advisor. He paused. Mervalik, the city needs an image. You are a craftsman. It is not unreasonable that you lend your work to the public good. May I say something blunt? I said, of course. The work I do is for the living who remember privately. I let the words fall between us like a tool unclipped from its fit. Some things cannot be displayed without being violated. Victor's hands tightened on the folder. You make this about violation, he said. I make it about recovery. Both are true. But I will be frank, the funds for rebuilding, the international loans, they respond to images. We can document long-term support with a meaningful ceremony. He reached into his inside pocket then and produced a photograph, folded in a neat rectangle. I lost someone as well, he said. He unfolded the photograph and set it on the desk between us. It was a portrait, a woman, younger than me, hair drawn back, eyes steady. He watched me watch it as if the photograph might explain him. My wife, he said. We lost her in the evacuation. I understood then that the city needed a narrative to hold on to. Otherwise the memory spread and became something scattered. I have devoted myself to creating an image of wholeness. Perhaps it is vanity. Perhaps it is a way to keep pieces from blowing away. This was the kind of modest confession that can function like a weapon. He had taken a wish and obfuscated it into a wound, and wounds command sympathy. I felt a sudden, impossible kinship with him, two men who kept small mourning rituals like contraband, but the kinship only complicated the anger. I thought of Elise's ribbon, folded and pinned like an accusation in the bench. I thought of the private sequence of heartbeat notes that had, in my hands, become a map of a life we had built together. You will not take the inclusions, I said. You will not take the letters, the ribbon. You may display the instrument. You may test its voice. But some parts of it are not for the public record. He looked at me as if testing a piece on an old machine. Can we make a legal agreement? He asked. You can make a contract, I said. You can demand inventory. You can threaten confiscation. But you cannot make the private consent of those who mourn dissolve under municipal ink. Victor's jaw worked. Valak, if you refuse to cooperate, if I refuse, I echoed. If you refuse, the municipal claims office can place a hold on the instrument pending adjudication. Salvage is subject to ordinance. We can and will determine what is required for public safety and civic benefit. He said the words with the pleasant cadence of someone reciting a statute. It was a threat, and a necessary one in the arithmetic of civic power. I could imagine men in uniforms measuring my bench with a ruler made of regulation, and the thought made something in me recoil. The grant had already been bargained for when it had been buried in the same room that had swallowed lives. I left Victor's office unsettled but not without plan. Outside, the street smelled of coal and leavings, and I saw Isaac waiting by the steps like an old sentinel. He had that look of a man who had lived through precedents and worn their shapes into his face. You spoke to the municipal man, Isaac said without preamble. He wants a centerpiece, I said. Isaac huffed a soft laugh, the kind that sounded like an old saw scraping against a board. Of course he does. Men like him collect monuments as if monuments could be counted as virtue. We walked back to the workshop in silence and then argument. Isaac's mind returned quickly to craft, varnish, strings, the logistics of moving an instrument that was both heavy and fragile. But beneath his technical objections lay the more pointed question of dignity. What will they do to the ribbon? He asked. To the ticket stub. Will they put them in a labeled glass box with a number and a placard? They will do what is convenient, I said. Then make them inconvenient. He did not mean a public stunt. Isaac's suggestion was older than spectacle. He proposed paperwork, annotations, attestations, technical appendices that would complicate inventories. If the city's men wanted the piano, they would have to reckon with a professional record noting private inclusions, alongside the ethics of display. Paper, in our context, could be a kind of barricade. Annie arrived not long after, carrying a small bundle of soon music that smelled faintly of mildew and starch. She walked into the workshop without ceremony and set the fabric on my bench like a small, defiant altar. They will not take the ribbon, she said, simply. Her voice was the voice of someone who mended not only cloth but the reputation of people who mended. We will make a note. We will gather neighbors. They will sign. Sign what? Luca asked from the back where he had been tuning the metronome into an uneasy rhythm. An attestation, Enya said. A petition. A record of private property embedded in objects of restoration. Signers say we remember. We acknowledge. We prefer private mourning for these things. I thought of the absurdity. Neighbors gathered in small handwriting, fragments of grief forming a document with the power of 100 small hands. Bureaucracy, the thing Victor wielded, could be countered by its opposite, the paper of ordinary people, folded and affixed with slow stitches of names. Sasha arrived that evening with a sheaf of stamped forms pocketed beneath her coat. She had moved through municipal corridors and emerged with minor victories, a procedural delay here, a recorded complaint there. We can file a conditional loan, she said. It will give you some leverage. The city wants spectacle and funding. We give them a performance window and protections for the inclusions. It will demand legal language. Her voice was small and practical. It will slow them down, Isaac said. Delay is a form of defense. We worked late that night as if the nocturne of the city were made of clauses. Isaac wrote a technical appendix noting the unique provenance of the instrument, the presence of inclusions. Enya gathered signatures like a priestess collecting rosaries, a seam through which private grief might be tied. Sasha drafted the bureaucratic language, precise as a tuning fork. Luca fussed with photographs, making images that showed nothing of the bench's hidden compartment, but which documented the instrument's restoration in legitimate, public ways. When we delivered the packet to Victor the next morning, we did not go empty-handed. We bore a compromise in our arms. The city would have the public sound. The private objects would remain out of the public inventory, sealed within an annex that would be opened only with the explicit consent of the restorer or his appointed representative. The loan would be for a defined duration and under conditions that prevented the instrument from being catalogued as an artifact of private life. There would be a clause prohibiting photographs of the internal inclusions for publication. Victor read the document like a man tasting a soup he did not cook. He marked lines with his pen and considered the language as if testing the pitch of a note. It is an artful packet, he said, but I am responsible to the council. So are we, Sasha said, and she produced a list of signatories, neighbors, craftsmen, a representative from the conservatory, 2 petitioners from the music students' collective. We have formed a civic chorus, Victor. We are not just private agitators. He looked at the names and then back at me. There was a calculation in his face. Perhaps he measured the political cost of a public showdown with a neighborhood that had moral authority. Or perhaps the photograph of his wife had already done more work than any argument. Very well, he said at last. We will accept a conditional loan, 1 performance, recorded by municipal archivists in a way that protects sensitive inclusions. The city retains the right to inspect the instrument's physical condition prior to the event. We will provide security and insurance. And the inclusions, Enya asked, sealed away, Victor replied, accessibility by consent. No public cataloging. There it was, a compromise that both satisfied procedure and preserved secrecy. I felt a hollow gratitude, the feeling of a wound that had not been opened but had been prodded. I wanted to be glad. I wanted to feel we had won. Instead, I felt the peculiar ambivalence of someone who has bartered away solitude for permission. One performance, I repeated. Then the instrument returns. Yes, Victor said. One performance. On the street afterward, the light had gone to that particular yellow that suggests stage lamps and advertisements. We walked home in a small, clustered procession, me, Eza, Enia, Sasha, Luca, each of us thinking in different currencies. Isaac's were old trades and craft. Enia's were stitches and neighborly covenants. Sasha's mind worked in clauses and deadlines. Lucas was hunger and possibility. He was the first to speak in the corridor that led away from the municipal building. "You did it," he said, and the sentence had the simplicity of a child marking an achievement. "We did what we could," I said. My voice sounded stranger than I felt, thin, used to small rooms where the world could be made or unmade with the careful removal of a pin. "Do you regret it?" he asked. I thought of the ribbon folded inside the bench. I thought of Elise's laugh caught like a sliver in a high register when a middle C that had been cracked returned whole. "Regret is not the right word," I said. "Maybe wary." "What do you think will happen when people hear the heartbeat notes?" Luca asked. "I do not know," I said. It was true. I did not know whether the sound would feel like a wound exposed to salt or like a medicine offered in public. I only knew that the instrument, for better or worse, would become a place where private memory and civic narrative met, and that such meetings rarely ended tidy. That night I sat at my bench with Isaac's technical appendix spread beneath my lamp. Frida had brought a small bowl of broth and left it on the side table like an offering. My hands moved over the keys the way a surgeon's hands might over a patient, steady, rehearsed, careful not to rouse pain needlessly. I traced the repaired keybid and thought of all the small negotiations we had made, the signatures sewn into cloth, the clauses written in sober ink. The photograph of Victor's wife that had made even a bureaucrat seem mortal. In the dim, I rehearsed the sequence I would be permitted to play, the heartbeat notes braided into a chronology that was less music than map. Each key had been coaxed back to speak. Each had yielded a fragment of Elise. I set them in an order that told our life without naming dates, first a shiver of laughter, then the soft rest of ordinary evenings, an argument in a minor chord, and the last strange cadence that had become a wound. I thought of the way the municipal men would listen, what they might hear as proof of revival, and what they would miss entirely. The way a note can carry not only the imprint of a person, but the smell of a room, and the angle of a light on a winter afternoon. There are bargains one makes to survive in a city rebuilt from its own ruins. Some are stoical, accept that power will have its monuments. Some are more intimate, persuade yourself that a public note can console as much as a private memory. I do not know which kind I had committed to. Perhaps some mixture, as in all compromises, that leaves the air between the bones of things faintly altered. When I closed the workshop door that night, the agreement lay like a thin sheet between us and the public. It would keep the ribbon from display and the letters from archives, but it would allow a single exposure of the instrument's voice. It would also bring the city, with its cameras and its donners and its desire for tidy narratives, into a room that had been mostly mine. We had bought the instrument a public moment and given up a sliver of privacy. The cost was, in sum, the contest between being a vessel for the city's need and being a shelter for a private grief. I did not know if we had traded foolishly. What I knew was small and stubborn, that the bench would still be where I had hidden the ribbon, that the hair would remain folded there for as long as I lived to keep it, and that on the day of the performance I would have to decide, in the act of playing, what to reveal and what to keep sealed like a prayer. The negotiation had been won by neither side. It had, instead, been shaped by the various arts of delay and document and neighborly petition, by the seamstress habit of hiding things in stitchwork, by Isaac's love for procedure as a form of protection. There was triumph in that, but it was a small, compromised triumph that did not cleanse me of the old reckless grief. If anything, the agreement made that grief more visible, not on the municipal square, but within the walls of my chest, as if the city had requested that I make my mourning legible. At the end of the night, I lay awake in the spare room in my mother's building and listened to the city breathe. Somewhere a tram rattled. A radio in a neighbor's window played an old song that tried to stitch the present to the past with the thin thread of melody. I thought of Victor standing in his office with the photograph folded in his hands, and I thought of the quiet, practical bravery of Enya, whose suing could create a kind of collective resistance. I thought of Sasha's patient, small triumphs within a bureaucratic corridor, and of Isaac's old hands writing appendices like amulets. I did not sleep well. A negotiation is not only the act of saying yes or no. It is a dressing of the wound in words and clauses and promises, an attempt to make a raw thing seem legible and guaranteed. The agreement smelled slightly of varnish and paper, the same odors that accompany the making of relics. I knew the public would soon hear the instrument's voice, and I knew, with an odd clarity, that the voice would do what voices do. It would enter rooms. It would complicate people's simple needs for celebration, and it would, inevitably, reveal some truths that had been kept in dark corners. As dawn thinned the night and poured gray into the street, I rose and went to the bench. My fingers, as if by habit, found the repaired keys. I did not play. I only let my hands rest there, remembering the small pressure of Elise's fingers when she had corrected my fingering, the way she would tilt her head at a certain dissonance and laugh. In the quiet, the instrument seemed patient, as if whatever its fate, it would contain more than was asked of it. The municipal agreement would be signed. The city would have its image. We had kept the ribbon for now. The music would be a public ceremony and a private test, and the performance would force me into a moral choice I had rehearsed alone for months. The negotiation had ended in a conditional yes, but the true work, the kind that mending has always demanded, was only beginning. I closed my hand around a tuning hammer and felt the familiar weight as a promise and a threat. The concert loomed like a distant shore, and I, who had learned to coax voices from ruins, would have to decide what to let speak and what to leave unuttered. The hammer felt cold against my palm. I held it there as if waiting for the city to strike. Outside, the city woke on the cusp between repair and display. Inside my chest, a heartbeat that had been made audible in secret pressed against the ribs of an agreement that would, for one evening, make my private compass visible to strangers. I was not sure whether I had compromised my mourning or expanded the possibility of a shared remembrance. I only knew that the next step, when the instrument left my hands and entered a public light, would ask me to make explicit a choice I had been avoiding, to shelter memory or to set it loose. The stage lamps were still weeks away, but their light had already begun to stain the edges of my days. I turned off the lamp, and in the dim I rehearsed how much I could afford to give away on a night the city would count as reclamation. The answer had not yet formed. The negotiation had solved one problem and exposed another, and that, perhaps, was the point. A civic life cannot be neat where private grief insists on being particular. We had, with our signatures and petitions, created a small legal refusal. It would have to do. I walked out into the street and felt the blankness of dawn like a page. The agreement lay in Victor's office, and in Sasha's capable hands, and on Enya's bundle of sewn signatures. It was an odd, fragile thing, a paper band around a wound. I folded my hands together and, for a moment, imagined Elise listening from somewhere that was not a ledger or a headline. I could not know if she would approve of the bargain. All I could do was ready the instrument to speak in a way that did not betray the privacy that still belonged to her. The negotiation had bought us space. It had not bought absolution. The concert would come, and with it the question that had begun the night in Victor's office, and that would be answered, or not, by the notes themselves. Does the public hearing of a private pulse heal or desecrate? That was what I had to decide under the eyes of a city that wanted its narrative smoothed. and under the watchful quiet of the bench, where Elise's ribbon lay folded like a small accusation, the final clause in the agreement read, "One performance, subject to the terms herein, after which the instrument shall be returned to the restorer, with sealed inclusions to remain under the restorer's custody." I signed it with hands that did not shake, but that carried the residue of many nights' insomnia. The signature looked small on the paper, a modest scrawl against the city's stamp. The paper smelled of lemon and policy. It was not a victory. It was not a defeat. It was an arrangement, and arrangements are the currency of cities made from salvage. I put the sheet in my satchel with the tuning hammer and walked home while the city, already in some people's hearts a theater, prepared for the performance that would be both a celebration and a reckoning. The negotiation had been concluded, but the moral calculus would come later, under stage lights, and in the hush of 100 breaths. I could only hope that what remained private would be enough to anchor my grief, and that the public might, for a single evening, listen to a map made of heartbeats without demanding it be converted into a monument. There was, in all of it, a quiet victory, that we had compelled Victor to acknowledge the existence of private grief in the corpus of municipal recovery. It was small, but small victories in a city like ours matter. They allow the possibility that some memories remain living and not museum pieces. Yet as I fell into a restless sleep that morning, the thought of the concert loomed like a line yet to be drawn. The negotiation had set the edges. The performance would color within them, and perhaps, in that coloring, reveal whether repair could be both an act of devotion and a service to the many. I slept poorly, thinking already in chords. The city would soon demand that I make my private liturgy audible. I lit the lamp one last time before sleep and, with my hands folded over the bench, imagined the first note of the heartbeat sequence, a small, precise pulse. Like the first breath of a piano restored to the clarity of a morning after a long storm. Outside, the municipal clocks announced a new hour. The negotiation was done. The rest was what I had always feared and hoped for, the sound of something loved made public, and the choice I would have to make when that sound asked of me whether to be witness or keeper. I descended the stairs, tuning hammer slung over my shoulder like a promise, and stepped into the pale dawn. The street seemed longer now, as if the city had widened in anticipation. At the corner, Enya paused to tie a loose thread into the seam of a curtain, and looked up at me with the steadiness of someone who had stitched together other people's nights. "We did what we could," she said. "For now," I answered, and for now that had to be enough. The negotiation had been a map. The concert would be the road. The rest was listening. I worked into the night as if the dark kept a council with the instruments I had rescued. The lamp above my bench threw a narrow island of light that made the dust motes visible as tiny slow moons. Beyond it, the rest of the workshop dissolved into the stalled silhouettes of cases and the sleeping shapes of wrapped grand legs. I had always liked the hour when the city seemed to hold its breath, not silence exactly, but a kind of patient listening, which I preferred to the false cheer of daylight. If memory were to be arranged, I thought, it should be done when the world leaned in. The sequence began for me as a diagram of small resistances, a chipped F sharp that bled into a loa, a group of neighborly trebles that always answered one another like a conversation at a kitchen table. It was not melody in the conventional sense. There was no arsing phrase I could set down as elegy or anthem. What I had discovered, awkwardly and with increasing dread, was that certain repaired keys carried a pressure, a thrum that, when played in certain orders, summoned vestiges of a life. A brush of a sleeve, Elise looking back over her shoulder, a late-night quarrel softened by the sound of tea settled onto silence. Each repaired key held a particle of her as a moth might hold a fragment of a torn curtain. I spread the notes as I would a map, not cartographic lines, but stitched landmarks, one key for laughter at a joke hardly worth remembering, another for the pause before a sentence in which she asked me to leave, and still another for the last small, stubborn breath of an evening. The bench became a pulpit. I had written little annotations on scraps and pinned them to the music stand, as if the paper could exert a jurisdiction over the past. No 9 laugh. No 12 apology. No 17 last night for want of better language. I touched each annotation as I might touch the back of someone's hand, feeling the texture of the paper and the slight tack of glue that kept it from sliding. The glue had always been my first language. I measured the right tensile sympathy for wood and felt the way it consoled joints. Here, at the bench, I endeavored to find a glue that held memory to sound. My hands had the habit of dividing the world into surfaces and seams. Even when I thought I was listening, I was also feeling whether the ivory had been planed too bright, whether the action's pinhole had been cleaned, whether the hammer's felt had begun to harden from too much small applause. In the act of preparation, craft and confession braided, I would sit, strike a note and notate what came. A laugh, yes. A hand to my wrist. The smell of rain. If I could arrange these fragments in a line, perhaps the public might understand that what they heard was not a trick, but an embodied testimony. Still, I understood the danger. A map can be followed. Once the line was drawn, the city could read it as it pleased. The thought of strangers taking routes through Elise's past made the palms of my hands go cool. I was nearly 3 hours into the mapping when someone knocked at the door. It was Luca, of course. He had scraped the shins of a dozen inert deliveries and had a restlessness that would not be soothed by a night lamp. When I opened for him, he stood there with the collar of his coat raised, eyes bright with that impatient hunger for movement that marked his generation. He had a small packet under his arm. When he stepped inside, breath fogging, he thrust the packet toward me, as one might hand a priest an urgent petition. "You said you'd show me the plan tonight," he said, not a question. He smelled of oil and the winter air. I couldn't sleep. Marta asked more about what you meant by the mapping. I closed the shop room behind us and set the packet on the bench. He had taken a photograph, Luca said. Had taken it when I wasn't looking, a page showing the annotated bench and a ribbon tucked like a secret. He showed me the print. The shot caught the angle of the lamp, the curve of my knuckles, the ribbon half exposed from the edge of the bench. It had the blunt honesty of a snapshot, too much, if you asked me. You should have asked, I said, not as a reproach exactly, but as an attempt to slow him. He looked at me, face flushing with a mixture of defensiveness and shame. I wanted to be part of it, he said. If we don't put this out, if we don't show people, then nothing changes. They're going to hand these pianos to Victor, and they'll be varnished into something else. Someone will write a plaque and call it resilience, and that will be the end of it. This could be different. We could teach. We could make people listen properly. I don't want your work turned into a display. I want it to be proof. Proof that we are not just fixing furniture. Proof that the dead are not only souvenirs. His words were simple, brittle. I felt the old kernel of pity I had for him, and the new irritation that he made my interior life into an argument. There was a long silence. The lamp buzzed. Outside, a cart moved along the street. Its wheels sounded like distant pulses. Proof is a dangerous word, I said finally. You think a photograph makes things truer. It makes them legible. But not every legible thing should be shown. Sometimes to reveal is to injure. Sometimes the act of preservation becomes the theft. He looked away. You're afraid, he said. I had been called many things in my life: careful, slow, sentimental, but not often afraid. If he meant that I feared losing the ability to keep Elise to myself, then yes, I was afraid. If he meant I feared the concert, then yes as well. There are fears that are cowardice and fears that are fidelity. Mine were a mixture. You can be present without exposing the whole apostille, I said. You can point, Luca. You do not need to extract every vein. He laughed, the sound a little too high with embarrassment. I don't know how to point without showing the map, he said. We stood there like that, 2 men under a lamp, the pile of annotated pages between us. I could have insisted he burn the photograph. Could have told him to keep his hands away from anything that might be used as evidence against the life I had condensed into wood and felt. I did not. Instead I said, stay, help me lay it out. but you will not take a single new image while I am deciding not tonight. This is the only thing I ask." He agreed. He always agreed if my request was practical. Pass me a screwdriver, hold the action while I repin the hammer. Practicality bound us. He took the bench stool and the room found its old rhythm, two bodies at work. The click of small screws, the sigh and metallic scrape of a pin. He watched as I struck a single repaired key and then another, cataloging the way each sound cupped itself in the hollow of the piano's body, the way it hung in the air for a breath and was gone. I had a system of listening I had invented in the early months after the siege, when sleep and hunger made everything sharper in ways I did not welcome. I would touch a key and say its first inventory aloud, tone, timbre, sustain, echo as if the sound were a patient I was taking vitals on. Later I began to add the associative notation, tone, narrow, association, evening argument, memory, Elise's palm to mine, emotional register, apology. To anyone but me this would sound like superstition. To me it had the disciplined patience of any scientific method. If a key carried a memory, I wanted to know its clinical attributes, where the voice was lodged, how it might be coaxed without fracturing. There were keys that refused to be anything but themselves, a middle D that produced nothing more than the room's temperature. There were others that, when struck, shaped around me like a room from the past. The withdrawn F in the left-hand cluster had been repaired with an extra thin splint. When I played it slowly, it answered with the back of the throat laugh Elise made when she found me arranging the sugar too carefully. The adjacent of the one I had reinforced with a tiny welt of animal glue roared briefly, a small bright gust that had always meant impatience. When I placed them together, the small phrase became a private joke between them. Mapping a pulse was not like writing a song. There was no harmonic generosity, no reaching. It was rather the work of adjacency, this note with that note, this pause, this small retraction. I practiced the order until my fingers knew the geography by touch. In the privacy of the bench, I permitted myself to trace the private meanings aloud. No, 3. Softness when she read names aloud. No. 7. The pause before she said I will go words sometimes failed me. Then I would resort to a phrase from a letter she had once left tucked in a score. Do not let the past be a trunk you carry. She had written it in her small exact hand, which I had copied once and then tried to forget. Belief is a practical thing. When you believe that a key can hold a memory, you begin to treat it as if it can. You protect it from damp, you busk the hammers, you let the glue set in the regulated warmth of a lamplit night. You also lie to yourself in quiet ways. You add a varnish layer and claim the voice is unchanged. At some point I had to confront that the act of repair was not purely restoration. It was an editing process. The restorer chooses what remains. Isaac said this to me once in the awkward way of men who have seen too much compromise. You are the gatekeeper, Anton. The wood will not speak of itself. You decide who gets to be remembered. He had touched a key then and fallen silent. The weight of his almost sentence sat in the shop like dust. What he meant was that every repair is a choice to erase other possibilities. To mend a crack by aligning the grain, to insert a new pinhole, to plane off a worn surface, all of these are interventions that, while seeking to honor, also consecrate a particular history as the true one. If I varnished a note to sound clearer, perhaps some other inflection, once present in the living instrument, would be lost. The truth of my work, the danger perhaps, was not merely in the notes I revived but in the ones I allowed to remain mute. Yet my hands went on. I practiced the series I had in mind for the concert with a patient meticulousness that felt at times like penance. I timed the pauses as if they were commas in a sentence meant to be read by strangers. I struck the notes in the quiet of the room and listened for what returned. A neighbor's distant radio, the clank of a factory gate, these intrusions I learned to account for. The mapping required absolute attention to environment. The frequency of a lamp buzzing could disguise a tremor I sought to hear. The humidity of the night altered the attack of a key. In some ways I had never been so alive to the instrument's particularities. At one point I stood, walked to the other side of the grand, and listened from the hall, because distance gave me a different patience. From there the sequence sounded less intimate, more likely to be misread. I caught myself imagining the auditorium where the city would sit, rows of faces whose interpretations would be impatient, hungry, forgiving, cynical. Some would hear a trick and shout charlatan, others would be undone, Victor would notarize. Collectors would count provenance. The map I had drawn would be read in footnotes and plaques, and perhaps misused in speeches. I thought of the last night again, as one thinks of a wound. How to indicate it without inviting the scalpel of public curiosity. The last night was not a single phrase but a palimpsest, the sound of rain on the conservatory roof, a kettle on the small stove, Elise half laughing, half furious. A parcel of small domestic indignities that later assumed a terrible weight. The keys that held that night were, clustered together, a hard set, a minor chord made up of half-repaired notes, each holding a different timbre. If I played them in full, I feared the crowd would be given access to the map of her leaving, that they would follow the notes back to the precise geography of the moment, and, with civic entitlement, take it. And yet to omit it felt to me like a betrayal of the instrument's testimony. To perform only the pleasant shards would be to varnish grief into palatable nostalgia. I thought of Enya sewing music into a curtain thread that hid as much as it preserved. There in that gesture was a possible model to fold, to conceal in the weave, to render private things into something shared but not wholly exposed. Could I do that with sound? I experimented. I rehearsed the last night cluster but softened the attack. Allowed the notes to breathe into each other, to blur at their edges so the contours were indeterminate. Music can make contours soft. Ambiguity is possible. If a crowd leaned in, they might sense a loss without ever having the specifics. I tried the sequence and measured my own reaction. My chest tightened but did not break. Perhaps, I thought with something like relief, that was a permissible public grief. A grief that did not implore identification but invited the listener to feel the shape of absence without turning it into a map to follow. At some point, in a pause meant to let the sound die, I hummed a line Elise used to sing when lighting a lamp in the winter, a nonsense tune she made to hide impatience. It was absurd to mouth her voice like that. Even now, her syllables felt private as skin. She would have scolded me for mimicking that small, private liturgy. But the sound came like a reflex, and Luca, who had been hovering like a sparrow at the edge of the bench, laughed silently. He then reached for a key, and then withdrew his hand as if ashamed for having touched something holy. When I told him of my decision, I kept my voice level. I will play enough to suggest a map, I said, but not the streets. I will make the private feel necessary to the public, but I will not hand over the compass. He frowned. Isn't that defeat? He asked. Aren't you protecting your private by withholding it from others who might need to be helped by seeing how pain works? I considered the question. It was not a bad one. We who survive tend to presume our pain instructs others. Sometimes it does, and sometimes it only becomes a spectacle. The difference, I told him slowly, is intent. If I gave the city a map, they might follow it out of curiosity rather than care. If I played a sequence that suggested the contour of my loss, perhaps people would understand the fact of loss without the demand to possess it. He did not look convinced. But there is a practical stubbornness in youth. He began to help me with the micro-technicalities anyway, sanding a tiny burr, reshaping a felt, reminding me to oil a hinge. Work is a democracy in our shop. It evens out argument and fear. As his hands moved, his face became open, and for a time our private differences were distracted by the finite problems of wood and glue. As dawn approached, the city softened into a light that made the dust itself look like a memory. I packed away the annotations into their folder, wrapped the ribbon I kept hidden in the bench in a piece of oiled cloth, and placed the cloth in a shallow drawer I rarely opened. The sequence was committed in the small vocabulary of my fingers and the memory of my ears. I had decided on an order that began with domestic lightness, threaded through a middle of fissures and reproaches, and then, finally, allowed a space for absence, a place where sound trembled and died, so that the public might feel the shape of nothing without being taught to map it. Before Luca left, he stood in the doorway and looked at me with the earnestness that made me long sometimes to say easier things to him than I could. "If it goes wrong," he said, almost in a whisper, "if you break, promise me." "I won't promise I won't break," I said. "I will promise that if I do, I will not perform the breaking to make them see me. I will keep the breaking honest." He nodded, not entirely understanding, and then closed the door softly behind him. In the quiet after, I sat again at the bench and ran my fingertips down the row of keys. Each one answered in the small, particular way I had taught it to. The mapping had changed me. The act of preparing the sequence had done more than produce a program for a concert. It had forced me to reckon with the fact that mending is not neutral, and that memory is not merely something to be displayed, but something to be stewarded. Outside, the city began to rouse. Somewhere a child laughed and a cart rattled. The bench felt oddly like a harbor. The instruments do not belong to me, I reminded myself, though for a time they had been my confession. I rose, pulled my coat over my shoulders, and took the small leather satchel with my most trusted tools. The decision I had made lay folded among my papers like a small, guarded thing. The concert would come, and the city would set its own frame. I had prepared a sequence that I believed would hold both truth and reserve, that would confess enough to be meaningful, but withhold enough to remain private. I locked the workshop and for a moment stood with my palm against the door, feeling the rough grain beneath my hand. The last night would be suggested, not mapped. The crowd, when it came, would have to listen for itself. I stepped into the morning with the sense that I had done what a restorer ought to do. Not only fix what is broken, but choose, ethically, what remains. The rest would be the city's business and mine, finally only the music. I had imagined the hall in many small ways before I stood beneath its lights. In the dark, between rehearsals and the ceremony, I paced the boards and counted the knots in the wood as though they were measures in a score. The municipal hall smelled of beeswax and clean cloth, of two bright bulbs that made faces look pale and thin, wrong in the way you know a portrait has been retouched. The Grand sat at the center of the stage, a black wound closed and then reopened, its lacquer catching a dozen sharp reflections that looked, from a distance, like ships at anchor. I had not known that my hands could sweat beneath the thin leather of gloves until I tried to steady the bench and found the edge of it shaking under my knees. Around the piano the volunteers had arranged chairs, in rows that were too neat for consolation. They could have been the seats of a theater or the benches of a tribunal. I kept thinking of that, of tribunals and of how reparations are sometimes made to placate the public rather than to heal the body. Victor's men had been there earlier that afternoon, all efficiency and forms, and they left as if they had closed a ledger. They had not reckoned with the stubbornness of sound. The Grand belonged to no single man the way a story belongs to no single teller. And yet, in my own work, among the lamps and the smell of wood glue, it had become an intimate ledger. I had opened its belly and found, in the mapping of broken keys and worn hammer felt, an architecture of memory. In my pocket that evening, behind the leather pad, were the small scraps I kept for private liturgy, a hair ribbon, folded thin as a moth's wing, a ticket stub browned at the edges, a photograph of a room with Elise's handwriting on the back. I had carried them like stitches beneath a shirt. Luca had come with me. He looked like someone who had dressed for a funeral, because he hoped he could authenticate his grief by adopting the costume of solemnity. He had not understood, and perhaps never would, why every repair I made required a kind of patience that was not efficient. Stubbornness, yes, and ritual. In the cigarette of time between my rehearsals, he leaned against the wall with his hands in his pockets, his jaw working the way a man chews a piece of bread that contains a memory he cannot swallow. They had cleared the stage of all the instruments but our Grand. The conservatory director, Greta, hovered by the wings in a posture of diplomacy. Isaac had settled on the front row, his hands folded as if in prayer. I caught Ennia's face in the crowd for a brief instant, a soft pinprick in the dark, and nodded. She looked as if she had sewn and undone a dozen things this morning. Her apron was faintly streaked with white thread. Victor stood nearer to the center aisle, his shoulders too upright for the dimness. He had that neatness that says, if you fold a city right, the corners will not fray. His eyes, when they found me, were not unkind. They were the eyes of a man who was used to seeing damage as something to be quantified. He did not believe that a sequence of notes could be either a confession or a relic. He believed it could be a monument. There was a hush when I took my place. Hundreds of people leaned forward as if they were about to hear a sermon. I placed my gloves on the bench and opened my hands, palms to my knees, to feel the skin. They had that particular dryness that came of working with glue and cold. I sat and felt the piano's presence as one might feel the weight of a friend who has settled into a room, both comforting and demanding. The bench remembered the pressure of my knees. The instrument watched me with 100 small, stationary reflections. I had arranged the sequence the way a surgeon might count tools, a series of velocities and rests, of porcelain pauses that would, together, form a map. Each heartbeat note had to follow the previous with the exact, slight disquiet of memory. Too deliberate and it became mimicry. Too loose and it scattered into irrelevance. The first pulse was always the hardest. It made a small, intimate claim on the air like a whispered name. I began in the narrow way I had rehearsed when no one watched, the loa, then a small interval upward, a stuttering at the second note, then retreat. It sounded nothing like a human chest. It sounded like wood and wire that had learned to imitate a body. But the hall heard it, as I knew it would, and there was a small movement in the crowd, a collective inhalation as if some sleeping thing had been touched. When the second pulse came, and the third, they merged into a rhythm that was not music as entertainment, but music as testimony. Sound in a hall travels differently than sound in a workshop. Here the notes stretched and folded back. They lay over the audience like a gauze. From the stage the people were a pattern of shadow and pale faces, their coats and collars forming a map of recoveries and disasters. In the first moments I felt my grief as an audience might feel a stranger trembling beside them on a tram, a private shiver that becomes communal frailty when it enters a shared space. I had not wanted the photograph to be seen. I had not wanted the ribbon displayed. Those objects were not evidence. They were lit candles. They were the kind of thing a person keeps because without them the architecture of a love rearranges and collapses into rubble. In the third phrase, when I let the left hand linger on a low chord and let the right hand outline a broken cadence, I felt someone near me move. It was Luca. He had risen without a sound and he had something in his hand. At first I thought it would be a foolish disruption, a cry, an accusation. I saw the flare of his gesture, and then the photograph. Under the lights it looked smaller, and yet larger in meaning than anything else on the stage. He held it up like a page. For a moment the hall paused as if a conductor had struck the air and asked for silence. Someone behind me drew breath sharply. Victor's hand made a small, abrupt movement. His left eye ticked. Luke was not always calculated. He was a man of honest impulses and impatient affection. He had believed, I think, that if the world saw what I had seen, it would be kinder to me. He had believed that exposure might be a kind of absolution. His face when he stood there, the photograph catching on the lamplight, was flushed with an urgency I had once mistaken for courage and later, for an adolescent lack of judgment. A sound came from the audience, a gasp, thin as paper. Someone called out, "Not unkindly, is that?" And then there was a tug of voices, a low rustle like clothing in prayer. Victor moved forward, not in a burst but in a sequence of small, precise steps. He extended a hand, not to seize the photograph but to point, in that efficient way of men who believe bureaucracy will save them. "Remove that," he said. It was an order made polite by grammar. Before he reached Luca, Isaac rose, his back bowed but his presence immediate. He crossed the stage and laid his hand on Victor's arm in a gesture that carried years and small mercies. Victor looked at him, perhaps seeing in the elder a history he did not want to own. In that look, 1,000 negotiations of power and loss passed like shavings from a plane. "Let the man finish," Isaac said quietly. His voice had the texture of a saw against wood, measured and effective. There was something in his posture that made the hall breathe out. Even Victor's command, polished as it was, lost some of its sharpness when it touched Isaac's patience. Luca had not shown the entire photograph. He had not, thank God, in the small decencies of chaos, unfolded the ribbon or the handwriting. He held the image between two fingers as if it were both a relic and an accusation. When Victor stepped forward, Luca stumbled back, and the hand with the photograph nearly dropped. For a heartbeat, I saw a child's clumsiness in his actions, and something in me softened, not tenderness in a theatrical way, but the recognition of a human failing that confesses itself at the wrong time and in the wrong place. I heard, in that tight second, the telephone ring of potential disaster. The conservatory director had told me that the city needed images it could hang like banners, before and after, ruin and repair. Victor wanted the grand as proof. What I had offered, the sound that rose from it, could not be hung on a wall. It required interpretation, a listener. In front of hundreds, in the moment when a photograph trembled between the hands of my apprentice and the city's appetite for story, I had to decide whether to let the private speak to the public or whether to turn my back and stifle it again. I let my hands continue. My fingers had learned the sequence until their movement needed no counsel from the mind. I could have stopped, sat very still, and subsided like a person in a church who chooses to withhold confession. If I had done so, I think the crowd would have understood the silence as a grace. They would have filled in the blanks anyway, because humans are industrious in their imaginations when it comes to loss. But I had been carrying for years a resistance to being interred by omission. If grief is a medical condition, mine was peculiar, it demanded articulation. So I played on. The sequence that followed the photograph's exposure was not pure confession. I misdirected it with technical choices that made the heartbeat notes articulate themselves in a different syntax. Where the first 5 strokes had been small, stuttering imitations, I let the right hand sweep upward into a phrase that belonged to the city, a melody that had been hummed by conductors and old women in kitchens, a fragment so common that it belonged to everyone and therefore to no one. The heartbeat was still there, in the corners, threaded like an undercurrent, but now the piece folded onto itself and became a conversation rather than a diary entry. The change did not occur by grand plan. It occurred because the room itself intruded. I felt the audience breathing, as if the air between them had become conductive. A woman 2 rows from the front was weeping quietly, her shoulders moving in little, mechanical lifts as if someone had wounded a toy. A child near the back clapped once, bewildered, and then covered their eyes. These small interventions altered my tempo. They made me moderate the confession into something that could survive being heard. Victor did not press the issue further immediately. He frowned, his jaw tense, but as the piece changed, he leaned back a little and adjusted his tie. I thought I saw, for the first time that night, a rueful realization pass across his face. That a city's recovery might indeed be a narrative, but that the stitches composing it might be made of the private and the unspeakable. He remained the man of tidy edges, but in the corridor of his expression there was an echo of something raw. Halfway through, Luca sank back into his seat. He had not behaved out of malice, but his impulsiveness had been a betrayal of our compact. When I saw the photograph return to the inside of his breast, the whole conversation altered again. He had not meant to expose the ribbon. He had meant to show that there was proof of what I said. Yet the proof looked small, almost absurd, under the weight of 100 witnesses. Proof in a theater is fragile. It either acquits you or indicts you. He had wanted me absolved. After the concert, there would be lawyers and journalists and people who made careers from tidy moral narratives. Marta would be there with her notebook. She would write what she must, and then someone else would write a correction. And then someone else would declare a verdict. But in the room at that moment, The thing that mattered was what the sound did to the bodies that received it. The sequence I had chosen to play, the heartbeat braided into common melody, made people close their eyes as if in prayer. The applause, when it came, was not the immediate clamor of triumph, but the slow, uncertain recognition of complicity. When the final note fell and the hall held its breath, as if it feared the sound might rise again, I looked up and found Isaac's eyes on me. He had that look of someone who has watched wood grain reveal itself after planing, tired admiration. I saw Enya, too, her suing fingers clenched into a small fist at her side. And Luca's face was wet with sweat or tears. I could not tell which. Victor clapped with the rest of them. His hands were not as warm as a friend's, and there was an administrative distance in the way he moved his palms together. He stood afterward at the edge of the stage, making the right polite inquiries and postures, and when I crossed the stage, he mustered a tone of near sympathy. "You did your city a service, Mr. Valak," he said as if he had just assigned a task. His tic had subsided, and the cautious calculation returned to his face. "It will make for a memorable evening." "I never wanted spectacle," I said. He smiled in a manner that carried the weight of 1,000 municipal projects, neat, final, and oddly exhausted. No one does, but sometimes a city requires images. The rest of the night blurred into its obligations, interviews that said too much and too little, hands shaken, a photograph of me standing by the piano that would, by morning, be printed beside a story that sought to place the city's recovery into neat signposts. Marta approached me with her notebook, not aggressive but curious in a way that felt like measuring. She asked a small, plain question: "Were you afraid?" I took a moment before answering. People had been searching for fear like an index. They wanted to know if the restorer trembled when he made a confession. "Yes," I said at last. "I was. It felt like the right kind." Luca and I walked back through the emptied corridors to the tram stops, our steps like the last measures of a piece unresolved. I asked him, at some point as we moved under a sky that had been washed clean by rain, why he had held the photograph up. He told me with a bluntness that was almost a child's, that he had wanted me to have an ally outside my bench. He had feared that my work would be narrated by men like Victor, who thought the good of the city was any rubric. He feared being left out of the story. "Did you think it would make things better?" I asked. He nodded. "I thought if they knew, if they could see, then maybe they would listen differently." "You wanted them to see the wound," I said. He shrugged. "I wanted them to see that it's real." Over the next days there were conversations in offices with papers and stamps. Victor's aides requested inventories, and the city asked for the instrument's provenance. There were offers of money and of positions. Collectors arrived with polite hands and cunning smiles. Marta wrote a piece that tried to hold both the tenderness and the trouble of the concert in the language of witnesses. She called what I did a kind of radio that let the dead speak. I read the phrase twice and then put it away like a small, sharp thing that might cut. Some nights I returned to the bench and played in the small hours, the way surgeons might run their hands along an old scar to confirm it remained real. The grand strings hummed with memory. People began to come to the workshop for reasons that varied between solace and curiosity. A few asked whether I would let the ribbon be displayed. Others wanted to know if I could reproduce the heartbeat for money. I answered them all as best I could, with refusals, with small compromises, with the occasional piece of music that I would call back. Luca stayed. He was angry sometimes. He envied the neatness of those who could make careers out of ruin. He photographed instruments in secret, and once his camera leaked an image of the bench annotated with my notes, and the ribbon visible in a drawer. The leak would, in time, complicate matters further. For the moment, after the concert, we walked home under the altered sky, and the city felt different to us both, more visible, more dangerous, and also strangely kinder for having learned. Perhaps that its recovery would be made of small betrayals and large mercies. At night I would lie awake and hear the last note of the piece I had played. Sometimes it returned to me as a clarity that felt like permission. Other times it came as a reproach. I had given the city a map of my private geography, and it had begun to place pins. If the map was altered by being displayed, then perhaps the work of repair had to adapt. Repair was never simply returning something to an earlier state. It was always to make a new thing that incorporated the injury. When the weeks after the concert had settled into a cautious, bureaucratic rhythm, an official letter arrived, short and dry. A notice that the instrument would be part of a municipal program. There were forms, there was language about national patrimony, there were signatures. I sat with the paper like a person with a wound and a new bandage and tried to read the tonalities. Victor had, apparently, learned the value of a nuance. He would not seize the instrument outright. Instead, he proposed a partnership, a display that would, the letter argued, balance private memory and public need. I met him for the conversation in the municipal office where the light fell through Venetian blinds. He spoke of images and of responsibility. I told him, in the quiet way I had learned to say hard things, that memory becomes brittle when it is nailed to a wall. He looked at me for a long time and then, for the first time I had ever seen, he blinked like a man hearing his own voice from another room. "You are asking me to trust a city to hold what you ask of it," he said at last. "No," I said. "I am asking the city to learn how to live with something it cannot own." He paused as if to consider theological arguments concerning property of the soul. He made an offer and then, in a softer voice, a compromise. I took the compromise not because anything in me trusted it entirely, but because the city needed both repair and ritual. And because I had learned that the alternative was to fossilize my grief until it could be sold as a relic. The concert had, in some private way, made me see the frailty of my own ethics. Luca's photograph had been an unsightly exposure, yes, but it had also forced an answer I might not otherwise have given. I had been a man who tended to memory like an archivist who never lets papers breathe. The public night required a different posture, a willingness to share, and to accept that what circulates will change its form. I returned to the workshop and sat at the bench. The ribbon remained in my pocket a little longer before I put it back in the hidden compartment. When I closed the lid, I felt less like a man closing a casket and more like someone fitting a small object into a world whose rules we had only just begun to invent. The work of repair continued, the tuning and the varnish, the slow reclaiming of sound, but it had a new grammar, repair that included release. And yet, as I turned off the light and walked home beneath a sky that smelled faintly of rain and of something washed clean, I could not tell whether what I had done that night had been an absolution or an indictment. Perhaps both. Perhaps that was the only honest place to stand, at the seam where confession meets audience, where loving something becomes an act that must be given away if it is ever to survive. Outside my window, someone was playing a tune on a small radio. It was a common melody, thin and unassertive, the kind that comes from a kitchen. For a moment I thought I heard Elise's voice in it, not her words but the incline of her laughter. I closed my eyes and let the melody fill my head the way varnish fills a crack. The last note of the night's piece lingered like a promise that memory could be inhabited by many hands without being reduced to a single relic. The work continued, and so did I. The concert had remade me, it had broken me and given me back in pieces I might, over time, learn to fit together differently. I slept that night with the ribbon under my pillow, a small, trembling thing that looked, in the lamplight, like a flag. The city outside moved on in its orderly patterns of repair and claim, but inside me something else was also repairing, a slower, more crooked mending that involved letting go. The next morning the newspapers carried images, and the city would speak of the concert for weeks. People would argue in cafes and in municipal offices about propriety and possession. But in my workshop, when I lifted the hammer and the felt and set my hands to the small, honest work of tuning, the sound that came back was no longer simply the echo of one lost pulse. It had become, awkwardly and tenderly, the beginning of a communal language. The morning after the concert, the city seemed to settle into a different gravity. The applause had not merely dispersed into the night. It had lodged itself into fissures, into the mortar between bricks, and returned to me in 100 small echoes. I woke at first to a bodily ache, a kind of muscle memory for the way my chest had tightened at the bench. But it was the soundless sound of people speaking about what I had done that unmoored me. There were newspapers slipped under the door, a smear of print on the stoop, a series of numbered envelopes, and a list someone had left, a ledger page of offers, inquiries, and a scrawled note, "They want your bench, Anton. Holler asks for the inventory." I sat up and let the room come into focus, the lamp over the bench where a damp rag had been left to dry. A half-assembled fallboard with clamps like small bones. My hands, which had been working through sleep as if the body kept its own watch. Outside the window the city smelled of rain-pressed ashes and bread, of coffee and the first stirrings of people venturing out after a late night of talk and argument. The curtain Anya had sewn, the small piece of music cloth she had given me after the concert, lay folded on the chair. It had absorbed everything. It had been near the perfume of sweat and public approval, and it seemed, when I touched it, not quite mine. I began with the papers. The front pages were generous. A photograph one I recognized, before I read, captured the arc of my hands at the keyboard, the slim ribbon I had tucked into the instrument appearing like a punctuation. The caption praised a city put back into voice. Marta's byline was there, and in the pages that followed her tone became more complicated. She had not simply recorded the night. She had followed the ripples. Her first follow-up, which she entitled "When the Dead Are Heard," was careful. She had interviewed men and women who had been moved to tears and those who had felt violated. She had quoted a conservatory director who called for caution and a collector who smelled opportunity. Her language was precise, almost surgical, and it cut in two directions. It gave the performance a kind of legitimacy while also casting suspicion on the motives and the means by which I had restored what I had. It is strange how a reporter can sharpen the world into definitions and thereby make it brittle. Marta did not accuse me. She asked questions that, in print, had the force of accusation because the public could now answer them aloud. Who owned a restored sound? Who had a right to hear private grief transformed into a civic monument? Her piece reproduced, in snatches, the photograph Luca had taken and which had found its way into the paper. In that image my bench was annotated in my own hand. A small ribbon lay against a planed board, an intimate cartography of memory that I had never intended to leave visible. The letters began then, offers and demands, some kind and some blunt. A private collector wrote in praise, enclosing a check and promising to exhibit the instrument in a salon with proper lighting. A foundation offered to fund a catalog if I would turn over my notes for archiving. A woman wrote to tell me that she had been at the concert and that she had heard her brother's heartbeat in the notes I had played. She signed only with a first name and a trembling hand. Between these envelopes was a thin card from the municipal office, the crest stamped neatly in the corner, and Victor Haller's name typed in a way that made the letters bite. "We request a meeting regarding the documentation of restorations and salvage for the city's records," it read. No demand, only the civility of a request. I folded the card into my palm until it left an imprint. I thought of the ledger page and the scrawl. Victor did not need to be crass to be ominous. He had the language of bureaucracy at his disposal: forms, inventories, receipts. I had always feared that the private effort of repair would be rephrased as property, that grief would be given a serial number and a display case. I had not, until that morning, fully recognized how hungry the world could become for the traces of absence. The public appetite was not purely academic. There were teeth behind the offers: funding, glossy exhibition, invitations to speak, and money had a way of recasting motives into opportunities. To be offered money for a grief is its own form of conversion. I went to the municipal office because inertia and curiosity pulled me in. The room where Victor received us smelled of disinfectant and lemon. The fluorescent light made everything thin and revealed soft shadows where otherwise there had been comfort. He rose from behind his desk with the politeness of a man who believed the world could be coaxed into order by forms. Victor spoke as if he were discussing the repair of a bridge. "Your performance did the city a service," he said. "We must now ensure that such artifacts are properly recorded. The council is concerned with centralizing salvage for preservation." "I preserved them," I said. "I restored them because they spoke and because this bench is not a museum piece for me. It is where I rehearsed the only language left of someone I loved." Victor's eyes flicked to the ledger I had brought, to the list of pianos and the discreet notes I had made of where, and when and what I had found. "Documentation," he repeated. "For the archive, for the catalogue, then archive them," I said. "But not every instrument is an artifact for the city. Some are still conversations." He smiled with the tightness of someone practiced at negotiation. "We will not deny private attachments, but we cannot permit the loss of heritage. The instruments, once identified, could be used for teaching, for reconstruction of the conservatory's program. They must be accounted for." Counted. The word sat in my mouth like a bitter fruit. Isaac's face came to mind, the way he had once told me that the craftsman must choose whether to make things for use or to freeze them for posterity. Victor wanted to freeze a world into labels. I did not like the slowness of his hands, nor the speed with which his allies could transform a single bench into a municipal exhibit. On the way back I met Enya outside her stall. She held a cup of black tea in her hands. Her fingers were stained with thread, and the air around her smelled of damp wool. "They praised you like a saint," she said, and then made a face. "And the papers are full of other things offers, money. Men with lists." "I do not need money," I said. "Nobody does," Enya replied. "But people will try to give you what they cannot take. You must not let them think the offering is charity." Her counsel had the practicality of someone who mended lives and clothes alike. She did not romanticize loss. She also did not dismiss the possibility that the community might be helped by a public retelling of what had been stolen from them. "There is a difference between commemoration and consumption," she said. "It is our work to tell which is which." Isaac came that afternoon, and the three of us sat at the bench while he inspected the ledger. His hands are small and sure. He runs wood shavings across his fingers the way some people massage a rosary. He read the names of the instruments with a kind of pity. "You have kept many things safe," he said. "You have also kept secrets. Both are heavy." He suggested a modest solution. "Make careful copies of the records. Leave the originals with me and petition for a limited loan rather than a permanent transfer. Make contracts that bind them to return," he said. "Put conditions. If they want to exhibit, let them borrow, not own." "Do they listen to conditions?" I asked. Isaac snorted softly. "They listen when it suits them. But you must still speak the terms." By evening Marta came to the workshop. Her visit was not surprise. She had already written several clarifying pieces and had pushed the conversation beyond sensationalism into moral question. She entered like a woman who has seen many kinds of grief and prefers to walk into their rooms rather than stand outside on the pavement. "You look tired," she said. "I am tired of implying things in my head," I said. "I would prefer to be tired of carrying wood." She sat on the small stool and opened her notebook, though I knew there was no new article to file. "There will be interviews," she said. "People will want to know whether you were sincere or theatrical. They will expect a moral contour to the act." "Isn't the moral contour precisely that there are no clear moral contours?" "You are a terrible answerer of questions," Marta said mildly. "You actually behave as if the world were a workshop and not a stage." "Maybe that is the difference." We argued, not unkindly, about whether the notes I had played were a confession or a service. Marta insisted that to leave everything to private discretion would be to deny others a portion of their memory. I countered that to institutionalize every sorrow was to strip it of the particular gestures that made it human. We both had reason. She had a craft that required translation. I had a craft that required preservation of nuance. Luca arrived late that night, his shoulders hunched, and he did not look at any of us for a long time. He had been at the small kiosk, where the photograph had been run, watching as people turned a private fold of my bench into a public page. He avoided my eyes and kept fingering the corner of a ragged glove. "Why did you take that picture?" I asked when there was no other way to ask. He blinked and then let out a breath that might have been an apology or sheer tiredness. "I thought if someone saw the bench, they'd see how it was done. And I wanted them to see me as well. I wanted." He stopped. He had a way of trailing off. "I wanted to be part of a story that they could tell about themselves. I didn't want to be forgotten in it." "You chose a breach to avoid being erased," I said. "Is that so wrong?" He sounded as if he had been struck. "It is wrong if it takes something from someone else," I told him. "It is wrong if it turns memory into merchandise." He swallowed. "Do you think, and if you do, tell me to shut up, do you think Elise would have wanted the ribbon in the paper? Or would she have wanted it folded in a drawer where only I could see it sometimes?" I could not answer for Elise. I could only answer for myself. I said, "I can't pretend to speak for her. I can only choose how I speak of her." In the days that followed, the city's appetite split itself into factions. Some wanted the instruments centralized, catalogued, polished for tourist consumption. Others, those who had lost too much to have it then taken from their hands, wanted the pieces returned to the rooms where they had been found. Marta's subsequent articles gave shape to both camps, publishing letters from locals who argued for community ownership and essays from scholars who treated my method as a new form of ethnomusicology. The council met in a room thick with the smell of black coffee and deliberation. Victor moved delicately but decisively, proposing a compromise. The instruments could be inventoried and exhibited on a rotating loan, accompanied by a plaque acknowledging private custodianship when appropriate. It was a proposal dressed in compromise, and, as with most such things, the devil sat in the details. Contracts are like glue. They make a surface appear whole, but they can seldom be reversed without tearing. Offers of money came with clauses that promised restoration in perpetuity and educational access, phrases that read well in minutes, and not so well in the margins where lives lived fragilely in the smallness of a curtained room. Collectors started to call with circuitous compliments. "We admire what you have done," one said, "and would love to discuss a longer-term arrangement that would keep your work visible." Someone else promised a stipend if I would teach at the conservatory in exchange for allowing the grand to be kept as a showpiece. Marta, who had tried to be fair, also found herself under attack. A column accusing her of sensationalizing trauma called her a merchant of grief. She told me this in the doorway one night, the light behind her making her seem as if she had been cut out of the page. "People want a single story," she said. "They want heroes and villains. They do not like the messy middle." "Neither do I said. "But the messy middle is where the work is." The municipality, sensing the news cycle, asked to see my records. Victor's men arrived with polite forms and long, patient eyes. They wanted copies. "We will ensure proper custody," they said. Sasha Rukov, who had once delayed a confiscation request by inventing a missing stamp, appeared in the doorway with a bundle of files. Her small kindnesses had the precision of a seamstress stitch. She could slow a machine with a single folding of paper. "I can keep this from being taken if you sign a loan," she whispered when Victor left the room. "Sign now and they will have a loan, not ownership. Delay and they will use the press." It was a small heroic gesture and one I did not want to exploit too often, but I signed. The contract read like all contracts do, careful, dense, and full of contingencies. I underlined clauses with a sharpened pencil and asked Isaac to read them. He frowned at terms favorable to public benefit and muttered about the comfort officials take in generalities. In the margins he wrote, "We must define the soul." That was the thing. Legal language could not describe the small exactnesses. It could not catalogue the particular way Elise hummed a phrase under her breath in the kitchen, or how she had folded a program down to the third page, and always saved the same area. A ledger could list a ribbon. It could not account for the pauses that gave the ribbon its meaning. Friends frayed. Offers arrived that tested loyalties. A collector's representative came with a chick and a smile. He wanted to secure the grant for an exhibition with proper lighting and a climate-controlled case. "We will pay handsomely," he said. "You and your apprentice can be salaried curators." I looked at the cheek as if it were a strange animal. Anya sat beside me and soothed the edge of a small program with her thick, certain fingers. "We should take money sometimes," she said. "We have to keep the shop. Blood does not change hands so easily," I said. "Perhaps," she said, "but we also cannot live on sorrow." Her words were true and merciless and ordinary, and that combination made them pricks. Isaac suggested we accept a limited fund that would keep the workshop going and stipulate that the instruments not be sold. "Take enough to breathe," he said, "not enough to forget. Choose your margins." Luca and I repaired in silence for several days. When we spoke, it was in the clipped, careful language of two people who understood that a bridge between them had been taxed. He apologized more than once, and I accepted because I have a stubborn fondness for repair in people as well as things. He wanted to go to the capital. He had been offered an apprenticeship with a man who would pay wages and possibly a platform. He asked if he could go, and I said no at first, and then, because I have learned from being his teacher, I said yes. "You must not leave because of my stubbornness," I told him. "I would not leave if it were only that," he said. "But there are places where the story is not the only thing you can be. I do not want to be remembered only as the one who broke silence." The city continued to talk about the night. Some nights I would stand at the window and try to recapture the feeling of being on stage without the lights. And I would fail. The applause had been both an absolution and an object of commerce. The week closed with a hearing where Victor's plan for a rotating exhibition was put on the table, and where several residents, people whose pianos I had not taken from them but whom I had spoken to after rehearsals, testified in gentle, grave cadences about the difference between remembrance and display. Anya read a passage out of a letter a neighbor had given her. "If you take the bench from our room, where will our nights go?" She read. The room listened, and that listening felt more meaningful than any legal term. When the council voted, the decision leaned toward loan rather than ownership, with strict conditions and a committee to oversee the terms. We had, not entirely without compromise, preserved some protections, but the city had also articulated a new appetite for catalogs, for displays, for the neatness of labels. Grief, once private, had found itself in the market and in the archive. It was a particular cruelty, the thing that is most human being made into an object for public consumption. I lay awake that night thinking about the difference between being heard and being possessed. The applause had been a sound of acceptance. The papers had been a sound of taking. In the morning I set about the small acts that always steadied me. I greased pins, I replaced felts, I read the notes I had written in the small margins of my ledger. Each act felt like a stitch. I resolved, quietly, to make a correction that would restore balance. It would not be dramatic. It would not be a public spectacle. It would be a series of modest returns and a small ritual in the room where Elise had last been seen. I wrote a letter, one for Victor, explaining my conditions for loans. One for Marta, asking that she allow space for nuance. One for the collectors, refusing sale but accepting a careful fund to keep the work going. I told Luca that I would not deny him the opportunity to go but ask that he learn to ask, before he published the private mappings of another's life. He nodded and did not speak. His face was wet with the humility that sometimes follows wrongdoing. There is a strangeness to being both seen and erased. The city wanted a story it could hang in a museum. I wanted a life I could touch with my hands. The week closed on a small note of truce, a promise that certain instruments would remain in our care and that others could be shown with our consent. It was in the end both compromise and new exposure. When the dust of officialdom settled for a moment, Isaac came and sat at the bench and picked up a small piece of paper where I had once penciled the date of Elise's disappearance. He looked at me and said, simply, "We did not entirely lose you." It was not a consolation so much as an acknowledgement of the continued work. The aftermath of the concert had become, like so many repairs, a thing of multiple layers. The city would now wear some of my grief like a badge. Other people would find their own echoes in the notes. I had been unmade and remade in the press and in the paperwork. My hands were not immune to this, but they remained the place where I could say no to complete possession. I do not know if Elise would have liked the way the city spoke afterward. I cannot know if she would have wanted me to keep all the bones of our private life under the bench, or to place them on a plinth so that the public could look and say, "Here is what was lost." I can only say this: the choice I made in the following days was to refuse sale and to accept slow, communal tending. I began to plan a quiet series of returns, to place certain instruments back where they had been found, and to permit the communal curtain to hang in the hall as a patchwork of many hands, rather than a single shrine. The hook of the week was not in the papers, but in a small decision. There would be one instrument, a modest upright from a neighborhood living room, that I would return in secret. Late at night, I had written the address in the margin of a ledger, beside a pencil sketch of a key. The question of whether a public performance could ever redeem a private life would not be answered in council chambers. It would be answered in the quiet of a room where someone might, at last, hear a note and know that it belonged to them again. When I left the workshop that evening to begin that return, the city hummed around me. Somewhere a vendor called the latest headline. Somewhere else a couple argued about furniture prices. The music inside my chest was no longer only Elise's heartbeat. It was a ledger of small decisions, some generous, some compromise, that would shape what was kept whole. I felt a new fatigue, yes, but also a new clarity. The work of repair continued, and it had to be, by necessity, both personal and shared. I walked into the dusk with a parcel wrapped in cloth, my hands steady for the first time in days, and knew that what I executed that night would not resolve everything. It would, though, be a line drawn and a way forward. The applause that had once been absolution became, finally, one of many sounds I would answer. When the day was set, not a public declaration, merely a small, practical plan, I found myself making lists. It is, I told Luca, the old habit of the craft: check parts, label cases, mark which instruments are to be left in the workshop and which are to travel. The list steadied me, as if the tidy progress of pen on paper could shape a manner of surrender. I wrote the names of rooms beside the names of pianos: third-floor salon, the house with the turned column, an iron-framed apartment near the church, the small flat above Ennia's stall where a spinet had lain under a bed. My hand, brittle from too much glue and too few meals, moved with the same slow attention I had learned at a conservatory bench. The lists promised nothing grand, only a choreography of return. We started with the small upright that had been easy to lift and easier to believe we had some right to keep. Luca pressed his palm to its polished fallboard in the moment before we tilted it into the cart and said, with a bluntness that still unsettled me, "It'll be better to take it back, no, to put it where it belonged." I thought, for half a measure, of the nights I had spent listening to its repaired middle C and mapping the tiny, insistent pulse that often arranged itself between my ears like a remembered breath. I thought of the bench under which I hid a ribbon I had found and then vowed, in some private logic, would never see daylight again. Better for whom? I asked. For everyone, Luca said. He had the impatient certainty of someone who measures moral actions by the velocity of their outcomes. He was not unkind. His impatience was a form of tenderness. He moved the cart carefully, like a man who had once rolled machinery across factory floors, and who understood how to protect weight from sudden shocks. The street we chose for our first return was half-gutted facades with their faces scored away. A balcony that supported nothing but a tangle of ivy where a room had been, yet in the doorway of the third flat a narrow table still held a chipped cup and a basin, items left like markers. I had taken that upright from the courtyard below the same building in winter, a salvage made possible by a collapsed stair and a neighbor's generous lie about ownership. In the winter cold, its wood had smelled faintly of the almonds of old glue and the sour breath of damp felt. I remember carrying it up with men who muttered about the work to be done and the price it might fetch. I remember Stella from the third floor. She hummed once a line from some area that had a syllable like laughter. In the months since, the upright had been both instrument and shrine. I treated its keys as if they might still hold a phrase Elise had once tried on her tongue. But as Luca and I eased it through the threshold, the room received us not like a museum, but like a place where someone might return. There was the dent in the windowsill where a pot had once sat, and a narrow smear of wallpaper burned by something that had spilled. I left the upright by the wall and, without thinking theatrically, pressed the fallboard down and let my hands rest. The bench remembered my weight. I did not play. It felt too presumptuous to beg melody of a room that had been stripped. Instead, I opened the key slip and, for a small private measure, balanced my fingers near the notes that used to inform Elise's warmest register. I closed my eyes and listened to the room's breath, the hollow echo in the plaster, a pigeon far away, Luca's steady exhalation as he shifted his weight. The sound was absence and company at once. Ennia's curtain was bigger in every sense. When she invited us to attach it to the rod in the communal hall, it came folded like a secret. She had been making this curtain for months, she told us, sewing shredded staves into places where hands could come to rest. She had hidden 100 small things in its hems, a matchbox with a photograph of a winter market, a scrap of a conservatory program. The curtain looked at first like any other remedy for a cold wall, a way for people to find warmth in fabric, but as she and I cinched the rings and lifted it into place, the cloth unfolded into a geography of many hands. Notes stitched into bars, ink blurred into thread, a child's careless scrawl mended by delicate embroidery. There was Elise's handwriting. I knew at once a small, limpid on a torn allegro, and I felt that familiar, ridiculous tug to claim it and to keep it hidden. Hide what you must, Ennia said, watching me watch the curtain. There was no accusation in her voice, only the practical knowledge that mending is always a negotiation, both of material and of truth. But do not think mending must always be a private thing. There is a difference between hiding a thing, because you wish to keep it whole, and hiding, because you are afraid other people will touch what you cannot bear to have them touch. Her hands, when she folded the corner, were quick and certain. She had placed inside a small pocket a scrap of linen we had found in a grand soundboard, the nap of it still faintly perfumed with a soap Elise might once have used. Ennia had a way of knowing when to reveal and when to conceal. She combined patience with an audacity born of necessity. She had seen too many histories claimed by committees and made into showpieces. She feared, with a clear-eyed pragmatism, the civic appetite for tidy narratives. We secured the curtain, and the hall received it in a way that surprised even me. The light that filtered through the high windows softened, as if the cloth had taught it a new timbre. People drifted in, old men who had been conductors in rooms now half ruined, mothers who had learned to piece second-hand garments into dignity, and they moved as though toward an altar of domestic magic. They touched the hem and hummed, eyes wet in a way that had nothing to do with spectacle. It was not our victory. It was a small, shared exhale. The next returns were quieter. We left a spinet under the eaves of a room where a young teacher had once given lessons. We pushed a small baby grand into a long salon whose ceiling still showed the faint star of a chandelier's shadow. At each deposit, I felt less like a man owning relics and more like a pilot careful to put a vessel back to sea. There were small rituals, Luca placing a scarred cloth beneath a leg, Isaac correcting the angle of a music rack with a cracked file, but the rituals felt less about possession than about right relation. The instruments resumed their places with the ease of a hand finding an old pocket. And yet, even as these small restitutions patched the world, the ribbon in my bench kept its weight. It was a thin thing, a faded band of silk, pale with years and with the damp that gathers in basements. I had once told myself that I kept it to ensure Elise's particulars would not be effaced by bureaucratic narratives and by Victor's tidy exhibitions. The truth, which I confessed quietly to Frida one evening as she sent a loaf across the table, was more naked. I had kept it because I could not imagine the world without a token, without an item that proved, to me above all, that she had been here and that I had not lied to myself about her warmth. Frida did not tell me to throw it away. She put bread in my hand and said, "Some things we cannot give away until we have learned what they do to our hearts. Some we keep too long because it is easier to polish a thing than to speak. There is no dishonor in that, but there is also no virtue in making a museum of a person." She said it as if this were a recipe, a measure of courage, then patience, then an ingredient of letting go. Her voice could steady me in the way someone who has folded and refolded a map can steady a traveler lost in the fog. The pilgrimage to the place where Elise was last seen was not marked by fanfare. I did not summon witnesses, nor did I ask for prayers. It was a modest plan. I would go where the ambulance had once parked, and where the barricade had been set up, and where the rumor had been that she passed through, and then did not. The city had not yet repaired that corner. There was the same rawness as elsewhere, plaster stripped to bone, glass like teeth on the ground. When I reached the doorway, Luca stepped back as if he had not altogether consented to the economy of silence. Isaac had declined to come. His hands, old and wise, find safer expression at the bench. Enya had taped a small piece of cloth to the lintel. The pattern was jaunty, and the gesture felt like a benediction. I stood in the threshold and found, as always, that memory has its own acoustics. The place kept whispering in the registers she had occupied, the warm high asides of her laughter, the precise consonants of her speech, the small frequent correction she made when someone mispronounced a composer's name. There was a wildness of birds in a nearby eave that might have been a child's harmonics, and a rain gutter that sang like a bassoon when the wind anchored itself. I knelt and set the ribbon on a splintered windowsill, where a plantless pot had left a ring. The silk looked ridiculous and reverent at the same time. It seemed to both assert and disclaim its importance. I had rehearsed in my head what to play, not a phrase that could be called music in any usual sense, but the brief sequence I had once formed, a time span of 4 keys that, played in the rhythm I had discovered in the uprights and grands I had mended, approximated what I could only ever call her pulse. I do not know how one says such a thing without seeming mad. I can only say that I had catalogued those moments, smaller touches that congealed into a private mnemonic, and that the sense of fidelity had made them into a kind of liturgy. When I lifted my hands to play on nothing, I thought of the absurdity of the act. What rituality grants a man if he strikes a key with no harp of sound beneath it? I put my fingers not to keys but to the air, and in the motion of that breath, I tried to set a note free that would not be hoarded. I struck an imaginary note and let its silence lengthen. It was less a performance than a release, a symbol performed only for myself and for a handful of witnesses whose faces I knew by the pattern of their grief. The note, like any good thing, did not behave like a neat truth. Memory is messy. Sometimes the pulse I had heard in pianos resembled breathing. Sometimes it resembled a child's rapid toe-tapping. Tonight, in that doorway, the contour shaped itself into something I could accept, a slow, close interval, a hesitation, a small afterbeat. I allowed it to hang in the air and then to fall. The sound was nothing but the city taking back a measure of silence. Afterwards we did not speak much. Enya pressed my hand between both of hers and said, "It has to be shared, Anton, not to be taken from you, but to be held with you." Her words were not a command so much as a fact. Luca, who had wanted the world to know, looked almost ashamed, as if he had understood some measure of boundary only by witnessing the proper breaking of it. Frida wrapped her shawl about her shoulders and watched the mound of broken plaster, as if witnessing a burial. In the days that followed, the city's machinery, slow and courteous in the way of all bureaucracies, began to rearrange things that I thought I had reconciled. There were offers, money proffered by people who wanted to buy the idea of the restored grand, invitations from institutions dreaming of clean narratives. well-meaning curators who asked if they might borrow the ribbon, or even photograph the ottoman where I had kept my bench. I found that my refusal required more explanation than giving had ever demanded. It is an odd phenomenon. Possession lends one the authority to refuse, but the refusal itself is soon subject to negotiation. Isaac warned me not to let the refusal calcify into a virtue of secrecy. There is a difference, he said, sliding his wire-framed glasses back up his nose, between being protective and being possessive. Protecting requires courage. Possessing requires fear. Know which you are practicing. So I chose distribution. It was not dramatic, it required no manifesto. I allowed some instruments to travel to rooms, just long enough to be reunited with the idiom that had taught them to be useful. I let the curtain stay where Enya had hung it, and when she said she wanted to stitch in an extra hem for small keepsakes, I offered one of my own. A careful envelope containing a photocopy of a program that proved Elise had once sung a matinee in the conservatory. Enya accepted it as if it were a seed. She sewed it into the hem without fuss. Some objects I could not turn loose of altogether, a metronome that had resounded under a violinist's wrist, tuned and repaired, felt like a keystone in a wall I had to guard. For those I created new rituals occasions on quiet afternoons, when invited neighbors could come and sit while I set a metronome and let it track time with a calmness that was not accusatory. They were small communal acts of remembering rather than ownership. People came and listened, and sometimes spoke of names they thought I should know. Sometimes they hummed little fragments of tunes that did not belong to me alone. The practices were humble but honest, a concerted unwrapping, a shared listening, the admission that some grief cannot be smelted into policy. The effect of all this was not immediate absolution, but a kind of thinning. Where I had once felt a dense possession, the ribbon and anchor, the uprights a wall, the returns opened spaces I had not anticipated. I was not relieved so much as relieved of something, the unbearable perfection of trying to keep a person intact by keeping their things from the world. The ribbon, placed where I had left it on that windowsill, became less of an object to clutch, and more of a token invited to the weather. I imagined, sometimes against the logic of tidy desire, that rain might bleach its color, and that sunlight might fade its promise. The thought did not alarm me. Release, I learned, had its own integrity. In the quiet that followed, I returned to the workshop with a new humility. There was, in the daily sound of tuning pins and the soft knuckle of felt returning to hammer, a home that was not a mausoleum. Luca and I resumed the discipline of small repairs. He learned, with visible difficulty, the art of restraint. The lesson isn't that everything must be hidden, but that some things require time. And some admissions should not be traded for applause. He asked me, one early morning as I sharpened a soundboard seam, whether he might still photograph the bench someday, but in a way that honors what you do, he added. His eyes were honest and hopeful, and I felt my old armor given one seam. The workshop smelled of glue and boiled linseed, and of a particular human warmth that comes from hands working near each other day after day. Isaac showed up, as he always does, with a new piece of advice and an old joke. Frida brought bread and a cautious smile. Enya came sometimes to mend a torn cloth, or to press a curl into an old piece of fabric she had found in a piano's lower cavity. The city continued to hum with its own repairs, scaffolding, new signs, a municipal pride that insisted on a face for triumph. Victor's proclamations continued in their narrower, more certain tones. He sent people who respected form and schedule and who believed that a city's history is best told in clean arcs. But the larger fact was modest and unglamorous. The work continued. Instruments arrived that were new in their damage and old in their music. The apprentice learned measure and prudence. I relearned how to listen without equating listening with possession. That evening, as I shut the workshop's shutters and put the ribbon in a small drawer not as a talisman, but as a note to myself, I found that the knot that had bound my chest had loosened, not in a triumphant unraveling but in a patient loosening, like the gentle untying of a well-worn apron. There is a hook to this story that is not dramatic. The work goes on. I cannot say I am healed. I cannot pretend that the pulse I once coaxed from hammers has ceased to tug, but the pulse has changed its address. It no longer lives in the certainty of private safekeeping, but in the insistent, sometimes messy presence of ordinary life. If memory is music, then perhaps it should be played in rooms where other people can hear it, and not only in the particular cathedral of my sorrow. As I set a new instrument under my lamp and listened to Luca tune the strings, I felt the small, wary hope of someone who knows repair is not a one-off miracle but a habit. The next day, there would be more returns to plan, more delicate conversations with officials whose language has fewer verbs for grief, more stitches to Ennia's curtain and more metronomes to silence gently. The city would still ask for stories, for emblems of restoration, and I would sometimes comply and sometimes refuse. But the choice would now be less about protecting a private sanctum and more about deciding, with care, how memory might be shared without being consumed. The workshop light flared once, small and steady, over the table where a new soundboard waited for glue. I walked my hand over its grain and felt, not the sickening fixity of a life embalmed, but the warm, slow obligation of work, to tune, to mend, to listen, and to let certain notes die in public so that others might be born. The rain began that evening, soft as fingers, and the gutters hummed like a remembering. I closed the shutters and prepared my bench. There was a day left, and then another. The work continued. I had thought, for a long time, that the benches of the workshop were the proper places for memory to be kept, the keyed benches that held instruments like small altars, the leather satchel that carried a lifetime of small tools and smaller relics. There is a logic to that. When something is broken, you make it whole. When someone is lost, you preserve what is left. In practice, however, the act of preservation is not neutral. It privileges one shape of mourning and instructs the living in how to look. After the concert, after the articles, after the negotiations and the sudden, brittle kindness of men in neat suits, I understood that I had to relearn the grammar of grief. The first mornings of my new work were ordinary in the only way that matters. They required me to be present. Frida brought bread and insisted I eat before I went out. She did not ask for an account of the concert, though she had read a clipping Marta had left under a saucer. Instead, she folded cloth and mended the cuff of a sleeve, and offered me a cup of tea in a chipped mug. There is a sturdiness in the small routines of a kitchen that survives even the worst of things. Frida's hands moved with that stubbornness, and it steadied me. I sat at the workbench and produced a list. Not all instruments, I decided, were to be returned. Some were to be distributed, some to be kept for use, some to be allowed their silence. Ennia came by with a measure of calm I took for granted until I saw the curtain she had completed. It had been months in the making, strips of torn scores, bars and measures, harmonies interrupted by stains, all stitched together with needle and patience. She unfolded it in the narrow front of her stall and held it up between the two of us like a curtain between then and now. The sewn pieces held more than ink. They held fingerprints, the smudged shorthand of someone who had been hurriedly rehearsing, the margin notes of an uncertain hand. Children had made holes in some places, and someone had sewn them again with mismatched thread, so the patches were conspicuous and honest. "It will hang in the communal hall," Ennia said. "Not a museum, but a place to touch the music." I remember, as clearly as if a key had been struck, the first time I let myself imagine Elise in the presence of other people, rather than as a relic in a chest. The impulse to privatize mourning had been a kind of selfish piety. If I kept her memory perfect, untouched, then I was performing fidelity, but perfection calcifies. Ennia's curtain promised something else, a material that could fray and be mended again, that would have new hands and new stories stitched into it. I agreed to help her hang it, to be part of the ritual that moved memory from singular shrine to shared fabric. There were practicalities. A number of instruments had to be returned to their rooms, not as immaculate trophies, but as companions to the semi-ruin in which people now lived. I made a list with Luca. He had grown quieter, as if the world that pressed for recognition had already taught him the cost of spectacle. His photograph had burned a hole through my plans, and for a while I met his quiet with equal measure of mistrust and need. He was skilled with machines, had a sense for wood and metal that was half intuition, half inherited trade. Now, in the aftermath, he stood beside me and we decided together which pianos might be returned and which must remain in the workshop for teaching and for the small concerts that still occurred in private quarters. We carried the first upright back to the parlor where it had been found. The stair was narrow and the plaster hung in strips. Sunlight cut slanting bands across a warping floor. Enya and I moved with slow choreography, 2 carries on the lower rail, a short rest, then a push and a turn. The piano settled with a deep, domestic exhalation. The woman who had received it, a widowed neighbor, with hands perpetually patterned with flour, wept when she saw it. She ran the heel of her hand along the lid like someone touching an old friend. We slid a small, repaired key cover into place. I had left a token, a scrap of ribbon in the secret compartment of the bench, the one I had once used as if I might entome Elise with each instrument I kept. When I lifted the lid for the first time in that room, a note answered me one of the sequences I had learned as though by intuition the night after the first fractured key returned Elise's pulse. It was soft, not theatrically aching, a stuttering, patient thing that did not demand my exclusivity. The woman smiled with a gratitude that was also a recognition and began to play a simple hymn. Neighbors drifted in from the stairways to hear, to stand and listen to the sound of an instrument making a place into a home. I felt both an ache and a relief, so precise it was like the humming of a tool. The ritual we enacted for the grand piano was more deliberate. That instrument had been the second of my discoveries, nearly whole, buried under plaster in a collapsed cornice. It had been the one Victor had most ardently desired for the city's concert hall, the one his paperwork claimed was emblematic of recovery. I had kept it back, citing restoration needs and conservation ethics, but the public pressure had been a kind of tidal force. Finally, we negotiated. The grand would be maintained by the municipality, but would be permitted to leave the hall at irregular intervals for small performances in neighborhoods. It would not be an exhibit behind velvet ropes. Isaac had drawn up the technical plan. Enya had stitched the cover that would protect its varnish during transport. Sasha Rukov had found the clause in municipal law that permitted a partial trust. On a clear morning with a wind that smelled faintly of ash and earth, I took the grand back to the house where Elise had worked with children in a makeshift conservatory. The room was a cathedral of exposed beams and a single, stubborn window. I had avoided coming back for reasons I could not name: superstition, fear of what would happen if I listened too hard. This time, though, I wanted to return something without claiming it as my own salvation. Enya drove a nail in the corner of the curtain and hung it over the window so that light came filtered through music. It lent the room the texture of a prayer. I sat before the keys. There were people near the doorway: Isaac, Freda, Luca, Enya, and a few residents who had once rehearsed there. I told them I would play for a short while, and then leave the instrument in the room for the community. I had made a private liturgy in the months since the war, a sequence of notes mapped to a string of memories: a touch in a kitchen, a quarrel over a borrowed coat. The last night, I had called it a map because it did not make a narrative so much as a geography. Each key was a coordinate. I did not announce that the map belonged to Elise, not because I wanted to hide the truth, but because the public form the truth had taken since Marta's articles was too large and too hungry. People had come to expect legends. They wanted to file her under martyr or icon, and neither of those contained the small convolutions of a life. So I played. The first chord fell as if I were testing the room, then the heartbeat notes came, patient, thin, radiant. I let them sound not to perform, but to return the music to the place where it had once lived. The notes did something to the air. They were not a replay of what had been, but a conjuring, a breath that the room recognized. At a certain point, alone in the center of that tiny audience, I allowed myself to name one detail. She liked small things, I said softly to those who listened. She carried a ticket stub in her pocket like a charm. No one asked for more. Anya folded her hands on her lap as if in church. Isaac's mouth flattened. Frida dabbed her eyes. Luca watched with that look a pupil gives when a master reveals a technique that must be practiced quietly. The playing stopped. The sound drifted away and the room reassembled itself around ordinary speech and the rustle of the curtain. Afterwards I performed a private ritual, one that I had rehearsed alone in the workshop many nights ago. I took a single, repaired key from the bench, the one with the faintest echo of the heartbeat, and carried it back to the place where Elise had last been seen. The room there was skeletal, a show of charred beams and a single, tilting chair. I placed the key on the chair, as if setting down a fragile object, and struck it once, then did not listen to the way its sound lingered. Instead I left the key there and closed the door. The deed was not a severing but an allowance. I had been trying for years to keep something alive by retelling it again and again in the privacy of my bench. Now I made the deliberate choice to let it be touched by others. There were costs. Not all who heard of the return were pleased. A collector offered a sum of money for a small upright I had promised to a neighbor. A city official, emboldened, suggested that the curtain could be repurposed for a new exhibition. There were murmurs about whether the community had the right to decide which instruments should be public and which private. The old arguments about ownership returned in new clothes. I found that the act of distributing memory did not eliminate conflicts. It simply moved them from my chest into the open, which is an improvement and also a burden. In the workshop I resumed ordinary repairs. I taught Luca not the tricks that attract notice, but the ones that prolong use, how to gauge the tension of a string by the way it thrums in the hand, how to seat a pin so it will not migrate after the first change of humidity, how to listen without translating every imperfect phrase into accusation. He resisted at first. The city was changing, and young men wanted to be part of the narrative of reconstruction. There was an easy route to fame, and Luca had tasted it. But with steady demonstrations and small, shared failures, his restlessness calmed. He learned to delay a photograph and to delay praise. He learned that sometimes the best work is invisible to a newspaper. Isaac came by to repair a violin body with a hairline fracture and told a story about his own mistakes during the war. He spoke, for the first time in months, of the compromises he had made to keep his shop open and the faces of those he could not save. He did not seek absolution. He asked for practical advice about glues and finishes, and in the exchange of trade we both found something like absolution in work. His presence in the shop reminded me that repair is not a romantic enterprise. It is a practice with rules and trades and depths. The city continued to bustle around us, the reconstruction slow and stubborn. Children played near the market where a vendor sold newly printed books bound in covers that smelled faintly of glue. There were nights when the siren proximity of the past reasserted itself, and I would lie awake trying to remember the exact cadence of Elise's laugh. Memory, I discovered, does not obey tidy ethics, it has a life of its own. But in the daylight there were also small consolations, a neighbor learning to play a scale, a student at the conservatory reading a passage aloud, the seamstress curtain catching the light so that for an instant the whole room seemed a score held up to the sun. Marta visited with a gentler curiosity than before. Her articles continued to complicate things in useful ways. She asked questions that were sharp but not invasive. In a conversation by the window, she said, "You chose to give some things away." I nodded. "I didn't want to be the only steward of the past," I said. It felt like holding a lit candle to my chest. She looked at me for a long moment. "There will be those who say you should have kept the relics intact," she said. "There will be those who will always want something to be their own." "Yes," I said. "And there will be those who will find a place to live in them." At the bench I took up a new instrument, a derelict upright found half buried in a courtyard where rain pooled through a collapsed roof. Its soundboard had hairline cracks. Its keys were pitted and some ivory missing. It had, in other words, everything I loved about a life waiting to be used again. We set to work. Luca learned how to harvest a thin sheet of spruce without compromising its grain. He learned how to lay glue in a temperature when winter still came to our hands. Enya brought soup. Frida supplied a patch of linen. Isaac lent a clamp with a jitter in its screw. We worked in companionable silence for hours, the kind of silence where tools talk. At one point Luca placed his hand on the edge of the bench and looked up. "Will you teach me to take less from things?" he asked. I considered the question. "Taking less is a good start," I said, and then, "but you must also learn to give things back." He smiled, uncertain, as young men do when given moral instruction like a new tool. He bent again over his plane, and the wood shaved in a thin, curling ribbon. Outside, a cart rolled along with a creak. Somewhere a radio played a tinkling melody that had been popular before the bombs. The city was reconstituting itself in small rhythms. It galloped in places and trudged in others, but it moved. At night I would sit alone and rehearse new decisions. The choices we make in repair are not only technical but moral, which crack to fill, and which to leave as a seam that remembers the break. When to replace ivory and when to accept the weathered ivory of age. Whom to teach and whom to shield. Sometimes I think of Victor and his tidy forms, his desire to make a narrative of recovery that is easy to read and therefore easy to sell. He is in some way right that images bind a city together. The danger is that they bind it into a single story, and in so doing elide the multiplicity of lives that made the city messy and human in the first place. That is what I have tried to resist. The work continues, not because the past demands it, but because repair is a manner of living. It requires patience, the willingness to make small, steady sacrifices in the present for the sake of an unknown future. It asks to be done repeatedly, without spectacle, in the hope that mending will accrete into something like resilience. Some instruments will go to public halls and be photographed and praised. Some will return to kitchens and be played by hands that will never read music. Both choices are valid. Both are necessary. On the final day of that long season I found myself at the bench with a new set of keys beneath my palm. The wood was warm from the lamp. The glue had set to that odor I have come to think of as home. I thought of Elise and of all the ways a life can be given weight, by being preserved whole, by being let go, by being sewn into curtains and into the hands of neighbors. I tuned the first of the new keys and listened to its clear, bright call. Outside the window the weather had turned and rain began, at last, the kind that remembers how to fall softly after an absence. It hit the roof in a thin, steady pattern that matched no meter I knew but belonged, unmistakably, to music. I lifted my hands and began to play a scale, not a map this time, but a living line, up and down, an acknowledgement of wrongs undone and of tasks yet to come. Luca paused in his work and listened. Enya, in passing, touched the curtain and smiled. Frida hummed as she kneaded dough in a bowl. Isaac, who had come for a screw, stood in the doorway and closed his eyes for a moment. I do not know whether this is healing in any definitive sense. I only know that the work continues. Each key I mend is a rehearsal for an interior readiness to live alongside absence. It is not the same as forgetting. It is an act of redistribution, of allowing memory to be a shared resource rather than a private museum. I place my hands on the keys again, and, as rain begins to find its own cadence against the eaves, I play on. The notes fall and do not belong to me alone. Outside, the streetlight sputters into life and catches the curtain in a wash of gold. Inside, a new instrument breathes under our hands. I keep one small scrap in the secret compartment of my bench, a ribbon I will never display, and I know now that keeping can coexist with giving. The work continues, and so do I. At the very edge of the final bar, when I think the piece is done, and the day will be ordinary once more, I feel a pulse in the soundboard as if the weather itself had answered. The key I have just repaired trembles under my fingertip, and for a brief, impossible instant the note returns not as a relic, but as a rain pattern remembered by the wood. I let it sound, and then I close my hands. The room waits. Outside, the rain continues. Inside, the bench waits for the next hand to begin. I lift my hands and start again.